placed and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects, and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions, and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsimhan, and this is a big exclusive, and that's why we've come into the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about the Zawahiri leak. Was this a strike planned from within because this was a betrayal from within? Were the Pak and the Taliban involved in giving up Zawahiri, the al-Qaeda chief who was there in the heart of Sherpur, Kabul? In the heart of Kabul in Afghanistan, did those who gave flight path clearance know that the target was Ayman al-Zawahiri? Was the al-Qaeda chief given up by those who have benefited from the al-Qaeda in the past? Was he given up by those who were at one point in time his benefactors? These are big questions. The leader of the al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed in Kabul. U.S. President Joe Biden authorized a precision airstrike against Ayman al-Zawahiri. How is it that a person sitting in a balcony could be killed right from up the skies with a missile and nobody knew? That was something which was unbelievable. So now we are given to understand that Zawahiri was hiding in a safe house in Sherpur in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri was a key architect involved in multiple attacks in the United States and also had turned his attentions towards India, where he was busy spinning this web of vitriol to try and radicalize and instigate Trojans among us to act against society in India. He was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11 terror attacks, but it seems there is much more to it than meets the eye when it comes to the neutralization of Zawahiri. Now, top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18 that there may have been a plot to engineer the assassination or the killing of Zawahiri, and this could have come from within the Taliban. It could have been the Haqqani camp, or perhaps those who are upset with the Haqqani's interference, and the Afghan Taliban, as for the Mullah Yaqub faction, could have done this. There are names that are doing the rounds. The details of Zawahiri's location may have been leaked to Pakistan via the Haqqani camp amid a power struggle in the Taliban regime, and it could have been all done for money, the bounty on his head and the bounty on the head of some others. Was that the reason? There are so many dynamics that we are getting you information right from inside, deep within those sources. And we'll also get you a talking eyewitness account, somebody who was there when the strike happened. All of that through the course of the next half an hour here on The Nation at 5. First, let's understand al-Zawahiri's location. Was it leaked? This is what top intel sources are saying. The Taliban leadership has called it a big jolt to its reputation. That's what they have called it. They are also, the strike actually took place 600 meters from the presidential palace. Right now, the Taliban leadership have got into a huddle to decide the regime's line, what their line would be. But let me tell you, they are not sitting in Kabul to have this meeting. We'll get to that in just a bit. Now, Mullah Omar faction and the Haqqani group have internal problems. There is a tussle because the Haqqanis are more Pakistani, that's the perception. And Mullah Omar's faction is led by Mullah Yaqub, Mullah Omar's son. They have internal problems. Mullah Yaqub is suspected to have disclosed the location during his Qatar visit. And the fact that Foreign Minister Amir Muttaqi is suspected of leaking details to Pakistanis. Muttaqi has real estate and business interests in Pakistan. And of course, there is a consensus in the Taliban regime that Pakistan leaked the location. Muttaqi and Mullah Yaqub could not have leaked the location to the Americans, but this could have been leaked to the Pakistanis, who then perhaps leaked it to secure the $25 million bounty And the Taliban also believes that Pakistan leaked the details for IMF loan sanctions and hoping that they will emerge out of the FATF grey list if they cooperate in the elimination of Zawahiri. So did the Pakistan and Taliban give up Zawahiri is a question. Zawahiri was actually in Karachi and was moved to Kabul via Chaman border, and this happened late in 2021. Only the Haqqani group was actually aware of Zawahiri's location, because reports say that the place where Zawahiri was neutralized, that place belongs to Sirajuddin Haqqani's key aide. Now, many say Mullah Baradar was not even aware of Ayman al-Zawahiri's location. So the Haqqanis knew, and now they are saying that somebody else from the Mullah Yaqub or Mullah Omar faction knew. Did they divulge the location to the Pakistanis, and did the Pakistanis give him up? Because why is it that a Reaper drone will be allowed a flight path and through Pakistani airspace without the Pakistanis curious to know कि टारगेट क्या है, लोकेशन क्या है, बंदा कौन है या किसके ऊपर स्ट्राइक करने वाले हैं? The Pakistanis will not ask this question, or did they already know? So that's why the clearance was given. These are questions which remain, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get you more information on this. I have Tariq Farhadi, former advisor to the Afghanistan president, and Dr. Monica Verma, strategic affairs expert, with us at this point. Let me ask you, Tariq Farhadi Saab, namaste. What do you think is happening? Is it the Mullah Omar faction, or is it the Haqqanis who have all done it for money and to curry favors with the Pakistanis, who again want money?
It is not the Haqqanis for sure, but anybody else, yes, it's possible. And Pakistan also didn't see Zawahiri as useful at this time. And it is clear that Pakistan wants to establish intelligence sharing relationship with the United States and improve the relationship in order to get off the FATF list, and also in order to get the IMF package, which is a very complicated affair here. But in any case, the new Pakistani government wants to favor the United States. If there is a triangle now between Pakistan, Afghanistan, United States, in this triangle, Pakistan, United States is closer than Afghanistan, United States. So that is clear. Who is Zawahiri? Zawahiri fought the Soviets 30, 40 years ago with Sirajuddin Haqqani's father, Jalaluddin. So Sirajuddin Haqqani saw sort of a moral obligation to protect this person, knowing that now that he's a powerful man in Kabul, he could set him up in a place that's safe. But al-Qaeda is not what it was before, but it does give inspiration by its videos, etc. So according to the Doha Agreement, the Taliban were not supposed to give shelter to somebody who is doing propaganda against Western countries or Western-friendly countries. And so this is under this section of the Doha Agreement that Zawahiri, who is an old man and doesn't have any military activity, but just propaganda activity, became under this. And also in the United States, probably there was a need before the elections to score something for President Biden, who is going to have to show something after the evacuation, which didn't work out very well last August. So the administration is preparing a package of things that it can say have been done. And in fact, Barack Obama tweeted, he said we can eliminate our enemies without being at war somewhere physically.
Correct. So somewhere trying to justify the pullout from Afghanistan and say we can neutralize. So that's also surprising that somebody sitting in the balcony can be neutralized by machines, radar, robots and technology, and you don't have to put boots on ground. And with the Hellfire, this was not the first, it's a series, and they seem to be perfecting it with each killing or each neutralization. But the other aspect is, Mr. Farhadi, and before I go to Dr. Monica Verma, interestingly, if Pakistan wants to get back closer to the Americans, Why would they make a statement what they have made where they are backing the one China policy and taking a position which is against America as far as the Taiwan landing of Nancy Pelosi is concerned? Or is it the fact that it's purely a Pakistan move to try and get funds out? And do the Taliban also now realize that they have to do whatever they can to get the $7 billion in assets which have been frozen by the Americans?
Pakistan is in a very difficult situation. The weight of geography with China is there, as it is for India. And the access that China wants to the sea through Pakistan is a reality, and projects, the CPIC project, etc., are in process there, and it's big investments. It has to succeed. If it doesn't succeed, it's more problems for Pakistan. So Pakistan wants to play both sides, China and the United States. The army in Pakistan traditionally wants to be closer to the United States. General Bajwa, who has been here for 6 years, has not been invited to the United States, and he's going to retire soon, and he has not been invited to the United States. So they have to give some favors to the United States as well to bring that relationship closer. They have to play their politics. It's a difficult world, especially in the context of food security, energy security that we see after the Ukraine war, and Imran Khan's travel there, which was not very well timed.
Right.
Yes, I missed your second question, sir.
No, the second part is that you have Pakistan taking a clearly anti-America position as far as Taiwan is concerned. And I'm just going to bring Dr. Monica Verma. Could this also be a possibility that Ayman al-Zawahiri was not somebody or a person of interest, or not too much of an interest for the Chinese? Could this be actually that the Chinese are doing it, giving America a moment in glory and credit to go and execute what works for them? Because Ayman al-Zawahiri was directing troops or wanting to push people into East Turkestan. And he was wanting to back the ETIM and also the Uyghur movement and the struggles there, which the Chinese did not want. So is it possible that this could be just that? Tell the ISI, make sure that somehow, and the Taliban, that listen, it's the Chinese that they are migrated. It's the Chinese who are now getting access to Afghanistan rare earth minerals and to those regions and to the mines in Afghanistan. It's the Chinese who are now getting increasing control over the Bagram air base. So is this all a greater game that we have to see it in a matter of pretext that, okay, let's give Joe Biden a moment of glory that the US has neutralized somebody who has done something to them 22 years ago, somebody who is actually a defunct person who's not past his utility date, but somebody who's sitting there and radicalizing and directing this al-Qaeda cadre in a direction which the Chinese find it inconvenient?
Well, absolutely, Anand. You know, there's a famous saying in Hindi that Zinda Hati Lakh Ka or Mara Hati Sawa Lakh Ka. So I think that scenario is pretty true for this, that, you know, China may be growingly, you know, it was feeling the heat of his actions and the inconvenience that he was causing to the entire, you know, separatism issue that China is dealing with. So I think it's quite convenient for all the parties involved. China definitely could give United States its own moment of glory, like you said. Taliban needed money, they needed its assets to be unfrozen, and Pakistan also needs to go off the hook in terms of FATF, and, you know, all the parties were getting what they wanted. So definitely, you know, 21 long years, we are in the year 2022, and this happened in the year 2001. So definitely, you know, he had outlived his utility, and it was quite convenient to get him eliminated from the scene. And this is how, you know, globally the chessboards are operated, that if the actors don't find one asset that they have cultivated for so long, then no matter how much al-Qaeda and Taliban have been close to each other, it doesn't matter. What matters is that, you know, their own self-interest is preserved. So I think in the contemporary scenario, it definitely was sort of inconvenient to keep him in, you know, to keep him alive. And if they are getting something in return, if he is dead, then definitely that's the sawa lakh wala hati, which is mara hua, coming to their help.
Well, we've got something which is fantastic. Now, the question that we are asking is, was it a Taliban group, not necessarily the Haqqani group, but was it the Taliban group, a Taliban group which was behind or which was involved this plot to kill the Qaeda chief? So Pakistan and, of course, one of the factions of the Taliban, did they collude to get rid of Ayman al-Zawahiri. Now, this is what is a key eyewitness account. Key eyewitness account that we've got just now, and we're going to put that out, ladies and gentlemen. This person was a translator, and this person was deep there. He was right there with other members, officials, because we have put out here at CNN News 18 that there were active engagements or negotiations going on with the Qaeda chief to try and move him out of Afghan soil. So one of these meetings was also scheduled, and there were other members who were present there actively engaging with Ayman al-Zawahiri. So this is the eyewitness account, and let's go straight across to this eyewitness account. Big breaking news that's just coming through the eyewitness account that we have. The eyewitness account of the attack very clearly, and this is a CNN News 18 exclusive, that the attack happened at around 6:15 a.m. in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The attack site was close to the all foreign diplomatic missions. Zawahiri was actually in a guest house in the Afghan government complex. Pakistan TTP delegation was also staying near this guest house. So the Pak Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan delegation was actually staying near this guest house. So another terror outfit which was active and which was staying near where al-Qaeda chief was staying. Sirajuddin Haqqani, soon after the strike, rushed out of Kabul to Logar. This is 40 kilometers from Kabul in 5 armored vehicles. That's what escorted him. He moved to Kabul in 4 to 6 armored vehicles, and Sirajuddin Haqqani feared that there will be a strike against him too. He will also be neutralized. So what Torek Farhadi just said, it's corroborated by the eyewitness account and the details that we are getting. Top 40 Taliban leaders have actually exited Kabul and moved to Logar and Khost, even as we speak, because they all carry bounties on their head. And this is clear open factionalism, what we can also see. Some of them have moved to Logar, some of them have moved to Khost, and they are moving out of Kabul. Sirajuddin Haqqani actually moved out thinking that he could be neutralized too, because there is a bounty on his head too. Torek Farhadi. So clearly there are factions within the Taliban. And if an Ayman al-Zawahiri is taken out, Sirajuddin Haqqani could have thought that meri bhi bari hai. But will the Pakistanis give up Haqqani too? Because he is seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban government there.
Yes, but the Americans wouldn't take out Haqqani at this time. In fact, one of the questions that President Biden had asked his team is, if we do this attack, how would the Taliban react? So this was just, the Americans needed al-Zawahiri. He was a sort of a moniker, a brand to take out. And it's convenient for campaign purposes, for the 1-year anniversary of America out of Afghanistan, for the elections in November. It's convenient. But beyond that, the Americans would like Taliban to reform, to stabilize Afghanistan. The Americans are not after toppling the Taliban regime. Yes, it might be after reinforcing some factions rather the others, or rebalancing the power, because after on August 15, 2021, basically when the Haqqani faction came into Kabul and took the presidential palace and important ministries, the Mullah brother was watching all of this from Doha. So when he arrived 10 days later, all the good positions, the money positions, the Ministry of Finance, the central bank, all of that was taken, basically. So, yeah, the Americans might be after rebalancing the situation and also introducing other Afghan politicians in order to create some sort of stability in Afghanistan. But they are certainly not after taking Haqqani out. If they were, they would have done it already.
Well, clearly, so that question down has to change. It's not the Haqqani group behind the plot, a Taliban group, one of the factions of the Taliban group. Is it behind the plot? So we will just change that at the bottom of our screen. But now we got more news coming through. The NRF The National Resistance Front has issued a statement, and that's coming through. So this is the Ahmad Shah Massoud faction, which is a rebel faction. They've issued a statement saying that the al-Qaeda still has a good chance for revival. The presence of al-Qaeda in Kabul is a clear sign that Afghanistan has once again become a hub and sanctuary for terrorist groups. This poses a serious challenge to the security and of the region and the world. The National Resistance Front has demanded cooperation of all nations. So this is what is the reaction that's come in from the Tajik faction and those who are there up in the mountains and trying to push out a rebellion and still try and fight out. So Amrullah Saleh is in Tajikistan. The NRF operatives are still there. There is still that particular region, even though they are trying to go after Ahmad Shah Massoud's son at this point. But Tariq Farhadi, coming back to you, and then Monica Verma, how would you see the NRF's response? Is there merit in what they are saying, that Taliban has become a sanctuary, a hub for terror factions? Now the Eyewitness says Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan was present there. Al-Qaeda chief is present there. We know in Nangarhar, Jaish and Lashkar camps are currently on.
It is not news, basically. NRF is just riding on the wave and issuing a communique on this. But this is not news. Everybody knows that all these people are inside Afghanistan, all these terror groups, and no country wants to take them. That's the problem. Even if Zawahiri wanted to go somewhere else, who would take him? The Americans knew that it's a problem for the Taliban to keep these people, but they have to keep them in check, basically, and without any propaganda and military activity. This is the difficulty. And the Taliban are playing the TTP against Pakistan as a strategic depth inside Pakistan. In fact, they are facilitating negotiations with the TTP for Pakistanis, but they are not asking the TTP to conclude these negotiations. They are not putting any type of pressure. If the Taliban were serious about helping Pakistan on the account of TTP, they should just disarm the TTP inside Afghanistan. The TTP is a few thousand people. They can just disarm them, but they don't. They want to use the TTP in the scale of balance against Pakistan to negotiate other things with Pakistan. So it's a complicated situation.
Monica Verma, how would you see these developments? Now the NRF says that Afghanistan has become a terror hub. It is evident with Zawahiri present, TTP present, Lashkar present, Jaish present. Sirajuddin Haqqani, when questioned by us, he says, no, Afghanistan is not a terror hub. So from their point of view, do they not consider them terrorists at all? So then he is not being economical with facts. For the world, they may be terrorists. For the Taliban, they are heroes. They are those who stood with them in testing, trying times.
Actually, if you look at the Doha agreement and the negotiations that were going on, this was one part which was most protracted, so to say, that took the longest time for United States to, convince the Taliban to not allow Afghan soil to be used for terrorist activities against U.S. and its alliance partners. So I think, at that time, Taliban was in a conciliatory mode and, they agreed to it, and they definitely, al-Qaeda was not mentioned in the agreement, so to say specifically, but, there was sort of a agreement between the two parties, between United States and Taliban, that from now onwards, if there is any sort of legitimacy that will be extended to the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, Taliban will not play with fire and not allow these terror activities to continue on Afghan soil. But now, as things have turned out, in fact, since 2017 only, there were reports that were coming in of different al-Qaeda leaders finding a safe sanctuary in Afghanistan, and all the other terror actors, getting a place of safety, and Taliban not pointing that out, still providing all kind of support. And with the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri, I think it's exposed. We know that Taliban as an actor cannot be trusted, and this is something which was writing on the wall. It was long coming. They did agree during the Doha agreement to not allow the Afghan soil to be used for terror activities, but now it stands exposed, and no one can challenge this, and everyone knows what the reality is.
True. Now, Tariq Farhadi says that the Haqqanis did not know, or the Haqqanis were not involved. The information that we have got is that it was a Haqqani aides, Sirajuddin Haqqani's aides house, where in Sherpur, where right in the heart of this entire defense area, intelligence area, secret services area, where Ayman al-Zawahiri was housed. So clearly Sirajuddin Haqqani knew his whereabouts. Now, when we spoke to Sirajuddin Haqqani, Tariq Farhadi, please listen to this. This is 15 hours before the strike happened. We spoke to Sirajuddin Haqqani on Friday, 29th of July. On Saturday, 30th of July at 6:15 a.m., Ayman al-Zawahiri was neutralized. This is what Sirajuddin Haqqani said about al-Qaeda.
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
So he says Daesh Khorasan is trouble, and ISKP we know is gaining a lot of traction, and it's becoming an issue for the Taliban also. But he says the al-Qaeda is not a potent force and is as good as dead. Sounds quite ominous, because 15 hours later, as good as dead, because Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead.
Ayman al-Zawahiri, alive or dead, al-Qaeda is a weaker organization than what it was 22 years ago. In fact, it lost its importance when Osama bin Laden was killed, because he was the charismatic individual. He was also the person who was bringing the funds, funding from the countries where he coming from. So al-Zawahiri is an Egyptian theoretician. He has never, a lot of the al-Qaeda people didn't really pledge allegiance to al-Zawahiri. They were more interested in bin Laden, and when bin Laden is gone, basically the next organization is ISIS, is Daesh. This is what the world is concerned about, Daesh and ISIS, because they have tentacles in Syria, in Iraq, and it can have activity elsewhere. And the Americans also, basically the latest scores that Trump killed the Daesh leader there, was it in Iraq, I believe.
Right.
And so al-Qaeda is an organization which has lost a lot of steam right now. I think Haqqani putting up al-Zawahiri in this guest house was just a moral obligation, because they have been around together for the last 30 years fighting the Soviets and then fighting all kinds of adversities together, and now he's a powerful man.
Absolutely. Tariq Farhadi and Monica Verma, thank you very much. Have to go across some big development coming in closer home. We're going back to Afghanistan and al-Qaeda in just a bit, but this is in the national capital. The Enforcement Directorate has sealed the National Herald office. So there were day-long raids that happened. The Congress tried to protest it, but now they have sealed the Enforcement Directorate has sealed the National Herald premises, where they have now said that these premises now cannot be opened without prior permission from the agency. We're trying to go across to Siddhant for more details. Yes, Siddhant, why has the ED sealed the office? Siddhant, can you hear me?
Well, yes. This is a piece of information that we are getting right now and in fact, it's a very big development in the entire National Herald investigation that is currently being carried out by Enforcement Directorate. And the information is that the National Herald office at ITO in New Delhi has been sealed by Enforcement Directorate. And in fact, the instructions have been given that without the prior permission of the federal agency, the office will not open. Remember, Anand, that particular building also has a passport office, and it's the main passport office in the New Delhi area.
Yeah.
And it would be interesting to see whether passport services will also get disrupted.
No, we are given to understand. Ashish Merishi has just given us an update that it's only the office of Young Indian in the Herald House that has been sealed. So it's not that all of the Herald House has been sealed. It's only the office of Young Indian in Herald House that has been seized. So it has been seized because no one was available in the office, and thus they were not able to complete the search. So that's why they have sealed the office. We'll try and connect with Ashish Merishi on the phone line for more details. Ashish, sharing inputs right now that the National Herald office, that is the Young Indian office at the Herald House, that's what's been sealed. And it has been sealed because they were not able to find anybody there. And that's why they have sealed that office, because nobody can open that office or enter that premise till the time the Enforcement Directorate is alerted or informed about the same. The ED has sealed the premises so that search can be conducted in the presence of office bearers. And Ashish Merishi now joining us. So in the Herald House, the office of Young Indian has been sealed. Ashish.
Yeah. So, whenever there is a search happening, so the search needs to happen if the accused is not arrested, then it should happen in the presence of the accused. So here, none of the office bearers of Young Indian were available at the time of the search, when the search was conducted in the Herald House. You remember there is a small office of Young Indian as well in the Herald House. So the search needs to be completed, and for that they need office bearer in the premises. Since there was no office bearer, so they have sealed the premises, saying that the search needs to be completed. So whenever the office bearers are available, they will be called and the search will be completed in the office of Young Indian as well.
So when you're talking about office bearers, who are the office bearers of Young Indian, and when will they be called? Is the Enforcement Directorate, were they able to enter that office yesterday, or was it locked all through the day?
So it was basically locked. You can't break the lock until and unless the premises is basically, if the owner of the premises needs to be there when the search is conducted. So in this case as well, the office was basically locked. None of the office bearers were available at that point in time. They were not able to complete the search.
Right.
So the process of search needs to be completed. And Young Indian was one of the premises that was supposed to be searched. So here, the office is sealed only because the office bearers were not there. So once the search is completed, then obviously the office can be opened. But because the search procedure was not completed, that is why it has been sealed as of now, and it will be opened in the presence of the office bearers. The office bearers obviously are the shareholders, which include Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and we know Motilal Vora is no longer there, Oscar Fernandez is no longer there.
Right.
People like Pawan Kumar Bansal, Mallikarjuna Kharge, all these people can be called who are the current office bearers of Young Indian. In their presence, the search can be completed.
Right, right. I've got Dr. Subramanian Swamy also with us on the phone line. Dr. Swamy, so now the Young Indian office sealed by the Enforcement Directorate because nobody was present. So the office bearers will have to come, they say.
Well, whether no one was present or not, the thing is that they must get access to the documents. The ED must get access to the documents. And in my opinion, till they have completed that process, I can't see them handing the office back. Because during the interrogation, it was quite clear that they washed their hands off, saying that we have nothing to do with this whole operation that was carried out for acquiring AJL. And it was really Motilal Vora, and he's dead and gone. So the ED had no alternative but to go for the documents in full. And therefore, this is one place where there were documents kept, and they perhaps were of the view that, the Congress people may have been of the view that nobody can come. But you must understand, the Urban Development Ministry has already acquired the building.
Right.
It doesn't belong to... in legal terms, it is not in the possession of the Associated Journalists Limited or Young Indian. And this is just a pure technicality, because once you enter somebody's office, nobody should accuse you tomorrow of having stolen the documents. So you have to have some of them present as witnesses to certify that they took the documents and they have given in writing what they have taken.
But is there a possibility they could turn around and say there are no office bearers now?
Well, they may say even there's no young Indian anymore. They're all old Indians. Well, I think they are only making their own position more ridiculous by evading, putting the name of Motilal Vora as their sole operator, that itself was a mighty disgrace to human society.
Well, Dr. Swami, you have followed this case and you've also taken them to court and you've got a verdict in the Delhi High Court, and there was a bail that was given to some of those who are found as charged at that point in time in 2015. But now Mr. Nasir Hussain is with us from the Congress Party. Mr. Nasir Hussain, the Young Indian office at Herald House has been sealed because the ED believes they want to complete the search. They couldn't, and they need the presence of the office bearers.
I think now most of the documents that are supposed to be there are online. Everything is digitalized. If they really wanted some documents, they could have always asked the office bearers or the directors of Young Indian office, the directors of AGL, or the office bearers looking after the newspapers. So no, the point here, the whole point here is, whatever the case may be, it is, and the Gandhis and the other directors who have been summoned and given notice by ED, they have cooperated with the ED. They have very honestly said whatever the transaction that took place, whatever the decision that took place, everything has been divulged to the ED. In all honesty. Now, what is more important here is anything you need, any papers, anything, any transactions, whatever is there, it is there on paper. Nothing has been, no money has been laundered. No property has been registered in some individual's name. Neither the Gandhis nor any of the directors. So it is a black and white. It is an open and shut case.
Well, that's your that's your point of view, and I told you and you are entitled to that point of view. But it's the courts now which will have to decide who's right and who's wrong. But my question, sir, is with the Young Indian office, since you are saying that everybody is cooperating. Are you willing to say that the office bearers will be present tomorrow morning and let the ED conduct their search in their presence and let's get it done with?
See, if the ED wants any direction, any document, whether it's the ED or any other central agency which is interrogating or which is investigating into any case, if they ask for the documents will be given. So
no, they are saying they want to conduct a search in the premises in the presence of the office bearers. So since you are saying that there is full cooperation coming in from members of Young Indian or members of Associate Journals and the trustees or the office bearers, I'm asking you, will they be present tomorrow morning, or will they offer to be present tomorrow morning for the ED to complete their search?
This is ridiculous. Why I say this? Because when the Gandhis and the other directors of Young Indian and the AGL have already cooperated. So where does the question arise of not cooperating if they really want to do a search, or if they really want some documents, or they have any doubts?
That's exactly what I'm saying. The ED is...
They will be there.
Yeah.
The very fact that they have cooperated all these days...
So they will be there. You're saying that if the office bearers have to be present tomorrow morning also, if required, they'll be there so that the office can be unsealed, opened, and then the search can be completed.
Whenever the ED wants.
Okay.
We have made it very clear, our leadership has made it very clear, the Gandhis have made it very clear that whenever ED wants anything, we are ready for interrogation. Whenever ED wants any documents, they can happily take...
No, they want to conduct a search of the premises. Right now, it's not about interrogation or getting any documents. They want to conduct a search of the premises, that is the Young Indian office. They want the presence of the office bearer. So you're saying that they are willing to be present there?
Yeah, whatever documents they want, whatever information they want, whatever paper they want, they can have it. Now, since there's a case going on, since there's an investigation going on, they can have it. But I'm coming to the other point. See, what is more important here is you have to always look at the other side of the story. Now the government is only using this case to humiliate, to discredit Congress party and the Gandhis.
Okay.
It's a clear case of political vendetta.
Okay.
It is not just against the Gandhis. Party. Most of the leaders of the
let me ask Dr. Subramanian Swamy, is this just political vendetta, sir? Is there no fire and there is no smoke? Dr. Swamy? I'm going to check if Dr. Swami is there. He is the complainant in this matter. And what the Congress MP, Mr. Nasir Hussain, has said is that this is nothing but political vendetta. I have R.P. Singh with us, Sardar R.P. Singh. So this is political vendetta. There is nothing to prove.
Well, I was just hearing the panelists from the Congress party. You were saying that just to discredit the party and individuals. I mean, you have been already discredited in the people's eye. That's why you have not been voted again and again. That's why people been voting against you in state after state. So it's not issue of discredit, it's issue of following a proper track of the agencies, proper track of the case, so the agencies are doing their work. And then we'll appreciate the Congress party member of the Young India should come and help the agencies and
no, what they are saying is that there is nothing to prove. This is nothing but a deliberate attempt to humiliate the Gandhis and the Congress party. Because it's all on paper. There is no money laundered. There is no property that has been acquired by an individual. So you are just doing this out of political vendetta to humiliate the Gandhis and the Congress party. That's what Mr. Nasir Hussain is saying.
Okay, Anand, if they have anything against the procedures, they can go to court and then ask the court to intervene and then halt the procedures. I mean, they are out on bail. I mean, if that would have the case, then why would they be out on bail? One. Secondly, I mean, they can keep saying that there's no money laundered, there's no money transaction. The fact is that assets worth 2,000 crore rupees have been taken away by a family-owned company. They say, oh, the next round they say is that, oh, this company is a not profit-making company. But the company's, the expenditure of the company is decided by family members. Tomorrow, the travels of the board of directors or any other expenditure which is required will be decided by the board of directors. So, who's going to do a check on that? And that's why the control of that asset and whatever is being accrued from those assets in form of rent or any other form will be in the benefit of the board of directors.
Mr. Nasir Hussain?
Yeah, I want to just make 2 points in this. Point number one is Mr. R.P. Singh was speaking about the discrediting of the Congress party. I just want to remind him and let the viewers listen to this. See, they campaigned about the 2G scam when the UPA government was there. They campaigned, they tried to discredit, they said Congress party is corrupt, they tried to humiliate the Gandhis and Mr. Manmohan Singh and so on. Finally, what came out of that case? The CBI court says that a mountain was created out of a mole in a non-existent scam. These are the wordings in the judgment. Non-existent scam. So you tried to discredit. You said that they are corrupt, and you did all the time. Then you came in the power.
So you are likening it to the same. So the same campaign as 2G.
I mean, for BJP to win the election, they need to create non-existing scams. Try to discredit
that is what
individuals, leaders, and
I'll get Sardar R.P. Singh's reaction. Mr. Nasir Hussain, please. I've just got another update. We've got the notice. We've got the notice that has been put up right outside the Young Indian office as it's been sealed. It says it is hereby ordered that the premises not be opened without prior permission from the Directorate of Enforcement, B Block, Pravartan Bhavan, and the Abdul Kalam Road, New Delhi. And it's signed by the Assistant Directorate of Enforcement, and it's dated the 3rd of August 2022. So this is the entire notice. I'm just reading out the details. So now let's get Sardar R.P. Singh's response to Nasir Hussain's allegation that you said 2G mein ghotala hai, court said no ghotala. Here again you are drumming up a scam where there is none.
Well, 2G was not us. 2G was wrapped up by the CAG, not by us, the Comptroller General of the Auditor General of country. So that's why we picked up that issue. And now even this is as per the court order. I mean, BJP has nothing to do in particular to do in this case. Is by Mr. Subramanian Swamy went to the court. There's a court order, and everything is done as per the court order. So I mean, that's what I said. If there's anything, let them go to the court. But when they say that they have nothing to do with the money which will be accrued from the rental or otherwise, but that company doesn't publish anything as per me. I have not seen any.
My simple, I am going to limit it to the current position right now. The Enforcement Directorate is conducting its investigation. The burden of proof lies on the prosecution. But Mr. Nasir Hussain, I am going to come back to this Young Indian office in the National Herald House. Will the office bearers present themselves and say, whenever you want, we are waiting here. Come, conduct your search and look at whatever you want to do. Have a look.
Allowing me to complete my
yes, please complete
my part.
Ji.
See, I said two things. I spoke about the 2G scam. The second point was, see, as I told you earlier, there's no money laundered. There's no property in any individual's name. And the third point is, nobody can either take money from Young India, either take property from Young India, and whatever the revenue comes out of it, or whatever if the property gets converted into a bigger property in the days to come, it will remain only with Young India. There is no non-profit making company. It is very clear. Neither Rahul Gandhi nor Sonia Gandhi nor any of the directors can take any money out of that. So that is very clear on that. And now I have made it. See whatever ED is doing till now. All the directors, it is not just Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, but also Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Mr. Bansal, all of them, all these directors have cooperated. They have went to the ED office. They have been questioned for over 50, 60 hours. They have cooperated. And any searches, any documents, any papers, whatever they want, all the office bearers, all the directors have already been cooperating. They will also further cooperate, because everyone is, there is nothing in this. This is only to discredit, humiliate.
Well, like I keep saying, you are entitled to your point of view. The BJP is entitled to their point of view. At the end of the day, it's a matter that the Enforcement Directorate has to prove in court, and the courts will have to decide. This is also a record and a matter of fact that in 2015, bail was given after the charges against and the complainants' charges were upheld by the Delhi High Court. So there is the National Herald case. Should it be looked in conjunction with some of the other aspects? That's another aspect. I have Mr. Karthi Chidambaram also with us on the phone line. Namaste, Mr. Karthi Chidambaram. This is Anand Narasimhan here. The Enforcement Directorate right now has sealed the Young Indian office in Herald House. They have said that they want to conduct a search of the premises in the presence of the office bearers. Mr. Karthi Chidambaram, can you hear me? Well, I think we'll try and connect with him again. Mr. Nasir Hussain, Sardar RP Singh, thank you very much for speaking with us. We're going to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns. largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Well, big buzz here in the newsroom, ladies and gentlemen. On the Nation at 5 is the sealing of the Young Indian office in Herald House. The Enforcement Directorate saying that they want to conduct search of these premises in the presence of office bearers. Arun Dhanta is there at the location at Herald House. Yes, Arun.
Well, that's right, Anand. I am here at the headquarters of the National Herald, and this is the Herald House where I am standing at this moment. It has been completely sealed. The fourth floor, rather, has been sealed, which belongs to the Young Indian and Enforcement Directorate officials who present here. They have pasted a notice here at the gate. I would request my camera person to just pan camera towards that and show that notice which has been pasted here by the Enforcement Directorate. It clearly states that it is hereby ordered that this premises not be opened without prior permission from the Directorate Enforcement Office, which is in Parvartan Bhavan APJ Abdul Kalam Road, New Delhi. And you can see the Assistant Director Kuldeep Singh's signature here. Date is also mentioned here, 3rd, which is today, 8/22, and these are also the signatures, people who are present here. There is another both the notices are the same. So this is the place which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Yesterday, Anand, we had seen the raids being conducted here at the main office and also other locations of National Herald properties in Delhi NCR. So today, this notice has been pasted by the Enforcement Directorate official who are present here, and there will not be any permission to anybody to open this office again. Remember, on the 4th floor
Arun,
of
can
the
you
Herald
take
House,
us? Which
where
floor of the Herald House are you? I was about to ask you that, and can you show me how big is this office?
Well, Anand, I'm inside the complex of National Herald, and I guess it has around 6 to 7 floors. The passport office is also in this building. Let me try to go towards the guards here who are present, if they can give us some idea. किस टाइम आपको कुछ आइडिया है ये नोटिस कब चिपका है?
सर हमें आइडिया नहीं, इसका आइडिया हम 2 बजे आए, 2 बजे
और कौन से फ्लोर पर, कितने फ्लोर है इस पूरी बिल्डिंग में, कौन से फ्लोर पर जो सील किया है?
सील में कोई सील नहीं है सर, सब यही है जो भी आएंगे बस।
नहीं, ऊपर यंग इंडियन का ऑफिस कौन से फ्लोर पर?
4th पे।
उसको पूरा सील कर दिया है?
नहीं, सील नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं।
आपको नोटिस लगा है कि उसको खोल नहीं सकते? नहीं, नोटिस लगा है, उसको खोल नहीं सकते।
ये पक्के हम तो वो 2 बजे में कोई पता नहीं है, 2 बजे आए।
Anand, we're in the ground floor at this moment, and on the 4th floor where the Young Indians office is there, the entire floor has been sealed. So these guards are saying that they've come in the 2 p.m. shift, so they do not have any idea. Perhaps the notice was pasted here before that, but it is clearly mentioned in the notice that nobody can open this office without the permission of the Enforcement Directorate office or permission, or official permission.
Well, so is this notice where you're seeing, is it posted, is it pasted on the ground floor? Have you access to the 4th floor? And how big is this Young Indian office? Are there anybody, was that office open? Was there anybody working in that office at that point in time, or had it been locked all along? Because the Enforcement Directorate says that they couldn't conduct the search because there was nobody at the office and they want to conduct the search in the presence of office bearers.
Well, Anand, that's what the ED sources are telling us, that they wanted to search the 4th floor office of Young India, but there was nobody present in the office, and therefore they had to seal the office. So the entire 4th floor, what we are told, is something which belongs to Young Indians, and perhaps, the reason why this is, I guess, is the lift, where they have pasted this notice by Enforcement Directorate. Nobody is allowed to actually go to the 4th floor. We've just spoken to the guards. That's the area through which you can go to the 4th floor, but they're not allowing anybody to go. In fact, where I'm standing, this ground floor has the passport office. So therefore, you see the crowd here. People have come here to make their passports. But the 4th floor is the one of this Herald building, which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate official, and this is coming after the raids being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday in the Herald House. This is the building where it has its head office.
Well, interestingly, I was speaking to Dr. Subramanian Swamy a short while ago, and he said that this entire building has now been taken under by the Urban Development Ministry, and it comes under the Ministry of Urban Development. So the building particularly belongs to the government. So they don't need to specifically take anybody's permission to open the locks or of any office per se if it is under lock and key. Now, can you try and ask the guards around there who you're speaking to, has the Young Indian office been functioning? Before the Enforcement Directorate raids, were people accessing the 4th floor and the Young Indian office?
Well, Ananda, yesterday when the ED officials came here, there were few people who were present in the office, and under their presence, the raids were conducted yesterday. Now you can see, as we speak, these guards who are present here, they are not allowing anybody to stand here. क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ सर? क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं हुआ, सब आप बाहर चलिए आप लोग बिल्कुल.
Anand, nobody, these guards are not speaking at this moment, and they are asking all the media personnel who are present here, because we have come inside the first floor to vacate this area, and they are not revealing much about what happened, at what time this notice was pasted by the Enforcement Directorate officials who came here and wanted perhaps to search again, but they did not find anybody in the office. Yesterday, Anand, right after the raids, we had seen a huge commotion of the Congress workers here. Senior leaders were also present here. They also went inside the office of the young Indians. And today, when ED officials came here, there was nobody who present here, and therefore they had to seal this office. And they very categorically mentioned in this notice that nobody is allowed to open this office without their permission.
Right. We stay with this story. Big development. The Congress is also, we are expecting a reaction from the Congress party over the sealing or the of the Young Indian office, the 4th floor at Herald House, which the Enforcement Directorate now says that nobody can access these premises without permission of the ED, and they want to conduct search of these premises in the presence of the office bearers of Young Indian. With that, we call it a wrap on this edition of The Nation at 5. The story continues over on the other side with Viewpoint. Stay with us.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. Each Indian holds a special place in her heart for the tricolour. Each time the Tiranga is unfurled, a strong emotion perhaps chokes all of us. So when the government announced the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign and asked all citizens to unfurl the tricolour, as we commemorate 75 years of India's independence, one would imagine this would be beyond politics. Guess what? That's not the case. The Congress party has objected to the import of Chinese-made Indian flags or the use of Chinese polyester. You have the likes of Mehbooba Mufti who have taken a jibe at the government and posted a picture with the flag of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir along with the tricolour. The occasion of India's 75 years of independence is not without its partisan politics. Will this discourse by the opposition once again put them in a catch-22 situation as they try and corner the government? Will this once again become an occasion where nationalism shall become a contested territory between the opposition and the government? First up, a special report.
Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, Vice President Venkaiah Naidu flagged off a mega Tiranga rally at Red Fort. The rally was attended by several ministers and BJP MPs. But conspicuous in their absence were opposition MPs who decided to skip the rally, calling it BJP's agenda.
हर घर तिरंगा देश भर में अभियान चल रहा है. लाल किला से तमाम जो सांसद हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इकट्ठा हैं. बाइक रैली में वो अपनी हिस्सेदारी, अपनी भागीदारी दे रहे हैं.
हम लोग अपना मनाएंगे. ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे?
चिट्ठी सबको लिखी, उनको बुलाया गया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर नहीं आए तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये उनका नुकसान है, लेकिन देश तो आगे बढ़ेगा.
The rally is in keeping with the centre's bid to promote its Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, where it has urged people to hoist the tricolour in their homes between the 13th and the 15th of August.
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो. तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है. उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीजों के कोई मायने नहीं है.
Prime Minister Modi also changed his display picture on his social media accounts to the tricolour in order to celebrate the national flag. But some opposition leaders went a different way. Like Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, he changed his display picture to one of his great-grandfather and India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, holding the tricolour. Or PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti, whose display picture is of her late father, Mufti Muhammad Saeed, and Prime Minister Modi with the national flag and the now derecognized flag of Jammu and Kashmir. But the question is, why play politics over a symbol of national pride?
Well, is this politics really warranted? Does it really have place in today's politics and discourse? Joining us on the broadcast is our guest, Neeti Jain, who's the spokesperson of BJP, is with us on the broadcast. We also have Mr. Najmul Saqib, who's a spokesperson of the PDP. We also have Rishi Bagri, who's a political analyst, and we also have Wing Commander Anuma Acharya, who's the spokesperson of the Congress Party. Thank you all for joining us on the broadcast. Anuma, I want to come to you first. This entire politics around the use of Chinese-made flags or the use of polyester, is it really warranted at an occasion when we are celebrating 75 years of India's independence? I mean, did we really need partisan politics on an occasion like this?
Anusha, we are simply boycotting the politicization of tricolor by the ruling party. This is the same party, BJP, and before that Janata Party, before that Jan Sangh, before that its parent organization RSS. Everybody knows from the beginning, from 26 January 2030, their founder member Keshav Balaram Hedgewar opposed the tricolor. Then on 22nd January 1946, when the Constitutional Assembly approved the tricolor, Madhav Sadashiv Rao Golwalkar, he said that this is you can't impose Tiranga tricolor on the Hindus of India. Then in 14 August 1947, the day our country got its freedom, within 24 hours, the RSS journal organizer, it had an article which said that tricolor is a bad omen. And because it
Anuma, I've allowed you, I think, adequate time because there are constraints of time. That history, let us take it on the face value, and I'll take the response of the BJP spokesperson as well. But what has that got to do, ma'am, please allow me this interjection. What has that got to do after 75 years of India's independence, a debate that has been buried in the past, has no relevance as of today? Why are you using that debate for today's partisan politics? Please help me understand.
All right. Okay, Anusha, I will tell you. If BJP says that now they are making amendments and it's a matter of their earlier conduct in respect of Tiranga, they want to make a correction, we will join the Tiranga, whatever they are saying.
Just help me understand, what is the objection of the Congress Party? The objection of the Congress Party is the historical blunders of the political legacy of the BJP, or the use of the polyester, or the fact that this government is doing
kind of a word. People, today when we are talking to each other, at this moment also RSS does not change, the RSS hasn't changed its DP with Tiranga. It still has that Bhagwa.
But you haven't helped me understand what exactly is the objection of the Congress Party so that I can take it to BJP.
It is a pseudo-nationalism which is unnecessarily being spread. Tiranga this is the matter of our heart. It's our matter of our soul. And I, being an armed forces officer, if you are telling me that your or mine nationalism is more than each other, no, that's incorrect. Everybody is nationalistic.
Anumaji, I think at the outset, I want to clarify one thing. Whatever debate and discussion we indulge in, nobody is asking the proof of nationalism from the other person. All of us love our country, and all of us love our country in different ways. We are discussing politics here. Neeti Jain, you want to come in? You want to come in? There are various allegations that the Congress Party has made. The Congress Party has gone to your legacy, your background, and said this is some kind of sensationalism you're creating in the name of nationalism. Respond to that.
You know, all I can say, Anusha, is that the Congress is completely bereft of ideas, and in opposing Modi ji, they have come to oppose everything that stands for India as well. So if they're talking about politicization of the matter, I think it is them who is politicizing it. All Modi ji came out and said, and this is a government program where they say that let every house in this country hoist the national flag, and that is that. Anybody who comes out and opposes that needs to answer that question. I don't think the BJP needs to answer this question at all. Had it been a BJP program and Congress comes out and says that, okay, we will not join it, I get that. But it is a government program, and for everybody to hoist this national flag, and if they have a problem with that, I don't know even what to ask them of. Any opposition party, and most of them are opposing the national flag being hoisted. And that remains the issue. You're bringing in the history. Ma'am, let me not get into the history and the blunders that have been created by the Nehru Gandhi family. And you're talking about the RSS. There is a written declaration also in 1949 where Sardar Patelji had sent a letter and RSS had accepted the national tricolor. So I don't even know what you're talking about. You can have a selective discourse about the RSS and the BJP history, but that doesn't make it true at all. Indira Gandhi ji had written a letter to RSS saying that she accepts and she appreciates the work that has been done by RSS. After the ban, Sardar Patelji had sent a letter that the appreciation of the RSS and all of those matters. So don't quote the history selectively. And if you leave the history right now and just go ahead with the program that has been created and have some pride. See, the point is that the generation that had fought the fight of independence is almost gone. How do we bring in that level of patriotism in the next generation? We need to have some creative ideas floating in, and this is just one of those creative ideas. Let our younger generation be more interested and be more patriotic, and that is just about that.
Or the avenues to express your love for the country. Is it about that? Exactly. I want to bring in other panelists as well. Najmo Saqib, I want you to come into the debate. There's a tweet that came out from Mehbooba Mufti as well, the statement, and she changed her display picture. You had the flag of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir and the tricolor. I have the same question. This is an occasion to celebrate the national unity. Why bring in partisan politics?
But it's you were earlier asking Congress panelists like what is wrong with this whole debate. I think let me answer it in a different context. The problem is not with the flag. The problem is the appropriation of the freedom struggle, right? You know, today those people who were writing apology letters to colonial rulers at that time are asking the people who fought for independence to show their nationalism, right? They are trying to appropriate the freedom movement of India in...
How? Help me understand how. Help me understand how.
I'll come to that. Let me come to that. So those people, right, you know, who killed father of nation in 47 and who did not unfurl their flag.
I think these are historically controversial statements. Look, I have no problem. This is freedom of expression in this country. You can come and say whatever you want to. But my request to you is to restrict. It is restricting to the topic. Please, that's my request, Najmo.
Yeah, I am. See, if you want me to speak, it's okay. If you don't want me to speak, I can go out of the program.
I want you to speak, and I'm requesting you to please put your point of view.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm doing. If you allow me, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Those people who killed the father of the nation, those people who were aligned with the British, fought the tribal invasion. No one from their side came in defense of Kashmir. You know, today they are asking Kashmiris to prove their patriotism. You know, let's put it in context.
Najmo, now I let you speak. Now you answer one of my questions. No, Najmo, you answer one question. You answer one question. If the government starts a program and says, let's all come together and hoist the national flag, and I want to do it in my balcony, I want to do it in my house, and each Indian wants to do it, how are you appropriating nationalism? How is the government implementing or imposing nationalism on you? This is completely voluntary, isn't it? This is voluntary, isn't it?
So what? No, the answer is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. They had nothing to do with Azadi, right? They're born out of the colonial ruler. Their whole policy is divide and rule. You know,
they are the elected government of the day, Najmo, whether you like it or you don't like it. My job is not to defend any political party here, but just to give some context, this is the elected government of the day that you're talking about. That's all I want to say.
No, I'm talking about RSS.
No, but you're also talking about the BJP and their political legacy. You just said
forefathers who shot father of the nation, who did not unfurl the flag.
I want to move to Rishi Babri.
But I have one point to make about Kashmir. You know, the same constitution of India, which gave this flag to this country, also gave us the flag of Jammu and Kashmir. If BJP does not have a problem in Karnataka where they unfurl the flag of Karnataka on Karnataka Rajyotsava, they have a problem with the flag of Jammu and Kashmir. Why? Because we are only Muslims, right? And the same flag was given to us by the Union of India.
Are you really comparing the state of Karnataka and the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir?
All I'm saying is in 35A for the freedom protection of the land.
35A, 370, we have had lots of occasions discuss about it. My limited point is that why do we have a debate on something as basic as nationalism? I fail to understand. I am not in the favor of anybody imposing nationalism on any other person, but this is completely voluntary. Rishi, do you want to come in? When you see this partisan politics happening in this country, what are your thoughts?
I just want to go back to the point about Godse he was talking about. Now, you need to understand Godse left RSS in 1934 and Jinnah left Congress in 1922, 1920. If RSS is responsible for the Gandhi killing, then by the same logic, Congress is responsible for this brutal partition of our country, which left millions of death. I mean, you need to understand in the perspective. And this morning, I mean, the MP took a Tiranga bike rally from the historic Red Fort, and the vice president flagged it. Matlab, it's not some political leader. Vice president is about the party politics. He has flagged off the rally, but no opposition MP, chose to participate. I simply don't understand. I'm hosting a basic national flag. Why you're making it a political thing? I mean, why you're making it a political brickbats and bickering out of it? I mean, these are the something with the sacrosanct political. These are the political emblems of our country. The political flag is as good as sacrosanct. It is above the party line.
I'll come to
I
you,
simply
Najma.
don't understand why they are doing it.
Anuma, I want to come back to you. When Niti was talking, you had few points to make, and I also want to ask the point that Rishi made, that if history were to be dug in, there are various questions that BJP would want to ask. There are various questions that many other people would have.
BJP has nothing to ask. They were collaborators.
One more thing. Let me go to Anuma. Let me go to Anuma. Let me go to
They were
Anuma. Anuma,
collaborators
please
of
go ahead.
British. What will they ask?
Let me go to Anuma. Let me go to Anuma. I'll come to you, Najmu, and you will have the opportunity to say what you want to. Please go ahead, Anuma.
Anusha, we have come here by invite by your channel, so that please do not interrupt every 20 seconds to me and just leave them in uninterrupted.
Yes, ma'am, you will have your uninterrupted time to answer the question. Please go ahead.
Another one is a troll who trolls people on the Twitter anyway. But I must tell you, what is our problem is, one is the government is changing the code of national flag. Why it has been given to private industries, the polyester, which you initially brought out this point, and you know this is the basic point. Why the government is not allowed Karnataka Khadi Gramodyog Sanyukta Sangh for making these things, and for that why they have not built up their capabilities beforehand. Why it was given to 5 companies, which was the private companies of Surat. This is a polyester thing. They have changed the code of conduct because they don't have any respect for anybody. Mr. Amit Shah very recently, I mean, the last 3-4 years, he has said Gandhiji was a Chatur Baniya. So this is what is the respect for our national assets, nationalistic people, our freedom fighters, and about flag also. So Congress party is opposing that. And the Karnataka Khadi Gramodyog Sanyukta Sangha has gone for a
Anuma, I'm very sorry I have to interrupt you there, not because I'm going to other panels, but there's some breaking news which is coming in. Shifting our focus to this is the first reaction of the Congress party after the office of the young Indian is sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Mallikarjun Kharge threatens a revolt. He has warned of consequences. That's the word really coming in. We'll try and play out those reactions for you. My colleague Arun Dhata is also with us on the broadcast. He's been tracking all the developments from the National Herald House. Now, you'd remember that there have been raids that the Enforcement Directorate has been conducting at the House. Yesterday, we also saw the Congress party workers really come out and oppose these kind of raids which are happening. And today, the 4th floor has been sealed. Arun is with us on the broadcast. Arun, tell us what's happening.
Well, that's right. I'm outside the Herald House here at the ITO. Right behind me is the building which has the Young Indians office, which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate today. So this is the 5-floor building of Herald House, in which on the 4th floor Young Indians office is located, which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate officials. They've come in at around in the noon, and they have pasted a notice both at the ground floor and also on the 4th floor that nobody can work or nobody can go inside the 4th floor's office of Young Indians without the permission of Enforcement Directorate. We are told from our sources that today Enforcement Directorate was also planning to conduct few searches, but there was nobody present in the office of Young Indians here at the ITU on the 4th floor, and therefore they had to seal this fourth floor, the Office of Young Indians, and therefore further notice has been pasted both on the fourth floor and on the ground floor that without the permission of the Enforcement Directorate officials, nobody can go inside. So this is happening in the backdrop of what happened yesterday, the raids being conducted by the ED, not only here in the headquarters of National Herald office, but also 10 other locations. So today, the office has been sealed. Even yesterday in the evening, right after the raids, we had seen the Congress workers gathered here. Mallikarjun Kharge, along with other senior leaders, were also present here. But today, nobody, actually allowing anybody to go beyond this point. Earlier, we were inside the first floor, but now nobody is allowing anyone to go inside the building. Remember, this building also has the Indian Passport Office as well. So at this juncture, the gate is closed. Only those people who have certain work or some documents with them, they are allowed to go inside. Otherwise, the gate is closed.
Arun, I want you to stay with us on the broadcast. I'll come back to you. But I want to play out that reaction that we've got from Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge. Let's play that out.
उसको रूल्स है, रेगुलेशंस है. ऐसा नहीं कि उनके घर पे मारो, इनके घर पे मारो, फिर नेशनल हेराल्ड पे फिर एक बार बुलाओ. ये कितनी जल्दी से वो काम कर रहे हैं. इससे ही अंदाजा लगता ना. 6 दिन पहले बुलाए, इमीडिएटली नेशनल हेराल्ड पे डाले. कल परसों नेशनल हेराल्ड में हुआ, आज उनके मकान पे गए हैं. इसका मतलब क्या है? राहुल गांधी जी भी यहाँ नहीं है, उन्होंने तो पब्लिक मीटिंग में गए हैं. तो ये लोगों को एक डर पैदा करने के लिए, और ऐसा तुम लोगों को डराते गए तो लोग डरेंगे नहीं और एक रिवोल्ट हो जाएंगे.
My colleague Ashish Maharshi is also with us on the broadcast. Ashish tracks the Enforcement Directorate and other agencies for us. He'll be able to give us more perspective about what next to follow in this investigation. Ashish, one thing is abundantly clear, that the Enforcement Directorate has intensified the investigation. Whether it was about multiple rounds of summoning for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, or it was the raids that were conducted at the National Herald House, or right now when the house has been sealed, what lies ahead?
So here, basically, the Enforcement Directorate had to complete their searches. Now, one has to realize the fact that obviously it's a political twist to the entire story, because we all know that the Young Indian, the company which took over National Herald or the Associated Journal, basically is owned by Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, and they hold the major equity as well, around 76%. But then there is a process of law which needs to be completed. Here, the process of law is that the searches, if there is an accommodation or an area that needs to be searched, then and there is a search warrant for that location, then the searches have to be completed.
से निकला मीटिंग में
का स्टेटमेंट आया है कि जो सर्च ऑफिसर थे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे, उन्होंने सर्च नहीं कराई, इसलिए हमने ऑफिस सील किया है. जब सर्च ऑफिसर आप इंचार्ज थे तो आपने हेराल्ड के ऑफिस को सर्च करने से मना किया ईडी के?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं. तो यहाँ पे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से.
Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of opposition and a senior Congress leader. I'm going once again back to my colleague Ashish Maharshi. Yes, Ashish, please go ahead.
So, the location, since there was a search warrant for Young Indian, so here the search needs to be completed. Here, the office of Young Indian, which was supposed to be searched because there was a search warrant for that location, there was nobody at the premises when the team of Enforcement Directorate came there. So here, the principal officer for the organization, that is Mallikarjun Kharge, he has been asked to join investigation, and he has also been asked that in his presence, the Enforcement Directorate would like to complete the search operation. This is the only thing. So if somebody is saying that the Herald House has been sealed, no, it has not been sealed. Even the Young Indian office has not been sealed. All they have, the Enforcement Directorate has said that this premises cannot be open until and unless the officer, the concerned officer, and in this case, Kuldeep Singh, if you see, it's openly on the order as well. Kuldeep Singh is the investigating officer. He has just said that the premises cannot be opened until and unless informed to the concerned officer. So it's not sealed. It is basically that then the premises need to be the search needs to be completed.
Ashish,
and
just stay with us for a moment. I'll come back to that point. I just want to reiterate that on the screens that our viewers can see, those are the visuals coming in from the All India Congress Party headquarters here in the national capital. You can see there are top leaders of the Congress Party, including the likes of Mr. P. Chidambaram, who have reached the party headquarters. Clearly, after the action of the Enforcement Directorate, the Congress Party seems to be in a huddle where multiple netas are making a beeline. There is, we have seen many times that the senior leaders have come on the streets protesting against the questioning which has been going on of Rahul Gandhi and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. I'll go back to my colleague Ashish Mahershi, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Ashish, I want to focus on this point. What is the technical difference between what ED has done right now versus formal sealing of a premises? Explain that to our viewers.
So, in case there is an attachment of a property, then there is a provisional order of attachment which is prepared. And then it goes to the adjudicating authority, and then when the adjudicating authority confirms it, then it, the concerned accused or the concerned person whose property is attached, they can go to the higher court to attack, to challenge that order of the Enforcement Directorate. Now here, it is not, the property has not been attached. There is no provisional order of attachment for Herald House. Technically, the property actually does not even belong to the Associated Journal as of now, because there is an order by the Ministry of Urban Development which says, since you do not fulfill the requirement, hence the property is being taken over. There is already an order by the Ministry of Urban Development. But having said that and keeping that aside, if we are saying that this property has been sealed, no, it is not. It has not been sealed. It has all been said that since the searches have not been completed, we need to complete the search. The principal officer in this case is Mallikarjuna Kharge. In his presence, the Enforcement Directorate will do its search operation and then further decide what need to be done. Okay. So once the search is not completed, they have to complete the process of law. So here the process of law needs to be completed, and we are only creating hue and cry that the property has been sealed or it has been attached or whatnot. So technically speaking, there is only an order to say that this property should not be opened until and unless the search operation is completed by the Enforcement Directorate.
I will reiterate that technical difference. There's a very important difference that Ashish Mahershi is pointing out, that there is some sort of adjudicatory process when an off-premise is completely sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. In this case, what they have said, that there has to be somebody like Mr. Mallikarjuna Kharge, who was present yesterday, when the premises are open, because these are documents that the agency is looking into and they are scared that some kind of evidence might be destroyed. I want to cut across to my colleague and our senior editor Pallavi Ghosh, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, is the Congress party in a huddle?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And in fact, in a short while from now, around 7 p.m., you'll have Jairam Ramesh doing a press conference. And the press conference essentially is going to be focusing on the facts, according to the Congress party, on how the offices are being sealed, how they're being targeted, and how the entire road which leads up to the Congress headquarters and passes through that of Sonia Gandhi has completely been barricaded and it has been closed to public. See, facts aside, when it comes to politics, political parties will always try to draw some political mileage out of the situation. And here the Congress party wants to project itself as a party which is being targeted only because they ask questions of the government.
They want to see that they want to be seen as a party which is being targeted because they ask questions of the government. Pallavi, moving forward, we have seen that even earlier when there were multiple rounds of questioning, the Congress party was out on the street protesting. You had big faces which had really come out. Are we likely to see those kind of protests and dharna once again on the streets?
Well, I mean, there is a protest which is lined up on 5th August already, Anusha, and that was a pre-scheduled one, and that's supposed to be on price rise. If there is some more development which takes place tomorrow or day after, I guess the two issues will be mixed up. But certainly the Congress party has gone on the streets earlier. I think even today, one of the main reasons why the entire area of 24 Akbar Road was also cordoned off was, of course, as a precautionary measure because Parliament is in session and this is a high security zone. So I don't think the police officials wanted to take any chance.
All right, Mr. Subramaniam Swamy is also joining us on the broadcast. Not to forget that he's the original complainant in the case who has been arguing that this is a case that needs to be pursued and the Gandhis need to be booked. Mr. Swamy, thank you so much for speaking to us. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on the show. The Enforcement Directorate is clearly intensifying its investigation. This complaint has been pending for a very long time. Do you think finally some action is being taken?
Yeah, I first filed it in 2014, and And then I think Mr. Jaitley was not in favor of proceeding with it.
Yeah.
And then again in 2019, 18, I got many more documents, and then I filed it again. And that time they began processing it. But since the last 6 months, the ED has been active in bringing this to a closure. So this is a supplementary to my original case, which is based on the Indian Penal Code of misappropriation, criminal misappropriation, cheating, fraud, all that.
Yes.
And now it is money laundering. And that is being done by the ED because they are the ones who are expert in that, and it can't be taken by me in the court. So I think we have also the income tax has done an extremely good job, and we are waiting the High Court to clear it. The income tax had won in the High Court, and so it's going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is there, and I hope that very soon that is clear. And then there is also the Urban Development Ministry, which had already seized the Herald House because they were not producing any newspapers there. And whatever so-called edition now they have started in the National Herald is being printed in the Indian Express printing press and not in Herald House. So
Okay.
I think it's a very open shut case, and the consequences are to be seen.
Mr. Swami, I want you to speak on 2 points. You pointed out that you filed this complaint back in 2014. There has been a substantial amount of delay, roughly about 7 years that we have seen. The argument of the Congress party is that because there is no evidence, they've not been able to do anything, and this is merely targeting us. One more point, sir, which you might be able to elaborate upon, is that these high-profile political cases and allegations of money laundering are very easy to lodge. However, when it comes to proving, the ED does not have a great record. Will you agree?
Of course, it depends on if ED is alone doing it, they'll be very poor. But ED is there's a lot of oversight, even if it's informal. They know that his public is very much agitated. And let me tell you all this delay that you people are constantly saying.
Yeah.
The delay was because after a conviction was given at one stage, they went to the High Court, they went to the single judge, then they went to the division bench, that is 2 judges, Supreme Court. There's nothing they have not gone to the Supreme Court. And each of these was going to take time. We, from my side, there was no delay. We were ready to go ahead on a day-to-day basis. But these accused who are Congress party leaders who took it all the way up, stage by stage. And today, for instance, the Herald House, which was taken over by the Urban Development Ministry earlier, they took it to the High Court, and High Court they lost. Now it's lying in the Supreme Court. Then there is the income tax thing. They got it cleared up, and now it is in the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So the delay was caused by the accused, and unfortunately, we believe that a person is innocent till proven guilty. So they get a lot of freedom to have their matter heard, and they have these adjournments and so on. So we, as far as from our side, there's been, at least from my side, there's been absolutely no delay at all.
No, not at all. Dr. Swami, please stay with us on the broadcast. My colleague Ashish Maheshri is also with us on the show, and he has a question to ask you. Ashish, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Dr. Swami, I've been following this case since you did the press conference in Constitution Club. Now, the argument by Congress is that, there are two big arguments that they have been giving. One is that it's a Section 25 company and it's like an NGO. So even if there are equity holders, they cannot derive any benefit out of it. And second point they usually make is that since the Associated Journal has not closed down, so the properties still lie with Associated Journal, and thus we have not, the person who are the shareholders, they cannot derive any benefit, or there is no transfer of property. So when there is no profit that has been derived, then where is the question of money laundering? If you can elaborate on this point, sir.
It's an absurd thing to say. We are not saying that these people are eating the money that is coming. We are saying you acquired everything by fraud. You are a company with, that is the Young Indian, a company with 5 lakh rupees total paid up capital. They managed to get a company by paying only 50 lakhs, which they get as a loan, which is dubious, which is also part of the money laundering. That is the Doltex thing. Doltex gave them 1 crore. They kept 50 lakhs in their pocket, and the young Indian went and gave Congress Party 50 lakhs, saying your loan of 90 crores over the years, which the social journalist is not able to pay back, that you please transfer it to us because it's valueless for you now because that company is closed, and so you please sell it for 50 lakhs. So 90 crore loan right which Congress Party had was given to young Indian for 50 lakhs. Now when they go to the Congress, to the young social journals and say, you can't pay me 90 crores, so give me 9 crore shares of 10 rupees each, which was the price of the National Herald in 1937. And didn't allow any of the other shareholders to participate. So, I'm talking
Dr. Swami,
but I'm not talking about whether they're eating money or having a good time with the money.
Dr. Swami, but here, whenever there is an investigation in Prevention of Money Laundering Act, there has to be proceeds of crime. Here, what do you think proceeds of crime are? Where is the proceeds of crime?
The proceeds of crime is that they have acquired the young Indian by fraud, and that is proceeds of the crime. Proceeds of crime doesn't necessarily mean money. And by the way, the mere fact that they are not able to, Dotex is not able to explain how they gave them 1 crore without any interest payments requirement, anything to be placed for as surety. None of these things are done. Why would you give something like that? And then the Dotex,
these are questionable. Sir, these are questionable transactions, you can say. What is the quantum of proceeds of crime?
They are prima facie, they have been found, and that's what the investigation is about. Investigation is not about whether they are spending money out of young Indian, incomes. There's no investigation. Neither have I made any accusation. All that is that the transaction by which they got the AJL was fraudulent, and that has been prima facie proved, and it has been accepted by courts. You can't sit in a court when the court has already decided, yes, there's a prima facie case, this must be investigated. And you can't sit outside and start telling me what the court should do. If the court has given you a wrong judgment, go and appeal against it. They did appeal against it in the
I would like to understand, sir, our viewers, Dr. Swami, our viewers would like to understand where are the proceeds of crime in this, because the Congress says we have not, especially the Gandhis, have not benefited out of it. So even in
what do you mean by this proceeds of the crime? Don't use phrases like that. You're saying that they used something to earn some money, which was a crime. That's what you mean by proceeds of crime, or that some made money and share of it. That's proceeds of crime. This is not on that. This is on fraud. It's got nothing to do with proceeds of crime. And the Prevention of Money Laundering Act shows that if in the process you have a transaction where money has been laundered, and in the case of the Doltex, it was absolutely laundering of the money because they are not able to explain from how they gave them without surety, without interest rates, without a time factor returning it. Why did they give it? And in the budget of Doltex, they have written donation. So Congress says it is a loan. Well, it's a loan, and they are saying it's a donation. That is something that we'll have to investigate.
Thank you, Dr. Swami. Thank you so much for your explanation. Over to you.
Well, thanks a lot for that. Good evening. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We continue to track all these developments as far as what has taken place in the national capital today, days after Congress protest over the Enforcement Directorate raid at the National Herald House. The Enforcement Directorate has sealed the Young Indian office at Herald House in the national capital. Meanwhile, the Congress is hit back. Its MP Mallikarjun Kharge is hit out at the BJP, saying there are rules and regulations when it comes to raids. This shows that BJP is trying to create fear among the people. If this goes on, there will be a revolt. And the Congress continues to hit out at the BJP and the raids that took place. They've tweeted after the ED sealed the Young Indian office in the national capital. The party has tweeted, and I'd like to quote from that, "We are Gandhi's soldiers. Do you think we will get scared? For the sake of truth, we will fight dictators." That really has been the narrative of the Congress party, that the BJP is a government that wants to stifle all voices of dissent. All of this in the backdrop of the summons that were first given to Rahul Gandhi and then to Sonia Gandhi. That questioning continues with the Enforcement Directorate. Investigation continues as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. But today, we've actually seen some more action. You had the ED sealing the Young India office at the Herald House here in the national capital. Multiple reactions coming in from the Congress, who are now saying that they will not take this lying low. There will be a revolt. Remember earlier also, when we had Rahul Gandhi summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and even Sonia Gandhi summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, the Congress workers had taken to the streets, not just here in the national capital, but they were pan-India protests. But first, let's really understand what's taken place this evening. Siddhant, before I get talking to you, what really has, took place this evening, whether there are certain protocols involved as far as these raids are concerned or not, talk to us about the first reaction that we are seeing from the Congress party.
Well, let's cut to the visuals. Right now, we are reporting from 24 Akbar Road, and the entire patch, this entire patch has completely been cordoned off by Delhi police. And trust me, this is something unprecedented, because time and again we have been covering protests in and around Akbar Road. But this time around, it's the first time that 24 hours before the protest, the Delhi police has sealed the entire patch. And in fact, the Delhi police personnel have outnumbered the Congress Karyakartas. The senior Congress party leaders have gone inside the 24 Akbar Road. I have seen Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Ajay Makhan going inside 24 Akbar Road, and at around 7 in the evening, there is a press conference which Congress party is going to address. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Jairam Ramesh are going to address this press conference to counter the latest action of Enforcement Directorate by sealing the office of Young India at Herald House. So the press conference is going to be on that. Also, almost 1 hour back, we got this information that Delhi police has beefed up security at Akbar Road. So the Congress party leaders at that time, when we managed to speak to some of them, they were saying that we have been told that the ED teams can visit AICC office, they can raid AICC office. So those were the speculations, but nothing has come from Enforcement Directorate so far. Delhi police has to say that they have a specific input regarding the protest that is expected to take place day after tomorrow. And keeping that in mind only, the security has been beefed up, and this time around there is a specific alert that has come, a specific input that is in Delhi police's knowledge. So they are more prepared, and they are leaving no stone unturned, so that traffic on that day, and in fact
correct, because in the past we've seen how these protests only escalated with the number of Congress workers that took to the streets. Siddhant, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Arun Dhanta also now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, I want to understand what specifically led to the sealing of the Young India office. You were reporting from the location a short while ago. Talk to us about what you saw around you.
Well, see, Ridhima, I am right outside the National Herald's office, which is in this building, Herald House. And the 4th floor belongs to the Young Indian, the floor which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate today. This happened after, raids being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday, not only in this location, but various other locations also. And therefore, perhaps today they also wanted to conduct a few raids here. That's what the ED sources are telling us, that there was nobody present here in the office at that point in time when the ED salutes arrived here, and therefore they had to put these notices here in the office. Now the first notice is on the ground floor, and the second one is on the 4th floor where the young Indian office is located. And it is very clearly mentioned in that notice that nobody is allowed to open the office without the permission of the Enforcement Directorate, which means that there will not be any functioning of work in this office until you have the permission of the Enforcement Directorate. And this is coming after the interrogation of both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Yesterday we had seen post the raids a huge commotion of Congress workers outside the Herald House, and also the senior leaders, the likes of Mallikarjun Kharge, they all were present here. They went inside the Young Indians office and in fact spoke to the media right after they came out, and very categorically and clearly put the blame on the agencies and the government, saying that it's a vendetta politics which they are doing. There is nothing wrong which Young Indian has done, or their leader Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. But today when ED salutes came here, there was nobody present, and therefore these notices, this is the ground floor. If I can just show our viewers where those notices have been pasted. So they have completely closed this gate. Remember, on the ground floor you have the Indian Passports Office as well. So the first notice is pasted there on that door, and there is another notice which has been pasted on the 4th floor. So on the both floors you have these notices in which very clearly mentioned that nobody is allowed to open this office without their permission. And this gate is closed. Remember, it has Indian Passport Office on the ground floor. But at this moment, there is a huge commotion of media, so there was nobody who's allowed to go inside this. But yes, of course, Enforcement Directorate has sealed the office of Young Indians here in ITO in the building of Herald House.
Okay, Arun, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleagues Pallavi Ghosh and Ashish Mehrishi both joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, coming to you first, the initial reactions that we're seeing from the Congress, they're saying we will not buckle down to this kind of pressure. What are you picking up by the means of sources? How do we see these protests escalating in the days to come?
Well, in fact, in a short while from now, Ridhima, there's going to be a Congress press conference at 7 p.m. Both Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who of course we know is a lawyer himself, and Jairam Ramesh will be addressing that press conference. But I think the Congress party is now basing itself up for the fight. Like today, the entire area leading up to the Congress headquarters was sealed, according to the Congress party. And they're saying this is only being done because we are being politically witch hunt is taking place. But on 5th August, there's a pre-scheduled Ghirao and Dharna by the Congress party going outside the Prime Minister's house also. But that is on the issue of price rise. If there's some other development which takes place, Ridhima, before that, pertaining to the ED investigations into the National Herald case, I guess the Congress party will then shift the focus to that. But, obviously the cadre has been mobilized, party workers have been told to be on alert. And the reason behind this is very simple, that they do want to agitate and hit the grounds.
True. Pallavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let me bring in Ashish Mehrishi, who tracks developments of the Enforcement Directorate. Ashish, there have been some reactions from the Congress saying there is some sort of a protocol as far as these raids are concerned. What are sources within the ED telling you what really happened which led to the sealing of the 4th floor of the building?
So, I believe it's too much of a hue and cry just for nothing, to my understanding. Reason being that there is a process of law that needs to be followed. Yesterday the searches were conducted. Everybody knows that the searches were conducted and almost 10 to 12 locations were covered. There were various companies also which were searched. That is going to be of utmost importance in days to come. Those companies which have been raided yesterday. Now, yesterday, when the Enforcement Directorate team reached the office of Young Indian, which was one of the premises that was supposed to be raided, that raid did not get complete. That search did not get complete because none of the office bearers were present there. So what the Enforcement Directorate has to do, they have to complete the search. For completion of search, you need somebody's presence, especially an accused or somebody, the office bearer or whoever owns that property. Somebody has to be present there at the time of premises, because tomorrow then there can be allegations against the enforcement directorate officials that you have stolen data or you have whatever you have done. So after the search is complete, there is a panchnama that is prepared. Then you take the data, you take the cash, you take the jewelry, whatever is found during the search. So here, the search was not, there was no completion of search. So for completion of search, a summon has been sent to Mallikarjuna Kharge, please join the investigation.
Okay.
Our team would like to complete the search. For that, the office should not be opened because the process of law has not got completed, because no one was present at that point in time. So a notice has been put on the board that this premises should not be opened until and unless you intimate the enforcement directorate officials. So it remains sealed till the searches are completed. So this is just this. To my understanding, why so much of hue and cry? I just failed to understand.
Okay. Ashish, Merishi, Siddhant, Pallavi and Arundhata, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll continue to come back to you. Let me also now bring in our guests. We have political analyst Varun Singh, and we also have spokesperson of the Congress Party, Wing Commander Acharya. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Wing Commander Acharya, let me begin with you first. We were speaking to Dr. Subramaniam Swamy a short while ago, who was the original complainant. He's saying this is an open and shut case. In fact, there has been a delay. There is no way that the discrepancies can be proven. As far as the Congress Party is concerned, the BJP at this point is also hitting out at the Congress and saying that when you don't get relief from the court, the easier way out is to start abusing the agencies.
But is the case being discussed in the court as of now? This is clearly a perception management tactics, in which you want to, the ruling party wants to show it to the people that they are doing something, and Congress is on some kind of wrong foot. Now coming 7 o'clock, we all will hear it out from the Congress party officially what it is, because it has been proven there was no money laundering happened. There is no transaction happened. There is no asset transfer happened. There is nobody who has been got any remunerations from that. So I don't know why this is happening, because this is a vendetta politics. We have seen it is happening everywhere.
Wing Commander Acharya, what I'm trying to understand is, for how long can the Congress go with this same narrative that this is vendetta politics? The Gandhis are out on bail today. They haven't been given a clean sheet saying that nothing has been found against them. So why not cooperate with the investigation? Why are we making a hue and cry of essentially what was just routine questioning, which has turned into protest and now abuse of the agencies?
See, the protest is happening because the procedure is not being followed. We have well-established procedures. We have a civilized way of doing things. Till how long? I mean, until the case is not going.
The protest that we saw, I apologize for interrupting, but the protest that we saw pan-India, even when Rahul Gandhi was called in for questioning and Sonia Gandhi, unfortunately, they weren't peaceful at all. I know you were calling it satyagrah, but there was vandalism of public property. Cars were set on fire. I fail to understand how that was peaceful. But let me bring in Varun also. Varun, this is what we've been discussing over the last few weeks. How is it that when the other Congress leaders are questioned by any investigative agency, it's all okay, they appear before the agencies and we don't see any hangama around it. But when the Gandhis are involved, you have the abuse of agencies, you call it vendetta politics, you have no respect as far as the procedure or the law is concerned.
I was very shocked when the Congress spokesperson says that why an investigation is being carried out when the court actually isn't hearing the case. So what exactly does she want to say? That you are not supposed to carry out an investigation just because it is not going to the court? And which court has given a clean sheet? Who has said that nothing has happened? Which court said that there is no PMLA case going on?
Where the case is
which
going
court?
on?
They are on bail.
Where,
I hope you understand. They are on bail.
The case is going on. You have to tell that.
You know, you have to tell me clearly one small thing. Here in Mumbai, a land was allotted to Associated Journal in 1983. For what? For constructing a library, for constructing a research center on Jawaharlal Nehru and a printing press, and now a commercial building is being constructed over there. What kind of,
this is
what
not
exactly
a
are you
media
talking?
trial which is happening, and I'm not going to take it just like that.
Listen,
This
ma'am,
has to be in
you
the
may
court
not,
of law.
you may not, you may deny,
This
you may
has to
deny,
be in
you
the
may
court of
deny
law. It's
facts.
not, you can't build up
There is
perception
no
management in the
court.
country. You can't keep doing that.
Okay.
I
One
suggest
by
the
one.
Congress.
Varun, complete your point, and then I'll give a fair chance
Yes,
to Wing
obviously.
Commander Acharya to respond.
When Mr. Vora is called, the treasurer is called, there is, you rightly pointed out, when any other Congress leader is called in, there is no protest. You know, the time has come that the Congress needs to introspect whether they want to save the party or they just want to save the Gandhis. There is a case going on, they are being investigated. Let there be, there is a process. They are,
Varun, just give me 30 seconds. As you're saying, the Congress needs to introspect. Look at the pictures that we're putting out on our screens. The Congress top brass in a huddle as of now. These are pictures coming in from the Congress headquarters here in the national capital. But please continue, Varun.
So that's what I'm saying. The Congress, the leadership over here in the Congress doesn't understand what's happening on the ground. Their party in almost all the states where they were in government till some time ago, they are falling apart. Leaders are abandoning their party. Even small-time corporators are leaving their party. And in spite of saving the party, they are too busy handling two people, that is Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, who are being called like a normal citizen will be called when their name crops up in an investigation, when there is a case filed against them, and it was filed by Subramaniam Swamy. It's in the court. They are right now on bail. So a person on bail is sent out on bail on conditions that they will cooperate when the investigation.
Correct. But Varun, to be fair to the Congress, I'll talk to you about the merits of the case in just a bit. I quickly want to bring in my colleague Siddhant also. Siddhant, we're also now getting some pictures coming in from the AICC headquarters where the top brass is in a huddle. Any more details that you're picking up, or what is the strategy as far as the Congress is concerned? About 10-15 minutes to go before we hear the press conference as well.
Well, absolutely, and I can see P. Chidambaram, Pramod Tiwari, Jairam Ramesh, Digvijay Singh, Pawan Bansal, Salman Khurshid, all old guard are currently present in AICC headquarters. And in fact, right now we are reporting outside the AICC. So short while back, we have reported that the entire area has been cordoned off and there were barricades on both sides of the Akbar Road. But now, maybe after the media reportage, the barricades have been removed and I can see the normal vehicular movement on Akbar Road. Now, it is up to Delhi police to clarify that why had they put barricade in the evening, what was the purpose, and why those barricades were removed after media started playing their story and after reactions started coming from the Congress party. Now, Congress party is going to address a very important press conference at around 7 p.m. It is expected that Congress party is going to counter the latest development, that is seizure of National Herald office in Herald House. And in fact, the Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Jairam Ramesh both are going to address the press conference along with the other senior leaders of the party. So now, once again, Congress is going to counter the government and enforcement directorate as far as this particular investigation is concerned. And in fact, the time Delhi police cordoned off this entire area.
Okay.
So Delhi police sources has to say that they have specific input regarding the protest, which is scheduled to take place on 5th of August.
Okay.
And precautionary, this step was taken. But Congress party leaders were saying there's a possibility of ED teams visiting AICC headquarters. And that was a rumor, a strong rumor at AICC headquarters. The Congress workers who were present here, the time security was beefed up. So I'm sure that particular issues will also be raised by the senior Congress party leaders in press conference. Back to you.
Okay. Siddhant, keep reporting for us. I quickly want to go back to our guests now. Varun, you know, the Congress has been saying this from day one, that yes, we're okay with the idea of investigation taking its own route, but to begin with, there is no scheduled offense, there is no FIR, so this entire case is bogus.
You know, Congress cannot dictate how a agency will carry out investigation. No person who has been accused of anything can come out and say that there has to be a schedule and it goes according to their convenience. That cannot be the case. And the Congress, I am telling, you know, time and again, you go back in the case and there is much evidence. I think it was hidden. Now it is slowly coming out. Even today, the kind of exactly how Siddhant pointed out, the way the Congress is behaving, there was no Who goes and searches a party office? I don't think anyone. No agency does that until unless it is a criminal offense. Something has happened over there, then the police would go over there. But why would an ED or an agency which is categorically investigating the National Herald case, it will go to National Herald's office, which it did in Delhi. It has not even sealed the Young India office. It has just pasted a notice over there stating that anybody who goes there, please inform us, because they have to carry out searches, they have to complete the investigation, and in absence of anyone, they cannot carry out the investigation. Kal ko Congress will come up and state that they have planted or they have hidden something or they have taken away other things. And the ED is acting very cautiously right now.
So you feel the ED is acting cautiously, maybe moving towards closure as far as this case is concerned. But Wing Commander Acharya, I want to understand something. As far as the questioning of both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were concerned, the ED wanted to focus as far as the money trail is concerned for Young India, AGL as well as DOTEX. Now, from what we are picking up by means of sources within the ED, both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have conveniently put the entire blame on Motilal Vora. This is a man who's no more. Doesn't that then become convenient, because the BJP feels today Motilal Vora has been thrown under the bus to try and save your own doing?
Dear Ridhima, I liked it when you said that you want to be fair to the Congress party. At the same time, very conveniently, when the other spokesperson justified horse trading as people are leaving, there was no word to that. Anyway, I'll come to your question, because what you said, if somebody says that Gandhis are on bail, have the ED stopped their questioning? No. Because of the Satyagraha, did they stop calling the president, Congress president, or Mr. Rahul Gandhi? No. So when nothing has happened, then why this perception management is taking the main center stage? This is pure and simple perception management, because you can see nobody is denying. Congress has never run away from questioning.
So the Congress spokesperson is saying we've always wanted to join the investigation. As far as the ED is concerned, there is just perception management. Political war of words continues. Unfortunately, I will have to leave that conversation there. Varun Singh as well as Wing Commander Acharya, appreciate you joining us here. That's a wrap from my side. Plain Speak is up next.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. You're watching Plain Speak, and we continue with the big updates that are coming in from the national capital. The Congress has announced a war virtually after the Young Indian office at Herald House has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. This follows raids at the VIII office yesterday and questioning of the Gandhis over the past few weeks in the National Herald scam. Congress bigwigs are all set to do a media briefing in just a bit from now. Several of them have already issued strong statements. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has said that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from them. But even as the Congress leaders accuse the government and the agency of vendetta politics, ED has given a very specific explanation for why they needed to seal the office. Here is what ED sources have told CNN News 18. Only Young Indian office has been temporarily sealed as there was no one from their side to get the searches conducted. The principal officer, Shri Kharge, came but left the premises without getting the searches conducted. The ED has also said that summons have been issued to Kharge to get those searches concluded, and as and when the authorized person presents themselves for concluding the search, seal will be lifted. We're now showing you visuals of the Congress leaders coming at the AICC for the press briefing. I think it's about to start. Let's cut in.
साथियों शुरू करें क्या? नमस्कार साथियों, आज सारा देश देख रहा है 24 नंबर अकबर रोड के सामने, 10 जनपद के सामने, 12 तुगलक लेन के सामने किस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस और अन्य सुरक्षा बल हमारे पार्टी हेडक्वार्टर्स,
सोनिया गांधी जी की रेसिडेंस और राहुल गांधी जी के मकान को भी घेर लिया है। आज शाम को अजय माकन जी हमारे साथ हैं और जाने माने वकील और सांसद अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी भी हमारे साथ हैं। पहले आपको अजय माकन जी संबोधित करेंगे, उसके बाद में अभिषेक सिंघवी कुछ आपको जानकारी देंगे, लीगल जानकारी भी देंगे और उसके बाद हम आपके सवाल लेंगे। अजय माकन जी।
साथियों, आप सब लोगों का स्वागत है। गत शनिवार को AICC की तरफ से एक सर्कुलर इशू किया गया कि 5 अगस्त को शुक्रवार के दिन हम लोग देशव्यापी आंदोलन करेंगे महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थों के ऊपर GST के खिलाफ, और उसके अलग अलग तरीके से करने के लिए जो सर्कुलर में आदेश AICC की तरफ से दिए गए, प्रदेश स्तर के ऊपर राज्य भवनों के ऊपर प्रदर्शन, राष्ट्रीय स्तर के ऊपर मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट राष्ट्रपति जी के राष्ट्रपति भवन जाएंगे और AICC की तरफ से कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता प्रधानमंत्री निवास पर प्रदर्शन करेंगे। ये गत शनिवार को AICC की तरफ से सर्कुलर जारी किया गया, अनाउंसमेंट हुई, उसके बाद सभी प्रदेश अध्यक्षों और AICC जनरल सेक्रेटरीज के साथ में मीटिंग हुई। आज हम लोगों के पास में DCP की तरफ से एक लेटर आता है कि आप लोग 5 तारीख को कोई प्रदर्शन नहीं कर सकते। महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर लगे GST के खिलाफ केवल ये 3 मुद्दे हम लोगों के थे। केवल ये 3 मुद्दे मैं फिर से कहना चाहता हूं, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर GST। इन 3 मुद्दों के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रदर्शन करना चाहती है। प्रधानमंत्री निवास के ऊपर हमारे सांसद प्रदर्शन और साथ में चलना चाहते हैं राष्ट्रपति भवन की तरफ। अभी एकदम से दिन के अंदर ये रिजेक्शन का लेटर आता है और शाम को पुलिस छावनी के रूप में पूरी AICC को तब्दील किया जाता है। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से हम इस सरकार को कहना चाहते हैं कि आप जितना मर्जी दबाव की नीति अपना लें, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर लगे GST, इनके ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी आंदोलन करती रहेगी। हम पीछे हटने वाले नहीं हैं, चाहे जितना मर्जी दबाव डाल दें। आज एकदम से पुलिस, एकदम से अफरा तफरी का माहौल, 10 जनपद, 12 तुगलक लेन, किस लिए? केवल इस वजह से कि हमारे ऊपर दबाव डाला जाए कि हम महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर GST के ऊपर हम लोग आगे दबाव और प्रदर्शन और जनता के मुद्दे ना उठाएं, और दूसरी तरफ इस पूरे के पूरे नैरेटिव को चेंज करने की कोशिश है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इन मुद्दों के लिए नहीं बल्कि किसी और मुद्दे के ऊपर प्रदर्शन कर रही है, इसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं है। क्योंकि कोई प्रोवोकेशन नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा कार्य नहीं है जिसकी वजह से एकदम से पुलिस को, एकदम से केंद्र सरकार को कुछ करना पड़े, सिवाय इसके कि 5 तारीख को, 5 अगस्त को हम लोगों ने प्रधानमंत्री निवास के ऊपर महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर GST के ऊपर हम लोगों ने प्रदर्शन का कार्यक्रम रखा है। तो मैं इससे पहले कि अभिषेक सिंघवी जी बोले, मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ऐसी दबाव के अंदर आने वाली नहीं है। हमारा राष्ट्रव्यापी प्रदर्शन, आंदोलन महंगाई और बेरोजगारी के खिलाफ रहेगा और प्रधानमंत्री आवास तक के, राष्ट्रपति भवन तक जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है उसको हम करेंगे, चाहे हमें उठा करके जेलों के अंदर क्यों ना डाल दिया जाए। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया अभिषेक सिंह।
Friends, we are seeing an open-ended investigation for events 10 years ago with a siege mentality in the heart of the capital of the world's largest democracy. Can we believe it? India, the proud largest democracy of the world, has a siege mentality. I was astonished to see that people cannot come and go. There are platoons everywhere on the other side of the road also, apart from Tughlaq Lane. And for what? the only sole object of this exercise is humiliation, insult and intimidation at one level. And as Ajay ji said, diversion, digression and sensationalism at the other. बहकाना चाहते हैं आपको, बरगलाना चाहते हैं कि आपकी अखबारों की और चैनल्स की सुर्खियों में बेरोजगारी की बात न हो, महंगाई की बात न हो, बात हो इस प्रकार से पुलिस आ गई, इस प्रकार से घेराबंदी हो गई, इस प्रकार से हमने डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन नहीं होने दिया, इत्यादि इत्यादि. After 50 hours of questioning of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, after days of questioning of the Congress president, more than 200 questions put together, and I demonstrated before you from this podium that if the most ingenious and imaginative mind was to ask questions, there cannot be more than 10 to 12 questions. And if you ask the same question in 5 different ways, there can't be more than 60 to 70 questions. But today, you have created a siege mentality, a climate of fear. The entire country watches as investigative agencies are deployed mindlessly against the leadership of India's oldest political party. I mean, you are treating this institution, this party, these leaders as terrorists? Is it the worst form of petty politics to divert and then on the contrary you blame us? As we have said earlier and repeated endlessly, our voices will not be silenced by these cheap tactics. On the contrary, you are underlining your acts and omissions by these diversionary tactics for the whole world to see, but we will never relent, whatever be the cost. We will never abdicate our responsibility as a responsible opposition. We believe that these are the actions of a frustrated political regime. We believe that these are the actions of a regime which increasingly wants to, which is losing its balance, losing its equilibrium, and is frustrated at the fact that its opponent, that is us, does not break or bend. You can try and suppress as much as you like. You will receive a resilience and a reaction which is completely democratic, which is for the world to see. We will continue to expose you. I only want to say that all law has been thrown to the winds, all sense of decency, democratic values, all sense of balance, and this is reprehensible. We cannot find stronger words to condemn it.
शुक्रिया अभिषेक जी. आज जो देख रहे हैं आप, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है. ये प्रतिशोध की राजनीति है, ये धमकी की राजनीति है. और कहा गया है, एक प्राचीन कहावत है, विनाशकाले विपरीत बुद्धि. ये विनाशकाल है. महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, जैसा कि माकन जी ने कहा, खाद्य पदार्थों पर जीएसटी, इसके खिलाफ हमने अपनी आवाज उठाई है संसद में और संसद के बाहर. 2 हफ्ते तक बहस से भागी मोदी सरकार, और जब हमने हमारा प्रदर्शन जो होने वाला है परसों दिन, उसको रोकने के लिए आज से ही शुरुआत गृह मंत्री और जो गृह मंत्री जो कब्जा है, दिल्ली पुलिस, दोनों साथ मिलकर यहाँ जो पुलिस बल आए हैं, हमारे पार्टी के सामने, हमारे दफ्तरों के सामने, हमारे नेताओं के घर के सामने, ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि प्रधानमंत्री भय की राजनीति, प्रतिशोध की राजनीति, धमकी की राजनीति में विश्वास रखते हैं. ये लोकतांत्रिक तरीका नहीं है. हम भागेंगे नहीं, हमें चुप नहीं कराया जाएगा. हम अपनी आवाज उठाते रहेंगे. हमारा प्रदर्शन परसों शांतिपूर्वक प्रदर्शन जरूर होगा. मोदी सरकार के आर्थिक नीतियों के खिलाफ, उनके विभाजनकारी नीतियों के खिलाफ हमने तो प्रदर्शन किया है. पर परसों का प्रदर्शन का एकमात्र मकसद है आर्थिक जो नीतियां हैं मोदी सरकार की, महंगाई जो बढ़ी है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ा है, खाद्य पदार्थों पर जीएसटी लगाया गया है, अग्निपथ योजना लाई गई है बिना चर्चा के, और जो हम दो हमारे दो कुछ चुने हुए पूंजीपतियों के लिए जो आर्थिक नीतियां बनाई जा रही हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारी आवाज परसों उठेगी। हमें चुप नहीं कराया जाएगा, हम चुप नहीं रहेंगे, हम धमकी से बाहर नहीं भागेंगे और ये प्रतिशोध की राजनीति के खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे। अभी अजय माकन जी और सिंघवी जी आपके सवाल का जवाब देंगे। हाँ जी।
I said from this podium to a question not long ago, fear is not a word in the dictionary of the Congress or of the leadership. Let me tell you that the fear lies exactly in the opposite direction. These are all actions of a fearful, of a scared government. These are the actions of a government which does not know what to do because it finds that people are standing up to it and exposing it. And therefore your question about fear is completely misplaced.
But the fact that they will go to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's residence as well as the Congress office.
Where has anybody stopped them? Sonia Gandhi at her age and Shri Rahul Gandhi, I don't think anybody can spend more days with the ED or answer more questions. What did they do? They were summoned and they went. They spent all possible time there. Have they ever evaded anything? Is today this office evading anything? They are welcome. Is any of these residences evading anything? But the point is not that. That doesn't satisfy their lust for creating sensationalism. They want to create this platoon outside, not because they are being obstructed from entering anywhere. They do want to do it, as I said, only for two things: intimidation, insult and humiliation, and diversion and digression.
But ED sources are telling that today when they decided to seal the Young India office, it was just procedural because there was no one inside. We had to seal it so that we could carry on our searches when someone from your party turns up there, and then those searches take place.
I don't know the meaning of the word procedural, but I think an invasive thing like a search and seizure is not procedural, but that's all right. They're entitled, what they're entitled to do in law, they've done. Is this the way to do it? On the same day you have platoons of blues and browns and khakis across the road, this side and that side of the road? Do you find this as normal behavior of any government ever in democratic India for 75 years? Is this their understanding of the spirit of democracy?
मैं एक चीज कहना चाहता हूं, जो धमकी देते हैं वो ही डरते हैं, जो प्रतिशोध की राजनीति में विश्वास रखते हैं वो ही डरते हैं, जो भय का वातावरण फैलाते हैं वो ही डरते हैं। डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं। यस
देखिए, हम लोग AICC से प्रधानमंत्री निवास की ओर मार्च हम लोगों का करने का कार्यक्रम है और उसी तरीके से राष्ट्रपति भवन के लिए संसद से हमारे सांसद जाएंगे और हम लोग देश की जनता के हितों की आवाज़, देश की आवाज़, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर GST लगी है, इसके खिलाफ में हम इस आवाज़ को उठाते रहेंगे। और ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि आज जो भी कार्रवाई हो रही है, जो भी भाजपा की सरकार कर रही है, वो केवल और केवल हमको डराने के लिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को डराने के लिए और साथ साथ के अंदर माहौल को दूसरी तरफ ले जाने के लिए, ताकि कोई महंगाई और बेरोजगारी की बात मीडिया के अंदर, चैनल्स में, चर्चा के अंदर, नैरेटिव जिसको इंग्लिश में कहते हैं, वो बदलने की कोशिश करी जा रही है। उसके अलावा कोई और बात नहीं है।
मैं आपके पहले सवाल का जवाब दूंगा, क्योंकि दूसरे सवाल का जवाब मैं कई बार दे चुका हूं, पर मैं पहले सवाल का जवाब दूंगा। आज 17 विपक्ष पार्टी, जिसमें टीएमसी और आम आदमी पार्टी भी शामिल है, 17 राजनीतिक दल और एक इंडिपेंडेंट राज्यसभा के सांसद श्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने इस
All right, so that's Congress leaders raising multiple issues. They're not quite addressing the issue of the Young India office at Herald House being sealed, but they're saying that everything that's transpired in the last 1 hour is with a view of silencing the Congress's voice, and they're linking it also to the August 5 protests that the Congress party was planning on issues like price rise and more. Charan Singh Sapra of the Congress party is joining me. Professor Gargi Nandi Roy is also with us. Mr. Sapra, let's address the issue at hand. Does the Congress party have a problem with the sealing of Herald House?
See, we don't have any problem, but the way things are going on, it looks clearly that this is an act of vengeance by an authoritarian regime. And you know, the way they are acting, I would like to say that the puppet has performed as the puppeteer desired. The whole thing is going on as if there is a big boss show and every agency wants to please the big boss. That's the way the agencies of the central government or the country are working.
Okay.
It's a very sorry stage.
You're saying this is driven from vengeance and vendetta. I have Amit Malviya of the BJP also joining us. You must have heard what the Congress leaders have said in their press conference too. They're somehow saying that this isn't procedural alone, that this is done with a specific aim of silencing the Congress leadership.
The truth is, Shivani, that the BJP or the central government need not do any of this. This entire investigation is being done after the instructions of the courts. The first FIR against the Gandhis was filed in 2013 when the UPA was in power. Despite the UPA being in power, we went to the courts and the courts ordered that an FIR be registered. Both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are currently out on bail. And this property that has been sealed so because there is an investigation going on. There was nobody in the Young India office from what the media reports suggest. But interestingly, since 2011, when the UPA was in power, the Ministry of External Affairs and TCS, which does the processing for the passports, has been paying as much as 87 lakh rupees per month as rent to associated journals. So the UPA, under Sonia Gandhi, rented out the AGL property, which was again owned by the Gandhis, and this money was being paid out. So the loot of public money could not have been more brazen than this, where on the instructions of Sonia Gandhi, who was the super PM in the UPA era, the MEA and TCS took the National Herald building for passport and eventually were paying out as much as 87 lakh.
No, those facts have come out in light. But today the Congress party, Amit Malviya, has also alleged that, vast numbers of police forces and others surrounded the AICC headquarters and 10 Janpath, and they are treating Congress leadership as terrorists. Can you respond to that?
Well, I'm not quite sure if there is any merit in that kind of allegation. Every political party's office has the requisite security. If there is a movement which necessitates higher security or there is a certain threat perception, then that security is provided. If the Congress does not want to have it, they can actually tell the cops that they don't want any security at the AICC headquarters, and that would be taken away. But if there is a movement and there is a certain perception that the office needs to be protected, then the police will do what is required, because after all, maintaining law and order is the responsibility of the Delhi police. I mean, the Congress cannot dictate security imperatives of the national capital.
Okay, I leave it at that. Amit Malviya, I do thank you for joining us. We will get more of from the BJP. But Charan Singh Sapra, I'm coming back to you. Why this, why is it being projected like heavens have fallen just because the Young India office has been sealed? It is under investigation. It has been done before. It will happen for others too. Why this precipitation of a calamity in the national capital?
No, it's nothing about precipitation of a calamity in the capital, but the way the agencies are working. See, they have grilled Rahul Gandhi for 50 hours. It's okay, they have done. They must have asked maximum questions. They have grilled Srimati Sonia Gandhi for 3 days, and then they have conducted a raid on National Herald Office also. So what I am trying to say, even after asking 200 questions to Sri Rahul Gandhi and some more questions to Sonia Gandhi and taking all the relevant papers, why ED feels a need to shut down
But
the Young
the ED
India
has
office?
said that
So
there
this
was
shows
nobody from Young India to go through the conducting of the raids, and once they come forth, and once their person is present, they will unseal the office.
So that's fine. They could have given a notice to Young India that there's nobody in your office and we'll come again
They've done
tomorrow.
that. ED sources are telling us that a summon has been given in this regard.
No, whether it is given or not given, that will get clearer in the days to come. We'll be able to know after a few hours or maybe tomorrow morning. But the way the ED is acting, it is clearly looking that they are acting under the instructions of Prime Minister and Amit Shah, and they just want to suppress the voice of Congress party. They just want to change the narrative of the country. Because the Congress is doing a massive protest across the country, in all the cities and in all the villages also till Panchayat level on 5th. They just want to suppress.
What is the link between those protests and this? I don't understand. Congress party has been doing protests day in, day out. EDs doesn't function on the basis of a political party's protest. Dr. Gargi, Nandi, can you please come in and respond? You've been waiting for some time. I'll give you an opportunity.
Right. Yes. Ma'am, they are forgetting that it was the Supreme Court which had rejected the quashing of criminal procedure, and back in 2015 December, do you know what the High Court had said? That the accused had questionable conduct, smacking of criminality and a fraudulent favor. So will the Congress person talk against the courts also? And ED is doing a job during investigation. Properties are sealed. Even it happened in Partho's property in Kolkata. Is it wrong? Ask the Congress person. Is it wrong? And when he talk about political vendetta, when Chidambaram was the Home Minister, maximum number of political cases were taken. Even case was done against Ramdev Baba. In 2010, Amit Shah was arrested for the Shorabuddin Sheikh encounter thing. And Shorabuddin was no saint. So, but no, BJP people were not on roads protesting, creating ruckus, occurring violence. Nothing like that happened. So let the investigation go on. And it is quite obvious that paying 50 lakh, they took over 90 crore loan.
Yes, let's not go into that. Those facts are going to be eventually established by the agency. They're going to be reverted, of course, by the accused in this case, and court will go into that. So Charu Pragya of the BJP is also joining us. Charu Pragya, I'm sure you must have heard what the Congress press conference was. They're saying all of these actions are manifestations of a frustrated regime, and especially because you want to change the narrative which is going against the Modi Sarkar right now, vis-a-vis price rise, unemployment, etc.
Shivani, I think that is a very feeble excuse given by the Congress party to something which is very, very serious. Point number one, ED is doing its job. Kindly cooperate with the investigative agency. Point number two, why are you trying to ensure that basic investigation cannot happen? So in the name of questioning, you are resorting to arson across the country. In the name of a simple raid which could have been carried out and be done with, you're creating this big uproar wherein everybody knows that if ED does not seal the office, whatever they want to see and check there could be done away with in a wink like this. So the fact is, because nobody was present at that office, ED had no choice but to seal it. It's just as simple as that. It's common sense. But when we want to discuss issues like price rise, when we want to have these discussions in a constructive way on the floor of the House, what does the Congress party do, or the opposition do for that matter? They don't allow the House to go on.
So if I'm correct, I think the Congress party walked out of one of these discussions. Mr. Sapra, come in. These are questions that you will be asked.
So they
protesting
don't want
outside
to have
is
a
one thing, but
discussion,
why
Shivani.
didn't you participate at one time?
Exactly.
See, I would also like to ask the question to the BJP spokesperson, why the government did not allow the discussion under Rule 267. The entire opposition was asking the discussion to be done under Rule 267, where an elaborate discussion can be done, maybe for 6 hours or 5 hours. They just gave 2 hours discussion and maybe they will give another 1 more hour in Rajya Sabha. So this is how the Bharatiya Janata Party government is trying to suppress the voice of the people. The actual issues of inflation, the actual issue of unemployment, the actual issue of
okay, but
GST,
let's not link that to this. I find it a little bit far-fetched because the last time the Congress party and its workers came out on the ground when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were being questioned and created absolute mayhem on the streets of the national capital and otherwise, you were on the back foot because the voices from the country was that we don't need to be subjected to this. But Mr. Sapra, this time around, the issue is the Herald House ceiling. You are making it about your protest. I don't think there is a link. And I don't think that you can justify protest on Herald House by talking about unemployment.
Shivani, if I can get my turn to speak now. Mr. Sapra, can I just finish my flow of thought and then you can speak again? See, the fact is that this is not politics.
Just let him complete what I was asking him. Yes, Mr. Sapra, then Charu Pragya.
See, Shivani, let me tell you very clearly that Rahul Gandhi has never avoided a single question. There were 200 questions. He answered all the questions. Even Sonia ji, she went for 3 days and she answered all the questions.
So what's the big deal?
No,
and what did you do meanwhile? If Sonia ji is okay with answering questions, why are you burning the country down? Why are you attempting to make sure there is a law and order situation in our country? Your senior leaders come on camera and they say, if you question Sonia Gandhi further, we will make sure there is a law and order issue in the country. That is the statement of Congress senior leaders, Shivani. And that's the truth. See, this is not about politics for them. This is simply about protecting one single family.
Okay, let's go one by one. I want both of you to be heard equally. But Mr. Sapra, allow Charu Pragya to also come in. I will come back to you. Yes, Charu.
So I'm going to repeat what I said. First of all, if Sonia ji was answering some questions of the ED, why did Congress resort to arson? Why is it that Congress leaders come on camera and tell the nation that they will make sure a law and order situation is created only because Sonia ji is being questioned? Point number 2, I want to ask you.
Okay, just 1 second. Rahul Gandhi is speaking. Let's just listen in.
That nothing in India should be made by small and medium businesses. They want that everything should be made by 2 or 3 of their favorite big business people. That is why they changed these rules. Okay? Their entire idea is to take the money out of these people's pocket, right, and put it into rich businessmen's pocket. Thank you very much.
Symbol of Mahatma Gandhi, sir. What about your thing, sir? Huh? What about you think, sir?
Symbol of
Mahatma Gandhi, sir.
Charkha, the wheel is the symbol of Mahatma Gandhi. It's also the symbol of Emperor Ashoka. It's a historical symbol.
Sir, do you think that the central government has made a mistake by allowing...
This is not a mistake. The point is that they want to take away what is theirs and give it to 2 or 3 of the biggest industrialists. Right? So in India, if you look at, for example, Notbandi, demonetization, you look at GST, you look at farm laws, every action of theirs is about taking away things from poor people, weaker people, and handing it to the biggest, richest people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's a little strange that actually Congress leaders are not directly mentioning the Herald House ceiling. Neither did Abhishek Manu Singhvi, although he did respond to a question that was asked. Exactly what I have mentioned, that the ED said there was nobody to conduct those searches from the Young India side and therefore they had to seal it. But they're not quite mentioning this. They're linking this to other issues and of course the larger issue of the opposition being silenced. We've heard from Rahul Gandhi, so I'll allow Charu Pragya to respond to what he has said.
I think it is very ironic that Mr. Gandhi says ED is taking from the poor people. Mr. Gandhi, since when have you become poor people or National Herald become poor? I don't understand. So I think this is a classic case of Mr. Gandhi being disconnected from reality.
He spoke about the government, says Mr. Sapra.
Or even if he spoke about the government, at a point like this, I think he needs to remember that this government is doing more than has ever been done for the people of this country, the poor people of his country. It was his party which came up with the motto of Garibi Hatao, and all they did was make sure that they get richer and richer, which is why the National Herald case is alive today.
Mr. Sapra.
Yeah, that's why 80 crore people out of 130 crore, they are taking their food grains from the PDS system for free. That's why the country is progressing. That's what Charu Pragya wants to say.
No, one minute.
You can't. Let me finish. The issue is, you were talking about arson. Arson is, you know what? The Gujarat rights. the Delhi riots. That is called arson. This was not arson. This was the democratic right of every congressman and every citizen of India, that they can protest, they can raise their voice. This is the legitimate right given by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar under the Constitution. You want to suppress our voice in Parliament also, and you want to suppress our voice on the streets also.
Okay, Mr. Sapra, let me come in now. One second. Let me come in now. Mr. Sapra, one of the allegations the Congress party continues to face is that you are projecting as if the Gandhis are above the law. Everything that is happening is something that the agencies have done against several other people in the country and political leaders, including sealing of properties linked in an investigation. No heavens have fallen.
And I have a figure for Mr. Sapra.
Let him respond.
Can I? The law is equal. The law is equal for everybody. We believe in that. But the fact of the case of National Herald is that this case is going on since 10 years. And since 10 years,
so are so many other cases, sir. That's not a defense.
Please let me conclude. Let me conclude. In 2015, this case was stopped, and then again it was reopened by the favorite officers of Narendra Modi in 2016. That's how this case is going on. There is no FIR in 10 years. So what is the ED pursuing?
Why don't you listen to the hearing that went on in the Supreme Court?
No,
the Supreme Court has made very specific observations about PMLA, the way the Act is used, the way ED functions. So ED is entirely in its right to carry on with these investigations. Now kindly don't speak over me, because I have a figure to give you, Shivani. When everybody, especially Mr. Sapra, talks about ED, Mr. Sapra, number sun lo. So in ED raids in the last 8 years, you know how much money has been recovered from the homes of opposition leaders? 1,04,845 crore. Zero लगा के बताइए Mr. Sapra. ये आप जैसे नेताओं के घरों में से निकला हुआ पैसा है. This is money which belongs to this nation. This is India's money, which is being hoarded by opposition leaders. So when you question ED raids, you actually cannot question it when money is being recovered. The proof is in the pudding. Mr. Sapra.
Money is not being recovered from any Congress leader. You can't relate the case of Partha and Congress together. This is number one.
I spoke of 8 years. I spoke of 8 years.
You spoke about 8 years. That's what I'm coming to now. You said about
and I'll also tell you about the democracy that you're mentioning.
Okay, let him complete.
Let me complete. Why ED is not raiding those industrialists जिनका आपने 13 लाख करोड़ रुपया माफ किया है? The Adanis, the Ambanis, the Nirav Modis, the Mehul Choksis, 13 lakh crore you have written off those money. Why you're not raiding them? Why you're not? What happened about Piyush Jain, the person who was raided in Kanpur, and ED recovered 275 crore rupees cash from him? He has been left on bail. Which BJP leader helped him to get a bail? You please ask your senior leaders.
Okay, first of all, Rahul Gandhi ji is also on bail. So bail is also an administrative judicial procedure. More importantly, I want to talk about the free speech and democracy you mentioned. Right? In your brand of democracy,
let's give both of you equal space.
You've had your say. Yes. So now, in your brand of democracy, a senior Congress leader says if you touch Sonia ji, there'll be a law and order situation. That's your freedom of speech. In your freedom of speech, one of your Congress MLAs from Karnataka says we have earned enough money to last us for 2, 3, 4 generations of our families. Let's be on the street today to support Sonia ji. Now this is your freedom of speech and this is your kind of democracy. Tell me, which of these two statements you agree with? Are you okay with creating a law and order situation in our country because you think one citizen is above the law? Or are you supporting the statement of your MLA who says he's earned enough money to last him for 4 generations?
You need to remember the cash recovered from Bangaru Lakshman. You need to remember.
Can you answer the questions I'm asking you, Mr. Sapra?
Please.
No, but see, every case is independent. If you're going to interlink them, then I will have 20 things to talk about. I am specifically talking about the National Herald case and everything that has transpired about this case. Only this case. No, can you just stick to the matter at hand? Because I'm specifically asking you questions about the National Herald case. These two statements were made by your leaders during the course of investigation in the last 10 days.
Was it going to Amit Shah or was it going to Narendra Modi?
नहीं देखिए अब now Shivani he chooses to ignore the very point.
Let's not go around in circles. Listen, corruption is a very important and a very big and serious issue in this country. Every year we have scams after scams coming out, and in many of those cases, governments don't act, the courts have to direct investigation. Now, this case, let's focus on the Herald House and the sealing that has taken place. I come back to the fundamental question, Mr. Sapra. How can the Congress party create a hue and cry when it's just a procedural sealing? These bodies, these Young India and others limited, are under investigation. Till investigations and searches complete, they'll obviously seal this property, no?
No, whether they will seal or not to seal or why they should seal, that will come, in the due course of process. But the issue is the way the central agencies are dealing with the issue of National Herald for 10 years.
What is the way? No, describe that way. One second. Describe the way. Describe the illegality.
I'm describing.
Yeah.
And the way ED is targeting only the opposition leaders. In last 8 years, she was talking about cases. 5,422 cases of PMLA, out of which 401 only action was taken. And
sir, I take that point, but please explain to me how the agency is doing wrong to you in this case, in this investigation.
The question should be raised when the agency's conviction rate is 0.5%.
Sir, that question has been raised. We have discussed it, debated it.
And the Supreme Court has talked about it. Are you also above the Supreme Court now, Mr. Sapra, not just the Indian law and order situation? Are you also above the Supreme Court now?
We are still answering.
Do you understand what is written in the PMLA, which was re-established by our Honorable Supreme Court only last week?
And you should also understand.
Mr. Sapra, simple question to you. Are you aware of what is written in PMLA and what the Supreme Court said last week?
And including Aam Aadmi Party, they have signed a document whereby they have said that review should be done of this order. This is also the fact.
Okay.
So in democracy, we have all the right.
Sir, you have the right. I once again ask the same question. What is the objection to the sealing of the Young India office? That's the point. That's what we're discussing today. That's why this press conference was organized, even though the Congress leaders don't want to directly address that issue. They want to talk about everything else. Professor Gargi has been waiting. One second. Professor Gargi, we've been seeing an escalation from the Congress party as this investigation is mounting. On one side, they say we have nothing to hide. But when Rahul Gandhi gets called, we see protests, including arson. Mr. Sapra might want to deny that. We did see it. When Sonia Gandhi gets called, it was little reduced because they had learned from the lessons, but it was still happening. Now, the the Herald House is sealed. Again, there's an escalation. This is all building up to, if at all, tomorrow there is further action in this case. If, for example, as some are suggesting, there could be further raids linked to the Gandhis, in other words, their residences or their properties, or if there are any arrests made in this case.
Right. Can I come? Yes. See, as you said, this is a very much a procedural thing. And when the Congress people repeatedly say that what about that person, what about X or what about Y, that means they are accepting that corruption has happened within the Congress. So they are now asking why not arresting that person, or why not calling? Isn't it so? And another thing, why ED takes time, I'll also tell you the data in 2019, in 8 months, ED has a stellar performance of 11 convictions. That is also there. But when there is a corporatization of corruption, when intelligent politicians do corruptions, they don't leave trace also. And now both the Gandhis are blaming Motilal Bora, who is already dead and not there to answer. So it is not very easy even for the agencies, because people who have done, they're intelligent people. They do it in an intelligent manner. So that's why it takes time.
Final question to our political guest. Mr. Sapra, my final question to you. There have been some statements that have come out from Congress leaders, including some statements that have been put on social media, that talk of virtually a war, a revolt, a war against these actions. Is this the language that the Congress party should be speaking? If this is but any other investigation and you have nothing to fear, why this language?
It is not a war against these actions. It is a war against the price rise. It's a war against inflation. It is a war against GST on essential commodities. It is a war against the rising unemployment in the country, which Narendra Modi doesn't want to address. And he just wants to attack Congress party just to, demoralize our workers, demoralize our leaders.
Okay. The siege mentality that the Congress leaders talked about. Charu Pragya, please respond to that. You have virtually created an atmosphere of terror for the entire opposition. This is not just the Congress party talking, and at the center of that is, of course, the agencies raiding one, opposition leader every week, if not every day.
And Shivani, the agencies don't come back from these raids empty-handed. As I said, where there is a fire, there will be smoke.
Sir, please let her allow. Sir, we're finishing. Please let her allow. Let her finish.
Exactly why the agencies are there. Any intelligent person will understand that for an ED to conduct a raid, it does its research foolproof, and only then they go into raid. Most importantly, while the Congress is hiding behind talking about price rise and whatnot, they don't allow the parliament to run and are on the streets only saying one name, Sonia.
Doing something about the case on Hemanta Biswa.
Mr. Sapra, can you that also? Very quickly respond to that. Why are no BJP leaders under investigation?
No, and why are they not? I will tell you why. Because every time an investigation happens, no ruckus is being created on the street, sir. They are complying with whatever the investigative agencies need them to do. They are there supporting our constitution and our investigative agencies, not behaving like you.
Don't want to investigate Hemanta Biswa.
No, they are not behaving like you. They are all saying, please come and investigate and we will cooperate fully.
Let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. I've run out of time. Let's leave it at that. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. We will, of course, continue to track the responses that are coming in. Let's slip into a very short break, and news and updates continue in just a bit.
Without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
Welcome back. We're getting some updates that are coming in as far as the face-off between America and China is concerned in the aftermath of the Nancy Pelosi visit to Taiwan. The latest that is coming in is that 27 Chinese warplanes have reportedly entered Taiwan's air defense zone. These skirmishes have been taking place since yesterday when Nancy Pelosi, the leader of the House of Representatives in America, touched down in Taipei. My colleague Abhishek Jha is also joining us with more. Abhishek, how are you reading this situation and what more do we know even as the Chinese live military drill is expected to start tomorrow?
This is something that Chinese have continuously been doing in the past 2-3 days. Also, we have seen increased Chinese military activity in that area. In fact, till 6 August, China has announced that they will be doing military drills in and around Taiwan Strait. Yesterday also, it was reported that over a dozen Chinese fighter jets crossed into Taiwan's air identification defense zone. Today also, now Taiwanese government itself has announced that 27 PLA, People's Liberation Army, that is China's military aircraft, have entered the surrounding area of Taiwan's air defense zone, identification defense zone, in which almost 6 were J-11 and 5 were J-16, and 16 fighters were Su-30.
Okay.
So the kind of advanced jet China is flying in these areas tells how aggressive positioning China is trying to make in and around Taiwan Strait.
All right, Abhishek, we leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us with the latest. Now, Nancy Pelosi's less than 24-hour visit to Taiwan has created a global storm. And why not? It is a gutsy visit amidst a very belligerent Chinese statement coming in, threatening especially its rival USA. While there is a sense that the Biden administration, arm of the American politics, was keen to downplay and distance itself from the Speaker of the House visit, there is no doubt that this visit does give the message that it is America, indeed, that is standing by its friend Taiwan in its territorial, ideological and civilizational fight against communist China. That's an important message for the entire world as well, given how all of China's neighbors are unhappy with the dragon's expansionist designs. Has Nancy Pelosi effectively called out China's bluff, or could this visit end up costing US and Taiwan over a longer period? Well, that's a question that has obviously not been answered yet. But I do want to break down just why Taiwan is so crucial to both sides. First up, why China is so keen to isolate Taiwan globally and eventually grab it fully is not that hard to understand given their history. Ideologically, this is, of course, very crucial to the entire One China policy, and Taiwan is crucial to that. Politically, the reunification of Taiwan with mainland China that the CPC keeps talking about is a very core issue for them internally in mainland China as well. Economically, Taiwan under mainland can be a big boost in semiconductors crisis. It is, of course, a global asset in that sense. Geostrategically, it ensures China's image as a dominant global player, especially versus the USA that it's, considers its global rival as we speak. But the world, especially US and its allies, cannot allow China to take full control over Taiwan, and here is why. Loss of Taiwan to China means loss of face for America in global geopolitics. This is a pitch battle of democracy versus communism too. American values versus PRC propaganda. America cannot allow China's alternative democracy model to spread beyond China and its borders. Now, a China-controlled Taiwan extends China's aircraft and missile ranges another 150 nautical miles to the east. That poses danger to Japan and others. Conversely, US and allied forces would be pushed further afield, their bases under even greater attack of China. So all of those make it a very key area for these two separate blocks. Now, China has announced a live-fire military drill surrounding Taiwan from tomorrow in the aftermath of this visit. This planned drill shows how in some places they will occur within 10 miles of Taiwan's coast, well past areas of previous such live-fire drills. And within areas Taiwan call its territorial waters. Two of the regions where China's military will shoot weapons are inside what Taiwan calls its marine border. In total, there are these 5 areas, these 5 zones that are surrounding the island country, and they are marking a clear escalation from previous Chinese exercises, including during the Taiwan Strait crisis in the mid-1990s. These are all drills, planes, and of course the Navy that are going to play out from tomorrow. The military exercises are already an escalation, but not what will trigger great panic at this stage. But is this all that China can do? Certainly not. And this is why the world will be watching the next few months very closely. Because China's long-term game can be, very, very drastic. And this is what are the options available in front of it. Now, the China can invade some or all of Taiwan's outlying islands. That is one option. In fact, that could be the first step that China could take as far as showing itself to be doing something is concerned. Seizure of the strategically important Penghu archipelago is another important aspect, an important step that the Chinese can take. Of course, all of these will be escalations, and we don't know if they will be taking these steps. They can also implement a full blockade of the Taiwan Strait to precipitate a crisis. Some of the more serious steps that China can take is use air and missile strikes to take out key military and civilian infrastructure. Whether it will do it or not, whether there's more of cost for China if it does it, of course, those are big questions. And finally, the final step could well be bombing Taiwan's population into submission, because remember, in the air, the Chinese have much greater strength than the Taiwanese. Let's listen in to the important message that Nancy Pelosi sent while she was in Taiwan. She has, of course, since left for her rest of the Asia trip, and also how the U.S. and China were sparring over this visit.
America stands with Taiwan. It's important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing. Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate, both sides of the aisle, united in our support for Taiwan. And now more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today. To protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. They think in a strategic way about how to work together. They came here, we all did, to listen, to learn from you as to how we can go forward together. And so now we look forward to our conversation about how we can work together, learning from you and sharing some thoughts ourselves on how to protect the planet from the climate crisis.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do. At the same time, we will not engage in saber rattling. We will continue to operate in the seas and the skies of the Western Pacific as we have done for decades. We will continue to support Taiwan, defend a free and open Indo-Pacific, and seek to maintain communication with Beijing.
我要告诉大家的是，这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国主权的勾当。台湾的蔡英文之流，抱着美国的粗腿不放，背弃民族大义。
Namaste and welcome to this very special edition of The Right Stand, and we are building up to our 75th Independence Day. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Behind me on the backdrop and also on the screen you see the tricolor. This represents and gives us a feeling of our national flag, but this is not our national flag because the Ashoka Chakra is missing in the center, and there is a reason for that, ladies and gentlemen, because the flag code has its own parameters and its garima, and that is something which cannot be toyed with. But the three colors, saffron, white and green, mean a lot to us, doesn't it? For everybody, it's defined differently. But what it symbolizes is one nation. A nation for which many laid their lives down, a nation for which many strive hard, a nation for which many will willingly, voluntarily and happily lay down their lives even today. And it's a nation and it's a flag that symbolizes those who'd rather be wrapped around it than see it trampled. That's the spirit, ladies and gentlemen, when we say this is what the Tiranga means to us. I hope you remember during the Olympics how Neeraj Chopra folded the Tiranga after the medal ceremony. That is the respect that each one of us needs to give to this Tiranga. So when then there are few who try to politicize the Tiranga, who try to use and try and pick and choose their individual perceptions of the Tiranga and their own ideology, when all you need to do is celebrate the idea of being one country. We may all have our differences, political differences, ideological differences, opinion differences, taste, cultural differences, but this country, this tricolor unites us. Can there be any difference? How does it matter which party you belong to as long as you hold the flag of India? So when the parliamentarians decide that we should have a Tiranga rally to celebrate, how can it be ये तो BJP का rally है, हम अपनी rally करेंगे? Why should the BJP turn around and scoff and say, देखा opposition का कोई नहीं आया, rather than say, no, we want you to come here. I am going to park my bike outside your house till the time you sit with me and celebrate the fact that we are one country, one people. So this one-upmanship about who owns the tricolor, who can appropriate the tricolor, or who actually feels for the tricolor more, is that fair, ladies and gentlemen, or is that what is happening? Or has some people or some sections of our polity decided that no matter what PM Narendra Modi and his government propose, we will oppose? And those lines are blurred between ideology and India. So even if it means that, okay, we will scoff at the Tiranga, we would perhaps indirectly scoff at the idea of India itself, it's all right, so be it, as long as it meets our own political intent. Does that make sense? Let's try and understand, and we'll get into the debate. But this is what is the whole thought process. Why, where, when Har Ghar Tiranga is necessary in our 75th year of independence.
सबको लिखी, उनको बुलाया गया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर नहीं आए तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये उनका नुकसान है, लेकिन देश तो आगे बढ़ेगा।
तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे, ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे?
So let's try and understand. What is the government saying? What is the opposition saying? It's about celebrating the Tiranga, but there are political daggers that are out. There's politics over our tricolor, ladies and gentlemen. The opposition says, why should we accept BJP's political agenda? वो अपना झंडा लगाएंगे, हम अपना झंडा लगाएंगे. The government stand, it's not a party program, it is an event for India. All of parliament together should have been part of it. The opposition is saying Tiranga is being used as a political tool. They are saying Rashtra-niti is above Rajniti. That's what the government's position is. And then the government here is saying flag of Parivar Tantra is now becoming bigger than Lok Tantra. But then here comes the jibe. RSS didn't unfurl the Tiranga at Nagpur for 52 years. Is waving the flag equal to patriotism? Jhanda lehraunga tabhi deshbhakt hu. That's the question that's being asked. Time to set aside ideology for the pride of Bharat, not off, for the pride of Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. That's the point of view. They're saying किसने कब झंडा लहराया नहीं लहराया is not the point. आज क्या point है? What do you believe in our 75th year? Does this tricolor matter to you? Are you committed to the tricolor? Are you putting the nation first and the tricolor first? And is not the flag the symbol, the foremost symbol of nationhood, to instill nationhood? Let's dive into the debate. Why choose ideology over Bharat is a question that we are asking. I have Sujata Paul, leader of the Congress Party, SP Vaid, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir with us, and Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP, also should be joining us. Let me start with Mr. SP Vaid. When somebody says, "Ye apna jhande ki party kar rahe hain, hum hamare jhande ki kar lenge," what does this make you feel, sir?
See, as a soldier, I feel insulted because for us, jhanda is one spirit of India, and our Jawans die for this flag, and this is one Indian national flag, irrespective of the caste, color, creed, or region you belong. The Jawan does not say, I am a Tamilian, or I am a Mizoram, I am a Kashmiri, I am a Muslim or Hindu. I think political parties need to learn from these Jawans who lay down their life for these national monuments like national flag. And you may have different programs, you may have different ideologies, you may have different programs for the people, your policies, but nation is one. After all, nation, the national flag represents the nation, and if nation remains only, then we all have our existence, and flag represents that spirit of one India. And I think political parties need to take cue from the security forces, their Jawans. We have no doubt about their commitment to the country, but in the process of criticizing each other, they forget that they are ultimately damaging the country.
But let me ask you, Mr. Vaid, is it necessary that only families where they are from uniform, that they hail from any form of uniform, only they should know what the Tiranga means? If that is the case, then sare politicians say jabardasti national service karaiye sir ek saal.
No. Politicians have rather much more role in this country. They are the leaders. They lead the future generations. And we all draw a lot of inspiration from political leaders. Unfortunately, what is happening is that you are trying the blurred line between the national identity and the political identity is actually getting blurred. So we need to distinguish between what is my nation and what is in the interest of my country. What is my country's future course? What is my country trying to achieve together as everyone, all Indians together? That is one spirit. But you may have different programs as political parties. You may have different programs for different ideologies. But I think as one nation, we are all together. We are all one Indian nation. And this, I think we all should be one. And political parties have a great role to play. And rather, we all look towards them. So my humble request is, a civilian is a soldier in civil dress in this country, and he has as much respect and role for the national flag as any soldier has.
Sujata Paul?
Mr. Vaid, with all due respect, I think you should keep your advice for yourself and not dole out advice to every political party. Because today it is the entire opposition that we are talking about. And why is it that the entire opposition has not been taken on board by the government in spite of their invitations? The reason is there is a trust deficit, and this is a democracy. And we want this democracy to remain thriving. And that is the reason why such a situation has come. But you will not tell who to celebrate the Tiranga and how. My Tiranga, my pride. That is something that remains the common thing, common factor for everyone across the country. And if somebody is celebrating it in a particular way and is not going with the government, you can't question their feelings about the Tiranga. You want the country to follow one party also, because today it is the BJP party which is not only leading the country, but it is given a government which has not been able to be the party which is giving a government to everybody, irrespective of which party, which ideology, which religion, which community they come from. And that is the reason for it. So that must be questioned as well. The feeling of patriotism cannot be questioned whether a particular person belongs to the ruling party or somebody else. It is the government's responsibility to get everybody together. They have failed in doing so, but please do not question my feeling for my Tiranga like I would not like to question yours.
Ms. Sujata Paul, you're most welcome to make your argument. And despite your deference or to Mr. S.P. Vaid, the way you started, I take objection to that, ma'am, and I request you to please, you can use whatever political jibes at the political opponent, that is Ms. Sanju Verma, but to speak in that tone with Mr. S.P. Vaid was perhaps perhaps a little beneath you, and it was not expected from you. But your arguments well taken, well considered. We may agree, disagree with that argument. Here the simple point is, ma'am, that if somebody turns around and says this is for the country and we are doing a Tiranga Yatra, then it does not become of a particular party. By not taking part, and here is my humble point of view, by not taking part in the Tiranga Yatra, you have allowed this to become a BJP event. You have allowed the BJP to appropriate, saying that we are the party which are considering, and the opposition has not done it. The other point of view, ma'am, that when the parliament and when there is an invitation that is sent out to every parliamentarian, That is the biggest gesture that the government is doing. Let's come and celebrate this together. The opposition could have come out in droves and actually celebrated it better and bigger than the BJP and made it about them, saying we care about the tricolor more and that's why we are raising the people's voice. But you lost the plot and the narrative there. That's the point. But Sanju Verma, the opposition says it's the government's responsibility to take everybody on board. But you were unable to take their confidence, take them on board because there is a trust deficit.
You know, Anand, I think when it comes to trust deficit, there is no deficit from this end, as in from the Modi government's end, but there is certainly a lot of trust deficit from the opposition's end, and I will substantiate that with logic. A little over 2 years back, the Bhumi Pujan of the Central Vista project was done, and the entire opposition was invited. And it is, with much anguish that I have to say that barring the Biju Janata Dal and a few other members from the AIA-DMK, most of the opposition members chose to boycott that event. Then, we had the Constitution Day celebrations last year, and the entire opposition was invited. And again, on Constitution Day, barring a few stray members from the opposition, they chose to boycott the proceedings, lock, stock and barrel. Now, when it comes to, commissioning and inaugurating the new lion emblem on top of the new parliament building, which will be ready in a couple of months from now, again, the entire opposition was invited, but they chose not to attend. And then later on, they started whining. So the opposition has its politics based on two pillars. When you invite them, they do not engage. When you do not invite them, they choose to play victimhood. So victimhood and selective outrage. These are the two standard operating procedures of the opposition. यदि हमको बुलाया है, हम जाएंगे नहीं, पर हम रोएंगे बाद में और मोदी सरकार को कोसेंगे जरूर. और यदि हम को नहीं बुलाया, तब तो खैर रोना धोना वैसे ही है. So selective outrage does not work. Selective criticism is not going to work. And, consistently criticizing the government even on matters of national interest, where we should be cutting aside any differences based on ideology or political affiliations and come together. I think that is the need of the hour. I mean, when you're talking of 75 years of independence, come on, Anand, as any honest, sane, tax-paying Indian, aren't we proud of the martyrdom of thousands of Swatantra Sainik? Aren't we proud of the valor, the sacrifice of what all it took to finally come to this day, where today India runs the world's largest vaccination drive, India runs the world's largest financial inclusion program called Jan Dhan Yojana, India ran the world's largest food security program called Garib Kalyan Yojana, India today has the world's largest healthcare scheme, even Obamacare called Ayushman Bharat.
No.
There's a lot to be proud of.
No. It's not just the government schemes that needs to be proud of. No matter what, where we belong to, we owe our existence and our identity to this country. That simple, basic matter to be proud of. And this has been something that our forefathers, foremothers, all of them have fought, given their sweat, toil and blood. And to respect that, we have to keep the tricolor above all. SP Vaidji, a lot of people have noted the tone that was used for you by one of our panelists. And on behalf of the panelists, I regret and I apologize, sir. You're a very, very senior officer and that tone should not have been undertaken. I have made my objections very humbly and very politely registered them with Ms. Sujata Paul. And I leave it to her if she'd want to take back that tone while she holds her argument. But Mr. Vaid, this is the point. How does it matter? You should use every opportunity to showcase what the country means to you. Here what is happening is, I believe in this kind of India, and that's why I will show the Indian flag in the hand of one particular Prime Minister and not another Prime Minister. I will show the Indian flag with another flag because that's how I see the Indian flag associated with. Why can't you just see the flag for what it is? The identity of our country.
I have all the respect for Madam Sujata. I have no problem in our comments. My only thing is we have done our whatever role I had to play in the national security and now fading away in the oblivion of life. My only request is that I am looking forward to my future generation of Indians to be led by political parties, future generation who have nation in their heart and who may have political programs differing, may have ideologies different. I did not mention any particular party. For me, I have equal respect for all the political parties, and they have been in the ruling dispensation now as other parties were earlier. We had the opportunity to work with all the political establishments, and they have given leadership to this country. And for this national flag, I think the 75th Mahotsav, it is for everyone, all of us, all irrespective of political parties, ideologies, regions, religions, and we all need to be participant in this 75th year of independence, and it is a tribute to those who laid down their life to get this freedom.
Sujata Paul. Can you hear me, Sujata Paul? Oh, we lost the audio. The audio is disconnected. So let's just get her back. See, this is another counter. Those who never unfurled the flag, their political offshoot are now talking about honoring the flag. Sanju Verma. RSS for 52 years never unfurled the flag. Aaj bada tiranga kar rahe hain. Who are they to try and appropriate and teach the country what the tricolor means? How would you respond to all of this? Sanju Verma, can you hear me? Oh, we seem to have lost both Sujata Paul and Sanju Verma's audio lines through. So we'll try and get them back. But SP Vaidji, one more aspect in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes.
Will there be people who will perhaps explain to the to such netas what the tricolor means? In Assam, will there be people? In Maharashtra, in Kerala, will there be people on ground who will? Have you seen this kind of disassociation with the tricolor and putting their own particular ideology, thought process over and above the tricolor? Have you seen this manifest beyond just political parties?
See, as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, a vast majority of people have huge respect for the national flag, and I can vouch for it. There could be people, minuscule minority who have their own ideology, but national flag respect, it commands the respect of a vast majority of Jammu and Kashmir people. And same thing I have seen in other parts of the country, whether it is Assam or Tamil Nadu. I studied in Tamil Nadu. The huge respect for the national flag in this country. Maybe people, initial years of the independence, there were national flag was not everyone could not display it or could not unfurl in their individual houses and in their individual buildings. Only after the Supreme Court, that government order and Supreme Court's order, this actually was allowed. And I think as far as respect for the national flag is concerned, there is huge respect. You could see that on the Independence Days, on the Republic Days, how people all across the country, in huge numbers, celebrated those two, both Independence Day and Republic Day. And that is the kind of response Indians across religions, across regions, across caste lines, across political spectrum have with respect for the national flag.
Now I have the ladies back, Mr. Vaid, so let me go back to them and ask them the questions. Sometimes there are debates that you'd love to do, there are debates that you want to and you really want to get into the argument, but there are debates which sometimes you're pained to see that the Tiranga is being politicized. I've got so many of our viewers who are responding to me. Some of them are friends of mine, some of them are co-panelists or panelists who are saying, what is this country coming to and what is the opposition doing? So they had the opportunity to celebrate and say we put the country first and they have lost it. And then there are others, Sanju Verma, who are turning around and asking me this question, and I'll ask you again. Sir, who is the BJP as a political offshoot of the RSS to claim anything about the Tiranga? Because the RSS itself did not fly the Tiranga for 52 years.
You know, Anand, I'm so glad you asked me this question. In fact, I saw this coming. I completely debunked this false narrative that RSS did not hoist the tricolor for 52 years. There is a very nice article in Swarajya full of facts. And, you know, just quoting a few lines from that article. In fact, way back in 1937, the much maligned Veer Savarkar was one of the very few to hoist the Indian flag in Pune. This was in 1937. And it is said that in 1936, after the Fairpur session of the Congress, while some leaders of the Congress were averse to hoisting the flag because us time Bhagwa Dhwaj tha, we did not have the flag in its current form. Mr. Keshav Baliram Hedgewar actually hoisted the tricolor after the Fairpur session of the Congress in 1936. And this is not Sanju Verma saying it. This is there in the works of Deen Dayal Upadhyay Institute, and this is also mentioned by K.R. Malkani, one of the very famous public intellectuals. He's written a whole lot of books saying that the RSS actually was the first one to respect the flag. Or aapko aur ek cheez bata do, before officially we got independence on 15th August 1947, and interim government under Jawaharlal Nehru was already in place 6 months prior to that.
Yes.
And do you know, when Jawaharlal Nehru was the interim Prime Minister, he was given an option, but he chose not to hoist the tricolor, Anand. He chose to salute and hoist the Union Jack. So this whole narrative, कि भाई स्वतंत्र संग्राम पर सिर्फ कांग्रेस की ठेकेदारी है, ये narrative, so this has been completely.
See, I'll tell you what. But here is my point. Even as Sujata Paul comes, what happened before 1947? What happened in 36, 37, 38, 39? What happened even in 2007, 2008? What happened even with the Supreme Court verdict or till the Supreme Court verdict of 2001 when the flag code? And that again, you have to give a credit to a Congress leader in Naveen Jindal, because who approached the Supreme Court and got the verdict and got the flag code modified, that private institutions and establishments could also unfurl the flag. But there is a flag code. My point is, what is the code for the politicians? My point is, Sujata Paul, why is it that the opposition will politicize everything and oppose everything? Why can't the opposition come out in bigger numbers and turn out and say, you think you can take out a rally? Come, we'll join you and we'll show you how to take out a rally. You could have done it together. And that could have been healthy one-upmanship.
No, first of all, let me be very clear. You will not tell me what my tone and tenor is going to be. And I have utmost respect for Mr. Vaid, and I'm sure I did not use any unparliamentary word.
No, it's the
or
tone.
cast any aspersions on him. Hang on.
It's the tone, Miss Sujata Paul. And the fact is that just like you are, the tone that you use to try and instruct me and say, you will not tell me what tone to use. Ma'am, this is my show, this is my debate, you are my guest and panelist, and you will show equal respect, because if you want to be treated with respect, you will accord the same respect, Ms. Sujata Paul. So the condescending tone is the issue, it's not the words, it's the tone that you use, ma'am. And that's what I very, very respectfully raised objection to, and I continue to object. And if you continue to remain unapologetic, then you are only displaying the behavior of the rest of the opposition as was on display at the Tiranga rally today.
The rest of the opposition, 22 crore people voted for the BJP in 2019. Not everybody. All right. Now coming to
But those who voted for the rest of the those who voted for the opposition are also looking at them and saying, what are they doing?
But listen, but I'm very proud of the fact that in spite of the fact that you and I have argued on what happened before independence regarding the Tiranga, and I'm not going into that at all. You have Ms. Verma talking about how they hail the Tiranga, while you actually explained to me on another show that there was a reason why they did not.
Correct.
Want the
It was post the independence that the flag code came into play. Once the constitution was drafted and the flag code was put in place. So then you know the answers to the arguments that you raised, but you still raise those arguments, Sujata ji. Kya kar rahe hain aap? The other aspect is, how does I am asking you today? Let me ask you today. Why should, if अगर आनंद बोलेगा तो अपोज करेंगे, कोई और बोलेगा तो कर देंगे? What kind of attitude is this?
Mr. Narasimhan, listen to me. What I'm saying is, I feel extremely proud that you've disconnected me again.
No, we've not disconnected you. Please, now that is also blamed on us. A technological fault is a technical fault, ma'am. That's not something which is deliberate.
That is what I am saying.
Kamal kar rahe ho aap.
And if they are taking out a rally, well,
they were not taking out a rally. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you.
The national
you Sujata ji, you missed the woods for the trees. The parliamentarians were taking out the rally. It was not the BJP. It were the parliamentarians taking out the rally, and with half of the opposition parliamentarians who represent the opposition political parties being absent, it became a BJP rally. You allowed it to become a BJP rally, ma'am.
आप मुझे disconnect क्यों कर रहे हैं बार-बार?
कोई आपको disconnect नहीं कर रहा है, वो technical fault है. अब ये टेक्निकल फॉल्ट आपको भी सुनाई दे रहा है. अब ये टेक्निकल फॉल्ट सिर्फ आज हमारे फोन लाइन में है कि ऑपोजिशन की सोच में है. दैट आई लीव फॉर द व्यूअर्स टू डिसाइड. बट मिस्टर वैद, would you not agree that what would you have done had you been a politician? I'm not even saying you are one. I'm saying had you been a politician, we would have said चलो हम और ज्यादा नंबर में जाते हैं और इनको देशभक्ति हम सिखाते हैं.
Yes, I would have done that. In fact, अपोजिशन के जाने से उनका बड़पन दिखता, उनका बड़ापन दिखता, और इनफैक्ट रूलिंग पार्टी को ओवरऑल कर सकती थी अपोजिशन अगर वो जाते वहां. और नहीं जाने से इट बिकेम ऑल बीजेपी शो, एंड इट वुड हैव बीन यूनाइटेड शो ऑफ द होल पार्लियामेंटेरियंस इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ पार्टी लाइंस. कितना बढ़िया मैसेज था फॉर द कंट्री. That's my...
No, absolutely. And the opposition could have led the whole party. They could have had more people on the bikes, and they could have, opposition could have led the whole... It's parliamentarians हैं, parliamentarians कोई भी हो, सब तो कर सकते थे. But the point is that they have not done it. I have run out of time, but what we're going to do...
Suits the BJP.
So, no, it suits, your attitude suits the BJP. When I say your attitude, the opposition's attitude suits the BJP. The opposition's attitude, ये BJP का ये कहावत है हिंदी में कि चिढ़ते को चिढ़ाएंगे दूध मलाई खाएंगे, ये वैसे ही हो रहा है. जितना आप चिढ़ोगे उतना आपको चिढ़ेंगे और फिर वही आप ही अलाउ कर रहे हो. मैं हर बार आपको यही कह रहा हूँ, the opposition is falling for this. By trying to oppose everything that the BJP proposes, you are actually helping them. You should actually say we'll do it better than you, and you should go ahead and participate and wholeheartedly. It's about India. It's not about an ideology. All right, I have to wind up. Sujata Paul, Sanju Verma, SPYG, thank you very much. I'm going to request you, if you have the time, along with our other viewers at 8:50 p.m, do join us back on the right stand. At 8:50 p.m, we're going to have the Tiranga quiz. Do you know your tricolor? We'll play the quiz tonight. In a short while from now. Right now, queuing up debate number 2, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a big security threat for us, ladies and gentlemen. And what we are given to understand is that the al-Qaeda chief was actually betrayed. And that's how he was neutralized. Ayman al-Zawahiri's killing in Sherpur in Kabul, not so far away from the Indian embassy, not so far away from the U.S. embassy, not so far away from the Canadian-Iranian embassy in Kabul, should have surprised a lot of people. But what if we tell you that his location here at Sherpur was actually leaked to the US authorities by the Pakistanis, who got the information from one of the factions within the Taliban. Jalaluddin Haqqani, Sirajuddin Haqqani's father, and Ayman al-Zawahiri worked together. So Sirajuddin Haqqani was aware of Ayman al-Zawahiri's presence. But Sirajuddin Haqqani, while speaking with us, turned around and said that the al-Qaeda is as good as dead 15 hours before the strike happened. Did Sirajuddin Haqqani not know that Ayman al-Zawahiri was there at a house which is alleged to be one of his aides' house, Sirajuddin Haqqani's aide's house, right in the heart of the secret services in Afghanistan? Did other factions like the Mullah Yaqub faction or the Mullah Omar faction, did Muttaqi and other leaders divulge this information for the 25 million bounty and of course some relief that Pakistanis would get from the IMF? Lot of questions are there, but we are given to understand that the information was leaked. This is a big mega exclusive that we are bringing to you here. Now, Consensus in the Taliban that Pakistan leaked the location to the Americans. Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Muttaqi is one of those who could have leaked the location to the Pakistanis. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the only one aware of Zawahiri hidden in Kabul. Zawahiri, we are given to understand, was moved from Karachi via the Chaman area into Kabul sometime in November-December 2021. Afghan Taliban perhaps made this to spite the Haqqani group, because there is a fight between the Afghan Taliban and, of course, the Pakistani influence and those who've been positioned there. That's the Haqqanis who have bulk of the control in the establishment right now. Taliban is currently in a huddle to try and decide what should be their response, because a lot of them are also shocked. Now, this is what happens with the Zawahiri leak. To secure 25 million bounty for Pakistan, these were the motives. The other aspect is IMF loans and FATF clearances for Pakistan. The third one, to protect against US bounty. Sirajuddin Haqqani could have escaped and vested interests in Pakistan. Amir Muttaqi and Mullah Yaqub. Amir Muttaqi has real estate interests in Pakistan, so there is also another aspect. And fifth is the internal rift. The internal rifts in the Taliban, Mullah Omar faction and the Haqqani faction. So there are two different groups within the Taliban itself. Mind you, Sirajuddin Haqqani and about 40 of the Taliban leaders within the government have all moved to Khost or to Logar. Logar is about 40 kilometers from Kabul. Say 4 to 6 armored vehicles is what Sirajuddin Haqqani used to run away, because he also has a bounty on his head. So were they trying to finish him off too? That is the thought process. So who gave up Zawahiri? Did Pakistan and the Taliban give up Zawahiri? And the larger question, can these entities be trusted if they are so conniving and they can betray their own? I have Ambassador Gurjeet Singh joining us this evening, Major General Sanjay Meston and Ambassador Ashraf Hydari also with us. Namaste, greetings, gentlemen, thank you very, very much. And Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, I'm going to first ask you, how big a concern should this be for us as India? Because we are trying to engage with the people of Afghanistan. We are trying to engage with this Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan.
Yes, this is a very interesting time. And you rightly said India is trying to engage with Afghanistan. So there are essentially two aspects. One is the geostrategic aspect, and then there is the humanitarian and economic aspect. And India is trying to engage on the second one, the humanitarian and economic aspect, in the hope of getting a certain amount of leeway into the geostrategic aspect. Now, what happens here is that evidently the Taliban has not given up on supporting terrorism. And Zawahiri is not the only example. Look at the battle between them and Pakistan over the TTP. So cross-border terrorism is not dead in Afghanistan, but India is trying to find a way through. Certainly, the finding Zawahiri and assassinating him in Afghanistan, in the heart of the green zone, I think should make India more cautious, because the Taliban is difficult to trust. There are too many players going their own way between Pakistan and Afghanistan.
True, but let me ask you, Hestonji, how does this affect us? And Sanjay Mestonji, my point is that if you look at it, this means that they can turn on each other at any point in time. And who do you trust then? And if there is so much of a rivalry between, and if there is so much of a divide and a tussle between the Logar group and the Khost group, or the Pakistani or the Haqqanis and the Afghan Taliban, so then things will never be settled.
Anand, absolutely true. You know, during my tenure in Afghanistan for almost 3 years, that is from 2011 to 14, I had the opportunity to interact with many Afghans over there, including some retired, not retired, some people who had left the Taliban then. And somehow I also met the classmate of Mullah Omar. Now, my understanding is that in Afghanistan, by and large, money is a very, very important factor. And there is a saying that with the change of wind direction and whoever offers the maximum money, people are subject to be manipulated. And this strategy was adopted by British when they were ruling over British India very successfully to divide the Afghans. Now, therefore, that policy continues. The policy has been learnt very well by Pakistan, and therefore they have been the biggest manipulators in this entire game. And if you recollect, Haqqani was the one. The Indian blood is in his hands. He was the one who had killed a defense attaché and the first attaché in the Embassy of India, Kabul bombing on July 7, 2008. So what I'm trying to highlight that I have really seen on ground, there is lot of problems amongst the various factions, and Afghanistan is known for this. In fact, I've heard from the Afghans, he is from so-and-so nationality, not even tribe.
Yeah.
They say nationality. So anyway, to leading on to all that, the rivalries will continue. There are lot of aspects into this. People, especially in, for example, in Kandahar and Jalalabad, Nangarhar area, amongst Pashtuns, even the dialect is totally different, and they also have a lot of difference. So even in Helmand and the Kandahar, I found there is a lot of difference. So this tribal rivalry continues, and this is what the entire essence in Afghanistan is. And this has been exploited by most of the foreign powers, including, I would say, CIA, KGB, and everyone. Now, this is the essence. Now, coming on to the question, whether we can rely on Taliban, I personally feel not at all. We should not get into this binding trap, because the same Taliban, they can ditch anyone. All these, whether it is Haqqani and all, and you even recollect when the formation of this illegitimate government was to take place, the DG ISI was there.
Yes.
He was interested that the Home Ministry should go to Sirajuddin.
Yeah.
And if you recollect, in the presidential palace, there was infighting among these people, and there was, I think, Mullah brother was injured. So this is the kind of thing, and their interest will continue to clash. Therefore, my take is, as a nation, India should not rely on Taliban. However, what the ambassador has made a point, and I substantiate, the interest of the people of Afghanistan is of prime importance to us. How we engage with the people, I think there has to be some kind of an independent agency through the United Nations organization. I do not know how that's a feasibility, because there is actually a United Nations assistance mission in Afghanistan. So they, including the UNHCR, etc., they have to take a leading role in this. And you look at Taliban, 1 year has happened. Even they have, not gone to the extent of having an inclusive government. No leader in the system. Outsider has been taken. So government, perhaps illegitimate government, may not even last. And this kind of a problem will continue. The inter-factional rivalry, the tribal rivalry will continue, and they will, none of them can be trusted. So I don't see a very good future for Afghans as a nation, and therefore for India to engage with Taliban, I strongly feel we should not fall into the trap, because reality is zero. And how do we trust them? They are the ones who have 9/11 occurred during their time.
No,
they can't be trusted in any manner.
No, they can't be trusted, but has, because they seem to be saying a different story or a different narrative. They certainly have become far more eloquent and very clear with in terms of adept at trying to talk the talk. Now, will they walk the talk? That's another question. I'm going to just request my team at the back end to just pull out one of the excerpt on al-Qaeda, what Sirajuddin Haqqani told CNN News 18. Now, Ambassador Hayatri, what we did is we recorded an interview on the 29th, that's last Friday, and Sirajuddin Haqqani, and we asked him this question very clearly on al-Qaeda and Daesh. And what he said is that the al-Qaeda is defunct, it's no longer a very strong, it's a spent force, and it's as good as dead. And 15 hours later, Ayman al-Zawahiri is found in Sherpur and is neutralized by a drone strike with the Hellfire. So there are multiple ways to look at it. But my larger concern is now more information comes that he was actually moved in December 2021 from Karachi to Kabul. So clearly the Pakistanis are shifting their terror outfits and the terrorists they are harboring out of Pakistan into Afghan soil. That doesn't bode well for Afghanistan. Ambassador Hydari, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah,
now.
go ahead, please.
Yes, my reaction is that at the end of the day, the people of Afghanistan have been suffering for the past 40 plus years from extremism and terrorism, and its sponsorship by different countries, but in particular Pakistan. Pakistan is a state actor as sponsored the Taliban, we know, created them in 1994 as a non-state militant extremist terrorist actor to seek and achieve strategic depth in Afghanistan. And alongside that, they have, of course, sponsored, created, launched, operated a number of other terrorist groups out of Pakistan and increasingly relocated them into Afghanistan, especially over the past 20 years. Now, with the fall of the Islamic Republic, they have achieved one of their principal goals to have one of their non-state actors acting on their behalf in order to advance their strategic objectives to take over Afghanistan in gross violation of the United Nations Charter, which unfortunately the international community watched and took no action. And as a result, this non-state actor has been sheltering and operating side by side other non-state actors, both global, which is al-qaida. The links are very clear, ideological, operational, over the past 20 years, and it dates back even to the jihad era back in the 80s, and as well as others in Afghanistan, al-Qaeda, Taliban, Jaish-e-Mohammed, ETIM focusing on China, and IMU, Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan focusing on Central Asia, and Russia. So the United States has always been aware of this over the past 20 years. They've had very good intelligence presence. This is nothing new. It has not surprised Afghans. Like I said, Afghans have always been a primary victim of these games. Unfortunately, now that it has happened, this will not change anything for the people of Afghanistan. This leader will soon be replaced probably by another lethal and more extremist and and dangerous element from its now decentralized ranks across Afghanistan, which has been operating under the Taliban, which I, in fact, highlighted in one of my recent articles published in the National Interest describing life under the Taliban, how the Taliban are not only, violating human rights of Afghans, especially women, but also those terrorists, including al-Qaeda, that have been operating alongside of them. So and now we come to what the international community should do about the fact that the Taliban is a non-state actor, far from even a de facto government, which the United Nations Assistance Mission, unfortunately, defines and labels as a way probably to gain their support for humanitarian access, which the Taliban actively, and of course their patron Pakistan, exploits to gain legitimacy, and as well as international aid resources to supplement Taliban's budget for further victimizing the people of Afghanistan and colonizing Afghanistan in gross violation of the United Nations Charter. We are not happy with the statements that have come from Washington, from President Biden, who made no mention of the Taliban, while the Taliban actually violated the Doha Agreement signed between the Taliban and the United States, with the elected government of Afghanistan, the president of Afghanistan, sidelined, excluded, nor with the statement of the Secretary of State, which is very light on the Taliban.
You know what, Ambassador Hydari, the American response is very similar to how it was when they neutralized Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. It was a similar response with which they dealt with Pakistan. It's a similar response that we are seeing with the Afghans, with the Taliban. But here is the important
Exactly.
part. I just want to play out what Sirajuddin Haqqani said, and let me tell our viewers, just 15 hours before the strike that terminated Zawahiri, this is what Sirajuddin Haqqani said on the position of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Now, this also begs the question, did he know that Zawahiri was set to be eliminated, or was he just presenting a smokescreen? Listen in.
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
Now, this is what the impact on India could be, his death. One of the biggest aspects is that al-Qaeda cadre, it may affect the morale of the al-Qaeda cadre, and if the morale of the al-Qaeda cadre is affected, then there could be a shift. This death may hamper operations of the al-Qaeda affiliates, and you would have cadre who may just be disassociated and absolutely disillusioned. So they are like ripe for the picking for other jihadi outfits. They could join the Daesh Khorasan, they could be recruited by the Jaish, by the Lashkar, and they're just healthy pickings because they'll be hungry to prove themselves. And then, they may just turn towards India. They may also shift, like I said, to Islamic State or the Daesh Khorasan, which is growing. Saif al-Adal, who's supposed to be likely the successor, even though no successor has been named. And if he is the one, he's far more notorious and dangerous, and he may actually expand field operations to try and counter this exodus, to show that the al-Qaeda is still active. And that could happen, and the theater of action could be India. Close ties between the Qaeda and Taliban is very, very evident. Al-Zawahiri was stationed in a posh Kabul neighborhood, and that house belonged to Sirajuddin Haqqani's key aide. That's what reports are suggesting. And mind you, Jalaluddin Haqqani, Sirajuddin Haqqani's father, and Ayman al-Zawahiri all collaborated. They worked together, including Osama bin Laden. Now, Taliban's safe haven may be actually extended to the likes of Jaish and Lashkar. So what are we to do? Pakistanis will say no camps operating on our soil. They may all be operating in Afghanistan. And tensions between Taliban and the Haqqani network over leaks to the U.S. source. That's what also intel sources are saying. So there is a rift there within. So then who do you talk to, and is there going to be some turmoil? Plenty of aspects to look at, but I'm compelled to take a short break. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, Ambassador Hezri, and Major General Sanjay Heston, thank you very, very much. We're going to take a very, very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. Right next to the phone. The numbers are flashing below. When we come back, we are playing the Tiranga quiz. Do you know your tricolour? Stay with us.
Years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects, and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. Back on with the Tiranga quiz. I have very limited time. You also have very limited time, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know your Tiranga? Do you know your tricolor? 5 questions from today, every day. 8:50 p.m. we'll ask you these questions, and if you get the answer right, pick up the phone. If you know the answer, pick up the phone. We'll take you on air and you can give us the answer. We're also putting this question out on our digital platform. So if you are watching us and following us digitally and you've put in your answer, we will also put your name out and your handle out based on the platform where you are engaging with us. So let's get cracking and let's get quizzing. First question, ladies and gentlemen, who designed the basic framework of the Tiranga? Do you know the answer? Who designed the basic framework of the Tiranga? I'm looking at my Twitter. Jai Krishna is with us. Jai Krishna, I've got many people answering me on my Twitter handle. But tell me, Jai Krishna, who designed the basic framework of the Tiranga?
Is there any option?
No option. You have to tell me that I'm not giving you multiple choices for the first question. I have people who have already answered. Do you know?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know.
All right, Jai Krishna. Well, I've got Arvind. Yes, Arvind. Who designed the basic framework of the Tiranga? Arvind, do you know the answer? Well, Ritesh, Dr. Ashokan, final caller for the first question. Dr. Ashokan. Who the correct answer? I'll tell you the correct answer. I have a digital viewer who's given us the answer. Ritesh Kandukuri, that his handle is at Ritesh KOMC. The answer is Pingali Venkaya. So Pingali Venkaya is the person who designed the basic framework of our Tiranga. Next, go to our next caller. Which year? And next question. Which year was the Tiranga adopted in its present form? And here I'll give you options. Which year was the Tiranga adopted in its present form? 1948, 1949, 1950, 1947. Tell me which year was the Tiranga adopted in its present form? Quickly, do we have a caller? Vidhan from Bareilly with us. Yes, Vidhan. Vidhan, are you there? All right, the numbers are there on our screen. We'll try and get you the numbers. 01. Ramanvya is also with us. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Hi, can you tell me which year was the Tiranga adopted in its present form?
1950.
1950 is the wrong answer. The correct answer is 1947. 1947 is when the Tiranga was adopted in its current form. I'm going to go to question number 3 quickly. What is the ratio of the width to length of the Tiranga? So is it 1/2? Is it 2/3? Is it 3/4? Or is it 4/5? What's the ratio of the width to length of the Tiranga? What's the answer? The answer is 2/3. 2:3 is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. Fourth question. How many spokes are there in the Ashok Chakra? I have many people who have given me this answer. Many people have given me this answer. How many spokes are there in the Ashok Chakra? How many spokes? Jai Kishan is with us. Jai Krishna, how many spokes in the Ashok Chakra?
24.
24 is the correct answer. We also have a well done, Jai Krishna. Well done. 24 is the correct answer. Vijendra Singh at Prince084 digitally has also given us the correct answer. 24 spokes in the Ashok Chakra. Final question. I'm running out of time. Final question. What materials can be used to make a Tiranga? What materials can be used to make a Tiranga? Cotton, silk, polyester, or all of the above? Arvind, with us on the phone line. Yes,
all
Arvind.
Of the above. All of the above.
All of them. Yes, the flag code has been amended to ensure that all of them, and also khadi. So cotton, polyester, silk, khadi, all of them can be used. Even blends can be used. All of the above can be used to make our Tiranga. To all our callers and all those who participated digitally, well done. We will try and get you more on Do You Know Your Tiranga and the Tiranga quiz from right now till our Independence Day every night, weeknights here on The Right Stand. For the moment, bye for now.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Anusha Soni. All hell broke loose today when the National Herald office was sealed by the Enforcement Directorate today evening. The Congress party has called the move an open threat and intimidation tactic by the BJP. Well, this is an investigation underway for over 7 years now after the original complainant in the case, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, moved a plea before a local court. This is a case that has come to haunt the Congress party and its top leadership, including Rahul Gandhi and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. The non-functional National Herald newspaper was started by none other than India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, back in 1938. The newspaper had hundreds of freedom fighters as its shareholders at one point in time. Now look at the irony of it. The same newspaper is in the limelight because allegedly its assets and proceeds have been illegally laundered. The matter is sub judice, still under investigation, but with each raid, each round of questioning, and at every step of the way, this case fuels a political war between the BJP and the Congress. An open witch hunt, or the law taking its due course, or I would rather say the pending course. Our top focus.
This is the Herald House where I am standing at this moment. It has been completely sealed. The fourth floor, rather, has been sealed, which belongs to the young Indian.
You are treating this institution, this party, these leaders as terrorists.
ये प्रतिशोध की राजनीति है, ये धमकी की राजनीति है।
Well, joining us on the broadcast are my colleagues who've been tracking this story from the ground. We have Siddhant Mishra. He's right outside the AICC headquarters. We also have Arun Dhata, who's been tracking all the details live from the Herald House. And my colleague Ashish Maheshri is also joining us live. First, coming to you, Siddhant, tell us about the mood at the AICC headquarters. Clearly, the Congress party was in a huddle today evening.
Well, that's right. Congress party was in the huddle, and in fact, the reason was that in the afternoon they received this confirmation from Delhi police that they are not allowed to go ahead with the protest on August 5th. And this is perhaps the reason that it was decided in the parliament that all senior Congress party leaders and in fact the other leaders will meet at AICC. Now this message reached Delhi police top bosses, and immediately the security was beefed up at Akbar Road. And in fact, other than this, there is one specific input also which Delhi police has received, which says that that there is a possibility of chaos on that very day. And this is also perhaps the reason that for the first time Delhi police beefed up the security in and around AICC 24 hours before the protest. Right now we are reporting from Rahul Gandhi's residence. He is expected to land at around 9:15 and he'll reach his residence by 9:40. So today there's going to be no meeting at all. Tomorrow there's one crucial meeting which is scheduled to take place to make a strategy regarding the protest. The permission has already been denied. What is going to be the plan of action on August 5th? And also, you know, along with the AICC, the security outside Rahul Gandhi's residence was also beefed up. All three corners were cordoned off completely. And in fact, the senior leaders like Chidambaram and others did come to Rahul Gandhi's residence to take stock of the situation here, as Mr. Gandhi was not at his residence at that time. He was in Karnataka. So this is the update from ground.
And Siddhant, as you're pointing out, a security measure taken by the Delhi police authorities. I want to cut across to my colleague Arun Dhata as well, who's live with us from the Herald House. Arun, you've been tracking all the details all evening, and we saw the ruckus that was there yesterday and the kind of problems that the police had even today when that notice was pasted at the 4th floor. Tell us all that transpired today evening.
Well, see, Anusha, I am outside the Herald House, and this is the building right behind me in which the Young Indian office is located on the 4th floor. So what happened today, that the salutes of Enforcement Directorate arrived here in the Herald House, and they wanted to complete their searches in addition to what they did yesterday. Perhaps they couldn't do it properly, and therefore they wanted to search the Young Indians office today as well. So when they arrived here, there was nobody present here in the office, and therefore they had to paste these two notices First one is on the ground floor. Straight away when you enter the building, on the left side you have a notice of Enforcement Directorate, and the second notice is on the 4th floor, which clearly states that without the permission of Enforcement Directorate, nobody is allowed to open the office. And in fact, post that, we had seen the press conference of the Congress party even yesterday when Enforcement Directorate raided this particular head office of the National Herald. We had seen Congress workers gathered outside this building. In fact, the top leaders like Mallikarjun Kharge, Jairam Ramesh, they all came here. They went inside. They were inside the Young Indians office for a bit, and then spoke to media when they came out, and clearly, saying that it was vendetta politics which agencies and government is doing, and therefore, in coming few days, we'll see more such action coming from the Enforcement Directorate side.
It's an ongoing investigation, and the agency can take any course which is permitted under law. The only question is what kind of politics we are likely to witness in the next few days. Ashish, I'm coming to you as well. I want you to give us a word and context and perspective to this. While the names which are allegedly involved in this money laundering are very high-profile cases, but at the end of the day, it's an investigation which is going on. The Enforcement Directorate will conduct raids, they will do rounds of questioning, but this notice which has been stuck on the 4th floor today, does it technically amount to sealing, or there's a caveat to it?
So, one has to understand that I don't see, in fact, I'm a little perplexed to understand the reason for the protest of Congress. Obviously, there is a political twist to the entire story, reason being that Young Indian is basically owned by Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi. They both own major equity. Now, the searches happened yesterday at the Herald House. There were around 10 to 12 locations which were covered. This location, all locations in fact, have to be searched in the premises of somebody who owns that property or the office bearer. Somebody has to be there, because tomorrow then the owner of the premises can say that the Enforcement Directorate came and stole the data or whatever. So here the searches have to happen in somebody's premises, in somebody's presence as well. So here in the Young Indian office, when the Enforcement Directorate team reached, nobody was there. So they sealed the premises and said that once somebody comes over, and in this case Mallikarjuna Kharge, who is the current principal officer, he has been asked to join investigation, and said that we want to complete the search and please come over once the Enforcement Directorate team is there. So it will be interesting to see if Mallikarjuna Kharge joins investigation or not. But the only thing that Enforcement Directorate wanted to do was they wanted to complete the search. And once a search warrant has been issued, then obviously then the process of law has to be followed. So here the process of law needs to be completed, and that is.
My colleague Ashish Maheshi getting us all the perspective about the investigation that continues to go on. Before I open this debate for our guests, there's some breaking information that my colleague Pallavi gets for you. And the Congress party is all set to raise adjournment notice tomorrow on ED sealing the National Herald House, we mean the 4th floor, which pertains to the property which is allegedly under scanner, and gheraiing of the Congress office. They want to raise all these issues on the floor of the House. Our senior editor Pallavi Ghosh with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, over to you. What is expected tomorrow?
Well, I think there's going to be yet another day of hangama in Parliament, and they're going to use today's incidents to actually rake up an issue against the government that, look, they're misusing the ED and the CBI once again. So very too quickly before I come back to you, Anusha, one, of course, what they're going to ask in adjournment notice is, why is it that there was a police bandobast outside the residence of Sonia Gandhi, who is a Z security protectee, and the Congress headquarters? Why is it that the area was completely cordoned off? And two, why was there a need to even seal one particular floor or office of a Herald House when every leader from the Congress party is actually cooperating with the investigations? Let's also not forget, today has been an important and significant development. All opposition political parties actually have come on together to actually write a letter to the Supreme Court, and also to make the point that there should be a review of that recent verdict which we saw on the PMLA. The insinuation is that this is a verdict which goes and could be misused by the government, which means it will be easier for the government to misuse the ED and the CBI against their political opponents, to use the words of the opposition party.
Thank you, Pallavi, for putting that in perspective. And review petitions rarely meet with success in the Supreme Court. The fact that this judgment was given after much debate, so legally speaking, the routes are very, very limited. Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla. He is the BJP spokesperson. We also have Mr. Charan Singh Sapra from the Congress Party. Mr. Rashid Kidwai, who is an author, is also joining us on the broadcast. We also have Kailash Adhikari, who is a political analyst and managing director at Governance Now. And Swapnil Kothari, who is a senior lawyer, is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sapra, let's open the debate with you. A simple question. This is an ongoing investigation. The law is taking its course. Why the hangama? Mr. Sapra, am I audible to you?
Voice is not coming.
Mr. Sapra, we'll try and just fix that connection for you. Meanwhile, let me go to our other guests as well who are with us on the broadcast. Shehzad, I'm coming to you and taking your view. There was a press conference that was done by the Congress Party today evening, and they've called this an open intimidation and threat by the BJP misusing the agencies. Respond to that.
You know, this has become a part and parcel of the 4 pillars of corruption, the Aam Aadmi Party, Uddhav Sena, Congress and the TMC. First of all, this is the court order, the trial court order, in which it has been said that Young Indian was used as a special purpose vehicle to use up 2,000 crores. It was upheld by the High Court and the Supreme Court. Is the court doing vindictive politics? The income tax assessment order was challenged by them in High Court, Supreme Court. They got no relief in it. Instead of answering questions and instead of being answerable to the ED, they are silent before ED and they are violent on the streets. And we've seen what kind of display of violence they've done on the streets, including holding the cops by the collar. So is that cooperating with the law, confronting with the law? Thirdly, is there immunity to do corruption? What kind of new standard is this, that the courts come and rule on you prima facie? Instead of cooperating with them, you say you play the victimhood card. This is the same Congress, by the way. Look at the hypocrisy. When action was taken against Satyendra Jain, here they declared that please immediately Satyendra Jain should be sacked. So if the ED acts on Satyendra Jain, it is chamatkar, and on them it is gunekar. So this is their double standards. We are asking certain simple questions. First of all, if there is so much of vindictiveness in this entire matter, how come in so many years, despite the likes of Chidambaram and Mr. Singhvi, you got no relief from any court of law? You are still out on bail. Are these observations by court or findings by court, not observations, or also vindictive? So, you know, this is just to play the victimhood card and to get an immunity from corruption. They must answer the questions and they should cooperate with the law, not confront the law. But unfortunately, they are AICC, All India Confrontation Committee.
Mr. Charan Singh Sapra, I hope you were able to hear some points that Shehzad has raised. But the primary argument that the BJP is making is that these are agencies. These are agencies doing their job. They are investigating a matter. A matter is sub judice. Why are you making a hue and cry about it? Is the Congress Party above law? That's the question BJP is asking you.
See, nobody is above law in this country. Basically, Congress Party is questioning the selective targeting of opposition leaders by the ED department. You know, the ED has been used for political fixing also. And the way we have seen in the last 8 years, Shehzad just now, he mentioned some of the opposition leaders. I just want to ask the same, that in last 8 years, ED did not raid any BJP leader, number one. Number two, what about why ED is not following up the cases of Hemanta Biswa, Suvendu Roy or Narayan Rane, or maybe Yedurappa and so many other leaders. This Hemanta Biswa was called a panichor when he was in Congress Party. But when he went there in BJP, he became the chief minister. Narayan Rane was a Bhrashtachari when he was in Congress. But when he went to BJP, he became a Sadachari. So, and Suvendu, if you remember, he was said, Bhag Suvendu Bhag. And now what is happening?
Mr. Sapra,
so ED is doing selective targeting. That's the question which Congress Party is raising.
Yeah, Shehzad, I'll just come to you. Let me just add one point. Mr. Sapra, while the whataboutery of what you're saying might be a prima facie political defense, but the fact that when ED conduct raids and there are crores of rupees which are found at the houses of the opposition leaders, or when a matter goes on like in a National Herald case for so long and there is no relief granted by the court, clearly your argument is not that there is no merit to the case. Clearly there is merit to the case. Are you conceding that?
See, let's first detach 2 cases. You are trying to mention the Partha case and the National Herald case. Both the cases cannot be compared.
You mentioned a couple of cases, so I just wanted to respond to you in the same way.
Please.
Yes.
See, when I am talking now, I can't listen to your supplementary question because the voice goes away.
Okay,
that is the fact now.
Please go ahead.
So please hear me out.
Yeah.
Then I can hear your question. Please.
Yes.
So the issue is that both the cases are different. Now, as far as National Herald case is concerned, this case is going on since 10 years, a decade-old case. This case was closed by ED itself in 2015, and then again it was reopened. Still, we have no problem. ED can investigate. They have called Rahul Gandhi ji. They have asked him. They have grilled him for 50 hours, more than 50 hours. They have called Srimati Sonia Gandhi for 3 days. They have grilled her also. They have today put a seal on Young Indian office. So the way ED is acting, it looks as if it is working like a puppet. And puppet works like what the puppeteer wants.
I want Shehzad also to come into the discussion. Shehzad, please respond.
He said not a single case where ED is acted because they're selective. Here are 2 cases in front of you. ED acted on a Surat BJP leader, 2.7 crores was seized, and he was taken action against. IT raided apparently somebody close to Mr. Yedurappa's son. Now, this demolishes his argument that ED is acting selectively. But I'm saying, for the sake of
let him finish. Mr. Sapra, I give you the opportunity. Please let him finish.
Let's assume that the ED is selective, malicious, and vindictive. In the last 8 years, you couldn't go to a court of law and get one evidence of calling it a caged parrot like it was called. The CBI was called under your tenure. In fact, you went to the Supreme Court to challenge various provisions and the functioning of the ED under PMLA, and the Supreme Court threw that case also out, where Mr. Karti Chidambaram and others went. So I am asking you, let's put our money where the mouth is. Forget allegations you make, allegations I make, you made against Khadse, now you've taken Khadse. Forget all of that. When a court of law comes up with a prima facie order, for Satyendra Jain you have one stand, and for Sonia Gandhi you have another stand. And please tell me in the last 8 years, one instance where Mr. Chidambaram or Singhvi, much better lawyers than any of us in this panel, have gone to a court of law and said, this is the BJP acting maliciously using the VD. You've not been able to get that.
All right, Mr. Sapra, before you respond to what Shehzad said, Mr. Sapra, please allow me one question. Before you respond to what Shehzad said, and this is the point I was trying to understand from you earlier as well, while you may call this vindictive, none of the courts since 2015 to now, ever since Dr. Subramaniam Swamy launched his complaint, has given you the sort of relief that you wanted. There are multiple orders that can be legally argued not favoring the Congress party. So are you saying that by the logic of whataboutery or political witch hunt, you might be able to make a political point, but on the merits of the case, clearly there is some merit that the Enforcement Directorate is trying to probe?
See, even if the court has not given us the required relief, let me then point out that we have, even if we have got the bail, we have got as per the provision in the law. And secondly, since last 10 years, why the ED has not filed a FIR? What is the offence that is not declared as yet? So these are the issues which basically Congress party is also asking. They have the entire money trail. What was AGL? AGL was under loss, and Congress party has given a loan of 90 crores. That is over a span of 10 years, and it is into 100 tranches. It is not given at one shot. And even after giving that loan was given to give away the gratuity, the provident fund, and the salaries of the people who are working with AGL. Now, even if AGL has not given away the loan,
Mr. Sapra, I don't want to comment on the merits. I don't want to comment on the merits and evidence of a sub judice matter.
Debt to equity.
Yes, it is a question of debt to equity, and there are questions over the transactions that have happened. Were they motivated transactions? I'll come back to Mr. Sapra and Shehzad. I want to bring in other panelists as well.
There's a lie that he's perpetrated.
Please go ahead, Shehzad. Make a brief point, then I'll go to the other panelists.
You know, Anusha, because you cover courts, there's no FIR in ED matters. There's an
ECIR. Yes.
And the ECIR, by the way, does not have to be shared with the accused,
as
has
been
clarified by the Supreme Court. Secondly, in this matter, ECIR, please,
Mr. Sapra, I'll come to you. I'll give you the opportunity to respond. I'll give you the opportunity to respond, Mr. Sapra.
In this particular case, the ECIR or an FIR is the starting of an investigation, then court takes cognizance. In this matter, the court had directly taken cognizance of a private criminal complaint in 2012-13. And they had said that 403, 406, 420 with 120B has to be applied. And these are all predicate offences under Section 3 of PMLA to start a ED investigation. So Mr. Sapra should stop lying.
But Shehzad, on that point, and legally speaking, but on that point, shouldn't there have been an ECIR in the first place? You're right that there are predicate offences.
I'm telling you on record, there is an ECIR in this matter. The court has taken cognizance of it. And secondly, if there was no ECIR and they've investigated Mr. Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez, they've seized assets. All this while Chidambaram couldn't go to court and say there's no ECIR in this matter.
So there is a
Mr. Congress should not lie about these things.
So there is a direct point that Shehzad is making, that there is an ECIR which has already been filed. Mr. Rashid Kidwai, please come into this discussion. When you see the political optics of this entire matter really play out, I'm sure you're not surprised. This is a high-profile case. The Congress party, of course, says this is a witch hunt which is going on. The ED says they have a case to make. How do you view these developments? What lies ahead? More political fireworks?
Absolutely, Anusha. It's a very very interesting development, because the opposition, particularly the Congress, is seen as as unreasonable, as someone which is standing for prestige, for the honor of its leaders, having some kind of disregard for courts and for agencies and all. But truth of the matter is slightly different. Anusha, me and you, we all have seen there were 10 years of UPA. There were many allegations were there, whether it was Commonwealth Games or 2G or coal scam. So I would expect, the BJP government, when it came in 2014 onwards, to come up with something more substantive against, the Gandhis than this National Herald case. I don't want to comment on National Herald case because the matter is sub judice, and I frankly do not have that kind of information that my dear fellow panelists have.
Yeah.
So I'm saying this is some. And second thing, a very basic thing as a citizen of this country. See, we have a somewhat corrupt political system. The poll expenses ceiling is 50 lakh for assembly and 75 lakh for parliament. We know that every political party of significance spends 5 times, 10 times more than that. And how is it? I know Shehzad has pointed out 2-3 cases of some BJP fellow or people associated with BJP. How is it that in every second case of corruption we have an opposition entity? These are the things. These are the questions that need to be asked and debated. This is not to give clean sheet to the Congress. If there is a case against Rahul, he should be arrested tonight.
All right. I want to bring in a brief response from Shehzad and Mr. Sapra both. Mr. Sapra, first to you. Various leaders of the opposition and the Congress party went to the court and challenged the PMLA Act. Never mind that this act was very much in force when the UPA was in power. And the same enforcement directorate was under the command of the then ruling government, which was a UPA government. If the agencies like ED can be misused and PMLA can be misused, it would have been misused under your government as well. Now, if the BJP is saying that we are making sure that the due process of law takes its course, what's wrong about that? The PMLA existed under the Congress rule as well, didn't it?
See, we never misused, and like rightly Mr. Kidwai now said, he mentioned about CWG and coal cases. Let me also remind you that under our regime, A. Raja was also imprisoned, and Kanimori, Dayanidhi Maran, or maybe Suresh Kalmadi, maybe Janardhan Reddy. And so Congress was not biased during its tenure. But here we are seeing that since 8 years, not a single BJP leader. Now, let me also point out when Shehzad was talking, there was one Piyush Jain. He was raided in Kanpur by ED and 275 crores cash. The entire media showed. That Piyush Jain is out on bail, and BJP leaders helped him to get bail because he was closer to the BJP leaders. So why they are not investigating that? Why they are not investigating the Meghalaya where BJP leader, the vice president of BJP, Bernard Marak, he is involved into prostitution racket? Why that is not being investigated?
Okay, Shehzad,
I can give you names of all the opposition
please respond to all the allegations that Mr. Sapra is making. And one more point I'd like to add. And one more point I'd like to add. Shehzad, you might want to respond to this as well. While you may have pointed out to certain cases of a Gujarat BJP leader or various other leaders which have been probed by the Enforcement Directorate, the argument of the opposition is that no other high-profile name has been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate or CBI, especially people who were earlier in the opposition camp and have now shifted to the BJP.
First of all, you need to have bravado on steroids to come and say that in our time there was no allegation on the agency. The Supreme Court said caged parrot. And I remember Anusha used to cover courts, and in the last 8 years no such observation or finding has come against any agency under Modi government. तो झूठ बोलने की भी सीमा होती है चरणजीत जी. आप तो अच्छे इंसान हैं. आप सुन लीजिए चरणजीत जी, I did not interrupt. चरणजीत जी
बोलने दीजिए उनको.
अरे भाई मैंने आपको इंटरप्ट नहीं किया ना. आप क्यों बौखला जाते हैं भाई, सड़कों पर जाते हैं आप सब.
सापरा जी उनको बोलने
सुन लीजिए एक बात. दूसरी बात, second point is that the entire night their argument is अरे उसको क्यों नहीं पकड़ा, इसको क्यों नहीं पकड़ा. In law, in criminal law, is this a defense? That murderer has taken place and you have not caught that murderer, hence my murder is maaf.
No,
that is not a defense.
Shehzad, you're right. Legally, that's not a defense. Shehzad, legally, that's not a defense. But there is also an argument of political morality, isn't it?
Please come to that.
Yes.
I make an allegation of Charanjit. Charanjit makes an allegation of me. I don't want to remind Charanjit of the statements they made in defense of Mr. Biswa Sarma and in defense of Mr. Khadse and many other personalities who are now with them or who are now with us. So let's go by one standard. Court ne jo bola hai. In Satyendra Jain matter, court has said something. In Partha matter, court has said something. In Uddhav matter, the remand has been given of Sanjay Raut by a court. And in Congress matter, court has said something. But when court says something, these people come and say, nee, this is all vendetta and vindictive. Are courts vindictive? Chaliye, BJP is vindictive, Modi is vindictive, Shahzad is vindictive. Let's go by what courts are saying. Now, finally, now Mr. Rashid Kidwai, I have great respect for him, but Mr. Rashid Kidwai, is this an editorial line that I have to monkey balance? Ki iske baare mein kuch likha to uske baare mein bhi kuch likhna hai? Sir, if BJP is not doing corruption, I should pick up 2 BJP people because Congress is fully corrupt. Sir, this is not an editorial line ki kuch article likhna hai to 2 gali Congress ko de
Shahzad,
to 2
that's not a fair
BJP ko
comment
de.
on the editorial line.
No, I did not mention it for any personal.
No.
If somebody is taken personally, they have understood where it hits.
No, Shahzad, another point that Mr. Kidwai raised was that there were very serious scam allegations that were made during the UPA era that led, rightly so, to the downfall of the UPA. It included coal scam, 2G. How come when this government came to power, none of those investigations could actually secure the kind of prosecutions and the kind of, convictions that one would have anticipated in the beginning?
Okay, so now in many of those matters, we know that the prosecution had started under a corrupt UPA and how they destroyed the evidences in many matters. I can come and discuss that in detail, whichever matter he wants. But having said that, either we are vindictive and we would have convicted them, or we would have put them in jail the first night we came to power, or we are allowing the law process to play out. What are we first? Decide that. Are we vindictive, or are we allowing the process of law?
And that's a fair point you're making. That's a fair point you're making. I want to bring in Kailash Adhikari and Swapnil Kothari both into the discussion. They've been patiently waiting. Kailash ji, coming to you first. This entire controversy, Enforcement Directorate says we are only following the much pending due process of law. Do not make this political. Congress party calls it a political witch hunt. In the next few days, how do you see this matter really playing out in the political arena?
Anusha, nowadays it has become a fashion by the opposition political parties to call any action that is taken by the investigative agencies as a political witch hunt. Now, they are very competent agencies. We all know they are run by very competent people who are very qualified people, and they are doing their job. And in this particular case, it is not something which has cropped up overnight or which has cropped up just like 15 days ago. It is going on since past a decade, and there have been incriminating evidences. So naturally, the investigative agencies will take no cognizance of that. The court has taken, the judiciary has taken cognizance of that, and on the basis of which the investigative agencies are doing their job. Now, they are following due procedure of law. Now, on the basis of this, creating a furor, on the streets of the national capital, not allowing the parliament to function. I mean, in whose benefit it is? The people of the country, finally, they want the parliament to function. And when they see that the opposition is just on these particular, their own political grounds, if they're not getting satisfied and they're doing this, naturally, the people of the country are watching it.
Okay, Swapnil, you want to come in there? The Enforcement Directorate is investigating the matter. Many argue that the Enforcement Directorate or the central agencies, even CBI, in various high-profile cases is not able to secure the conviction. It begins with a lot of political fireworks, debates in TV studio, but when it comes to actual conviction, it is very difficult to prove the PMLA offense because the burden of proof, of course, is high on the accused, but also on the agency because they need to prove the intent behind a certain transaction.
Well, to a certain extent, it's definitely true, Anusha. The conviction rate of the Enforcement Directorate is absolutely abysmal. But that does not detract from the fact that they are empowered under the PMLA to investigate, to conduct a search and seizure, to even seal properties the way that they've done it today. I would consider that as sealing because even if that, they've locked it up and nobody can enter those premises because they want to conduct a search and they want to conduct with somebody who's possibly aware of the things that they are and where they're kept. Now, having said that, all this political chicanery and, the point that this is vindictiveness, this is vendetta, politics, all of those arguments, look very nice when it comes to TV studios and debates. But at the point when it comes to a court of law, none of those arguments are ever raised by the defense lawyers because you cannot bypass the fact that this money which has been laundered is in question. There is a 90 crore loan and there is an appropriation of the property or misappropriation of property worth about 5,000 crores. Yeah. So obviously something like 403 IPC, 406 IPC, 120B, which is criminal breach of trust, criminal conspiracy, dishonest misappropriation of property, all of those sections are attracted under the IPC, including predicated offences, which are predicated offences under Section 3 of the PMLA Act. And obviously the arrest will be made at some point, which I would assume in the future, if there is incriminating more so evidence and pointing at the accused who are unwilling to cooperate.
On that note, you've hit a raw nerve. And let me bring in Mr. Charan Singh Sapra of the Congress Party back into the discussion. Mr. Sapra, for any investigation, if there are certain people who are under the scanner of an agency, what will the ED do? The ED is going to raid your premises, it's going to investigate you, it's going to question you for multiple rounds, and if the agency thinks fit, they might demand custodial interrogation. The argument of the BJP is, or the charge of the BJP is, that the first family thinks they are above law. Answer that, please.
No, it's not like that. See, the first family, nobody said it's above law. First family, Rahul Gandhi was called and he was questioned for 50 hours. He went over there. Even Sonia ji went over there. And the basic thing in this issue is that all the transactions are very clear. They are transparent. Whatever money was transferred in 100 tranches in a span of 10 years, from Congress party to AGL was done legally, and it was done after discussing it with the shareholders also, and after bringing it to the notice of election commission. And the further transaction of Young India, which was debt to equity, even that was a white transaction, a legitimate transaction. So there is no laundering of money. Where is money laundering?
Mr. Sapra, my question was different. My question was different.
Let me complete.
My question was different, sir. My question was different. What I want to ask from you is that you say that the Gandhi family or the Congress party or whoever is the accused in this case is going to cooperate with the protest, with the process of law. But then why do we see chakka jams? Why do we see protests on the road? There is disruption in the parliament which is done. The argument of your political critics is that you use this issue to stop the process of law and not really comply with it.
No, nobody is trying to stop the law. We are just executing our democratic right. If we have a democratic right to keep an issue in the parliament, we are keeping in the parliament. If we have a democratic right to protest, see, like BJP has a democratic right or ED has a democratic right to, raid a particular office. Even we have a democratic right to protest. We are just trying to express our feeling. Dissent is allowed in democracy. This is not Hitler Raj.
Okay, Shehzad, come in there. I'd give you the last word, but there's another point I want to add to which you can respond. The entire argument, what you said, that either we are vindictive or we are not vindictive. If we were vindictive, we would have ensured that there is malicious prosecution that happens in a coal scam or 2G. But the argument is that the BJP is trying to create some kind of political controversy. This is some kind of headline management which is happening only to character assassinate. That's what Mr. Sapra said. Please respond.
The High Court of Delhi said Mr. Jain is a criminal background man. The lower court said take cognizance against him for the charge sheet. The High Court of Delhi has upheld the trial court's order against Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi. Are they also being managed by as to headline management? Now, secondly, democratic right. Renuka Chaudhary holds the collar of a cop. Democratic right. Ms. Neta D'Souza spits on a cop. They say that they'll burn cars in Nagpur. They will go and beat up cops in Assam. Is this democratic right? Is this satyagraha or hatyagraha? And lastly, he said that the transaction was clear. Now, Mr. Sapra, you can't interrupt me every time I'm making a point. That's undemocratic of you to become a Shaheen Bagh on this debate. Please now, sir, please don't interrupt.
Mr. Sapra, we are towards the end of the debate. We are towards the end of the debate.
Please,
Anusha,
I beg
Mr.
your
Poonawalla, please go ahead and make your point.
Anusha, I beg your
Mr. Sapra, please allow him to
first of all, AJL had 1,000+ shareholders, including freedom fighters. Here is the ANI copy. Mr. Shanti Bhushan, not a friend of ours, says that the transaction whereby the shares of AJL were transferred to Young Indians, which had only 2 shareholders mainly, Rahul and Sonia, was illegally done. Indian Express also covered the same. AJL did not inform us or obtain approval before equity transfer, says shareholders. These are people like Markande Kaju. Is this fair? Secondly, why I was created only just to take over the assets or the ownership of the assets of AJL.
I'm running short of time. I'm running short of time, Mr. Poonawalla. Shehzad. Mr. Sapra, I have 20 seconds, a brief argument from you. That's all the time I have.
See, that's what I'm saying, that whatever Shehzad is saying, it seems that he's thinking BJP is above law. They can do anything if they want. They are trying that. But Congress party will fight to save the constitution. We'll fight, to save
corruption.
The rule of law. We
All right.
fight BJP
Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla, Mr. Charanjit Singh Sapra, Rashid Kidwai, Kailash Adhikari, Swapnil Kothari. Thank you everyone for joining us on the broadcast. One thing is abundantly clear. The ED has a task on its hand. What we need to wait and watch out for is whether the Enforcement Directorate in this case is substantially able to prove the charges in a court of law. Something which has proven to be very, very tricky. But one thing is assured, there are more political fireworks in the days to come. With that, we are slipping into a very short break.
To act and operate together with the Indian agencies.
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects, and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah
ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure.
When he came into office over a year ago, many didn't give him much of a chance. After all, he had to fill in the larger-than-life shoes that were left behind by his predecessor, B.S. Yediyurappa. But now he is going strong at the completion of 1 year of his government and is hoping now to lead his government into next year's elections in Karnataka. Joining us now is a very special guest here on CNN News 18. Basavaraj Bommai is the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. It's been 1 year. Your government completed office in July 28th. Tell us, how would you rate your own assessment as Chief Minister in the last 1 year?
Thank you, Jacob. My 1 year was full of challenges, but I have laid a very strong foundation for a very high growth of Karnataka in all fields. Therefore, I rate this as a strong foundation and steps in the right direction with a new orientation and a high-speed development Karnataka.
What, in your assessment, sir, would be the single biggest achievement of your government in the last 1 year and the single biggest shortcoming, an area where you felt you could have and should have done more?
See, the single largest is, I can't single out. There are many such things, but first of all, basically to put economy on track. When I took over, just COVID shadows were there. The economy was in real problems. Now we had a 5,000 crores shortfall in our revenues, but by March we overcome that, not only 5,000, and over and above the budget targets, we could achieve 15,000 crores more, and that put my state into economical developmental track, and which is continuing now. Therefore, I am able to take up a lot of welfare schemes, infrastructure for my state, and that's how we have done something which has not been done in last 70 years of the state. For example, we are building 8,000 school rooms in a year, which is a record by itself. Since the inception of Karnataka, no government has been able to do this. I'm just giving one example.
Okay. Sir, the opposition in your state, and you're well aware of this, whether it is the former Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, whether it's the current Congress chief there, Mr. Shiv Kumar, they have rated your government's performance as very poor. In fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah went on to say that you are the weakest Chief Minister in the history of Karnataka. How do you counter this? How do you respond to this? And do you believe that there is a perception bias against you?
See, Siddaramaiah, who claims to be a strong leader, his performance was zero in 5 years. That's why people threw him out of the power. And they are really now afraid of my performances, so they want to derate it. But however, people are the right people to rate me, and if they say it is 0, they will add 10 in front of it and they will give me 100%. Therefore, I am not bothered about what they say. In fact, my rating about Siddaramaiah is, he is a failure leader of opposition the Karnataka has seen.
Today, as we speak, Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. There is this fight that is going on between his top two leaders. Do you believe in the Congress party's case there are many chief ministerial aspirants and very few who can actually make the party win the election?
Certainly, there are factional leaders. Factionalism is there in Congress, and they have got this factionalism legacy itself. So each one thinks that he is a chief minister, but unfortunately, people doesn't think of them as a chief minister. That's the whole point. None of the Congress leaders, people think they are worth it because they already tried many of them, including Siddaramaiah, and the credibility of Shiv-Kumar and others is so low that Congress will be for disappointment in 2023.
I want to deal with two issues which the opposition says your government has been challenged on. One is the issue on communal temperatures, and recently there was this death of a BJYM leader in Dakshin Kannada. You had gone there, met with his family. How far has that investigation progressed? Have the murderers of Praveen Nattaru been brought to book?
See, this communal temperature is raised by the anti-social, anti-national elements, which is very well known. And during Siddaramaiah time, there was more than 32 murders of our workers, Hindu activists. However, I don't want to take shelter under that. The investigation is in the right direction, and very soon culprits will be booked.
We also saw those pictures, sir. I think the day before you went, there were some of your senior leaders. They were heckled. Their cars were not allowed there. Do you understand the anger of the people there, and what are you doing to address that anger?
See, those are all our people, our boys. The frustration was that innocent people are killed. So, since we are in government, they have vented their anger. However, we have been talking to them, and now a lot of people realize what we have done and what we are going to do. Therefore, now they understand that very soon the culprits will be booked and justice will be done for Praveen.
You said while you were there that if need be, you wouldn't mind adopting the Yogi Adityanath model. What do you mean by that, sir?
See, what I meant was that very stern and firm action will be taken because Karnataka being a very peaceful place, we can't tolerate this kind of nonsense what we have. So, we are going to come down very, very seriously on them, and we will use the might of the law to the highest order to see that they are booked and they are punished and they don't raise their heads. That's what I meant.
Okay. The second issue that the opposition says where your government has not lived up to the challenge is the issue of corruption. They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this contractors association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a chief minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming chief minister. After becoming chief minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented. And third is, I have the very same contractors had come and I said, ask them to give me one case about 40%. How is that 40% is there? Whom you have given? Who has taken? They have not given even today a single case. I got an open mind, and we have reined in corruption to such an extent that all the people who are involved in economic activity are seeing it and feeling it. And as far as Congress is concerned, they are the Gangotri of corruption. And there are cases of more than 40% during Siddaramaiah government. I can give example and after example. They have got highest number of corrupt skeletons in their cupboard, and they don't have any moral right to talk. Their national president is facing corruption charges, their state president is facing corruption charges, and all the ex-ministers are facing corruption charges. What right they have got?
Sir, when you were appointed Chief Minister, many said you were an unlikely candidate. There were people both within your party and outside who were saying that you are not originally from the BJP. What can you say to those people today, now that you have finished 1 year in power, that you are as much original BJP as anyone else in your party is?
See, I need not prove about my credentials in BJP. It is always there, it is seen, it is in action. I don't want to say anything, but everything is there to be seen as in the action itself. Secondly, yes, I had never lobbied or never tried for this, so naturally it became an element of surprise. But now all my legislature, all my party workers, all my office bearers, they are quite comfortable and we are all going as one team.
What about the central leadership, sir? Is the central leadership 100% backing you and with you? Are you confident of leading your party into the elections next year?
See, it is very clear. When I was elected, it was the choice of my central leadership, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah ji and Nadda ji. And their blessings are there throughout, and they are guiding me in all kind of development activities. And my job is now to bring back the party to power in 23, and I am striving day in and day out, 24/7 I am at it, and I am sure people will bless us, and I will bring back Karnataka into BJP fold in 23. That is the wish of our leaders, and I will fulfill that wish.
Sir, over the last 1 year, there have been some concerns raised by the IT industry. Bangalore, of course, is known as the IT capital of the country. What will you say to the IT industry to reassure them that Karnataka and Bengaluru still remain the premier destination for IT companies, outsourcing companies? Because there were some concerns raised. I believe some industrialists like Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, etc., even wrote to you about it.
No, Kiran Majumdar voiced the concern about the communal flair in this thing, but I have assured her, see, as if the communal thing is not happening just now, it has been happening right for 4 or 5 decades, but IT sector has still grown, and if you look into the last 1 year, all the 4 quarters, highest number of FDI in the country is in Karnataka. 38% of the FDI of the country comes into Karnataka, and most of them are in the IT sector. That reposes the confidence not only the Indian IT people, but the Silicon Valley IT people also. And secondly, we are innovation number 1. Highest number of MOEs we have signed, industry is growing, and yesterday the list of GST has come down compared to last year. We have grown 45% in GST compared to the last year. That shows the economy is growing. Economy doesn't grow like that. Economy grows through people who can really contribute to the economy in terms of industry, trade, commerce, workers, and infrastructure by the government. So all this is happening. So I have assured them, and now they are really comfortable about it.
Mr. Bombay, one organization that seems to be creating a lot of trouble in your state in the last 1 year is the Popular Front of India. What is the status of the government investigation against them? Why don't you ban them? Can you give us a status update?
Yeah, see, I've been told, I have already spoken to press regarding this. This is not creating problem not only in Karnataka, throughout the country, Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, everywhere. And the ban at state level, the courts have stuck it down. So the center is at it, and they have to have right kind of procedure, informations, and they are collecting that, and very soon some action will be taken, and we are hopeful about it.
Do you believe, sir, that in the last few months, it's settled now, but in the last few months with the hijab controversy, the halal controversy, it kind of cast your government and your state in negative light, and you have recovered that image now?
See, you have spoken half-truth. The issue is when hijab came, we never treated as a communal thing. We treated as our rule as far as dress code is concerned. And we came out the age-old dress code law, and High Court upheld it. Now everybody is following it. Through rule of law, we have settled it. Azan, Supreme Court order has been followed. Rule of law, we have settled it. And any other issue, even halal issue, it is a rule of the law. The law which was done during Congress government, which they had forgotten, we have said everybody should follow, and everybody followed it. See, majority of the minority also follows. It is only few elements who misguide them and try to create a law and order problem. But however, we have dealt it firmly as well as rule of law. And this is a new way of dealing all this kind of nonsense which is not really necessary for this country. This is the right way to deal it, and I have done it.
I want to talk a little bit about infrastructure, particularly in the context of the recent rains, not just in the cities, but in some of the interiors also. Things have, I mean, because of incessant rains, things have not looked good. What has your government done to improve the infrastructure in Bengaluru as well as in the rest of the state?
See, floods are there unprecedented this year, but the government is there very much. I have toured and traveled all the flood hit districts, areas, and we have dealt with them on humanitarian grounds. We have done rescue in time, relief in time. Now we are doing rehabilitation in time. And as far as houses are concerned, we are building all the houses which are really succumbed to the rain, and we are building roads, bridges. Immediately I have sanctioned enough money for them. Today also I had a video conference, and I have directed my deputy commissioners to be with the people immediately and see that communication is restored, and then rehabilitation will start. First rescue and relief should be given immediately. And for your kind information, Karnataka is only one state where if there is a house succumbs completely, NDRF gives 95,000. But my state government is giving 5 lakh rupees for a house which is succumbed to the rain. And as far as farmers' crop loss is concerned, whatever NDRF gives, state government is adding and giving double. For example, if dry crops is 13,600, we are giving them 23,000 rupees.
Okay.
This is how we are helping our farmers and our people. So we are at it. And I have given money from state government for infrastructures like road, electric poles, bridges. So enough rescue and this thing. Now rehabilitation is also on the fast track.
Mr. Bommai, last few questions. You've got less than a year now to go back to the people and face elections. You have the peculiar this thing of dealing with not just one opposition in the Congress, but two opposition parties in the JDS as well. Are you ready to take on both these opposition parties? And what is your general view towards the JDS? Because you have been in an alliance before. Will you rule out the possibility if a need arises? Will you be open to the idea of tying up with a smaller party?
I will answer your question in one straightforward way. I am ready to take on both the opposition up and square.
Herald House where I am standing at this moment. It has been completely sealed. The fourth floor rather has been sealed, which belongs to the young Indian.
You are treating this institution, this party, these leaders as terrorists.
ये प्रतिशोध की राजनीति है, ये धमकी की राजनीति है।
epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The Congress party has been jolted once again in the National Herald case after the Enforcement Directorate sealed the office of young Indian. As per the agency, it was sealed because no one was available in the office and the ED agents were not able to complete the search. The agency has sealed the premises so that searches can be conducted in the presence of office bearers. Summons have been sent to the principal officer, who is Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge, to get the search concluded. The agency says that as and when the authorized person presents himself for concluding the search, the seal will be lifted. This comes just days after Rahul and Sonia Gandhi were grilled by the agency, which is looking into the suspected misuse of party funds to take over Associated Journals through Young Indian, which resulted in the acquisition of all immovable properties of AJL as well. BJP leader Subramaniam Swamy, who is the main petitioner in the case, claims that by acquiring AJL through Young Indian, the Gandhis acquired properties worth several hundred crores owned by AJL in cities such as Mumbai, Lucknow, Patna, Delhi and Panchkula, including the 6-story Herald House at Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg. The Congress mobilized the top leadership to take on the centre, calling the sealing drive vendetta politics, claiming the agency is being used to harass the party in the absence of concrete proof. The Congress will raise an adjournment notice over this tomorrow in Parliament. But has this flashpoint been triggered by the inability of the Congress to properly cooperate with the agency, which prompted the sealing drive? Or is this, as the Congress alleges, an intimidation tactic? Joining me on the show, Sambit Patra, national spokesperson of the BJP. We have Radhika Khera from the Congress. Radhika Khera, if you look at what has been pasted outside the office, they are essentially saying that it was to complete the entire search process, and the moment that process is completed, this entire sealing will be lifted. Then why is the Congress alleging or indulging, I would say, in fear-mongering?
Who is indulging in fear-mongering? We are not the ones who are indulging in fear-mongering. We are just putting forward, putting across to the nation and showing to the nation that we are being led today by a government which is so scared. And I will repeat it again, the Modi government is extremely scared. And these are just the characteristics of a scared ruler. कहते हैं ना, एक डरे हुए शासक की निशानी है, the way he is behaving. Why are there platoons outside Sonia Gandhi ji's house? Why are there platoons outside Rahul Gandhi ji's house? Rahul Gandhi ji was not even in Delhi. Why has AICC been sealed? Why has the road of Akbar Road been sealed from both ends? No one can go, no one can come. Why? What is the government so scared of?
Radhika,
what was the Congress
specifically
going to do?
about
Just a march
the search, summons have been sent to Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge to get the search concluded. And the moment that search is concluded, seal will be lifted. This is a process that is followed. You have got no relief from the courts either. If I were to look at the court observations, which have been pretty harsh on the Gandhis, then why should this be seen as vendetta?
It will, again, I will repeat myself. If there is a notice which has been sent to Kharge ji, he will go as per the notice. He will abide by the law. When did Rahul Gandhi ji and Sonia Gandhi ji not follow law? Please tell me that. Over 200 questions were answered. Over 50 hours of questioning were joined. At this age also, despite being sick, she went and joined and cooperated completely with the ED. What I am asking is, and I want to know from the government, what are they so scared of that platoons had to be placed outside in different uniforms, outside Sonia ji's house, outside Rahul ji's house?
Please respond.
Why was AICC, the Congress office blocked?
In fact, Jairam Ramesh has tweeted that this is about some kind of sealing of the Congress office. There is massive police presence outside Congress office. If search was happening and the ED had sealed the office of Young Indian, then what was the need of this entire police presence outside Congress headquarters?
See, Maria, first and foremost, as far as National Herald case, the ongoing interrogation, the ongoing raids, etc. are concerned, remember there were a battery of lawyers today in the Congress office. They chose to hold press conferences. The same Congress party and their battery of lawyers, they are quite capable of knocking at the doors of the Supreme Court even in the middle of night for terrorists and getting the doors of the Supreme Court opened. Had there been merit in whatever argument they are placing in the press conferences, probably these lawyers of the Congress party would have rushed to the Supreme Court saying that, my lord, look, whatever is happening because we have a dictatorial government in the center. They're so scared that they're trying to intimidate the Gandhis, and the law is in our favor. So please do us the favor of stopping this raid and in fact opening up the seal. But none of them rushed to the court. Why? Because they had done so in the past. Remember, to the Patiala House Court, from Patiala House Court to the Delhi High Court, from Delhi High Court to the Supreme Court, the topmost lawyers of the Congress party had said that let's squash the case because the case does not hold any water. What did the Delhi High Court said? The Delhi High Court in fact went ahead to say that this was almost criminality on part of accused number 1 Sonia Gandhi and accused number 2 Rahul Gandhi, to which they again rushed to Supreme Court saying that, my lords, please quash the case. The Supreme Court categorically mentioned, no, we see merit in the case, you have to face the trial. And well, yes, you may be the president of the Congress party, you may be the former president of the Congress party, but trial you have to face. And as far as why the police was present in front of the residences of Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, well, in the past we had seen that people from the party had accumulated in the streets, trying to burn vehicles, trying to burn tires, etc., and the law had gone for a toss. Then the question that the media had asked of the Delhi police, why was the Delhi police not able to control the law and order situation on the streets? That's why, preempting probably that the situation may go out of hand, the Delhi police might have extended its security cover so that the people and the houses also, I mean Sonia ji's residence, Rahul ji's residence, do not meet with any untoward incidents. Why do they feel that Sonia ji and Rahul ji were to be arrested? Don't they believe in the judicial process of this country?
Radhika, again the question is of fear mongering. Why this fear?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, you can be heard. Go ahead. I'll try and fix that line with Radhika Khera. Sambit Patra, you know, this charge that is coming from Congress party, that is not only coming from one opposition party, but it is coming from Aam Aadmi Party, the Trinamool Congress. They say that the BJP almost has gone on some kind of an overdrive in its use of investigating agencies or misuse of investigating agencies.
See, Maria, in fact, let's keep everything aside. Let all the technicalities be put into a bean. Let's just go by what the optics say. I mean, forget about what the Bharatiya Janata Party tweets, etc. The optics which has been passed by the media, which is the fourth wing of democracy, by your channel and other channels, shows heaps and bundles of cashes lying in the houses of these politicians and their aides. So what are we supposed to do? Not to speak about these corruption cases, not to speak about these heaps of money that we find just because it belongs to certain politicians? Of course. I mean, there has been a narrative in this country, questions have been asked in this country as to what is the agencies doing, what are the agencies doing, why aren't they in fact catching hold of the politicians who are so blatantly corrupt? Has the court given any kind of long rope to these politicians? Has the court in fact let them off the hook? Of course not. Remember, Mr. Parth Chatterjee or be it Satyendra Jain, all these people went to the court pleading they were not guilty, they were not corrupt. But the court said nothing doing, you have to face the custodial charges, you have to go to custody. Today Satyendra Jain is in jail. Today Parth Chatterjee is in jail. They have to, Sanjay Raut is in custody. Why? At least if you don't believe the Bharatiya Janata Party, you have political reasons for that. But the courts of this country,
Radhika,
they are functioning without any interruption.
Again, the question here is that if the Congress party has nothing to hide, then why this fear? If it is one floor which is being sealed only for search, and the moment the search is conducted and through in the presence of a senior officer, which is essentially Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, then the seal will be removed, then why this entire charge of vendetta politics? Why this move now that the Congress will be moving adjournment notices in Parliament over the ED action?
First of all, the fear is on the other side. Like I said, we have a scared government, a scared, frustrated political regime, which is only targeting the opposition. Anyone who questions the government on price rise, you question them ki bhai sahab, Why is CNG more expensive than petrol and diesel in Uttar Pradesh? Why are food items, roti, dal, sabzi, tel, why are they expensive? Why are everything so expensive? Why are you not able to control the economy? Why is there joblessness? You will be sent ED notices and you will be sent ED CBI. Has anyone ever sent any agency to Himanta Biswa Sarma? Who is Himanta Biswa Sarma? He was a corrupt politician according to Amit Shah Saab in 2016. But as soon as he joined their party, he has done his Ganga Snan, all paap has been washed off. And now there is no need of investigation because Swayam Amit Shah Saab and Modi ji have declared him as non-corrupt and he is their chief minister. Has anyone ever said any agency or any inquiry has been done to find out who was actually hosting those MLAs who were picked up from Maharashtra, taken to Gujarat? From Gujarat, they were taken to Assam, from Assam to Goa, and then back to Mumbai. Who was paying for all that? Was the government paying? Was it the taxpayers' money like you and me? Or was it someone on the individual capacity? Did any ED reach them? 3 Congress MLAs who were caught with cash in Jharkhand. Has any inquiry been done on that? The Congress has suspended those MLAs and we have written, the other MLAs have written to the agencies and to the police stating that they have been offered 10 crore
the question
per
then
MLA.
is
that cash, where did that come from?
So you're
there is evidence that Himanta Biswa Sarma is responsible
you're bringing
for it.
in all other aspects. So as far as National Herald case is concerned, you don't see this as targeting because the Delhi High Court in 2014 had said that is YIL, Young Indian Limited, indeed appeared to be a sham or a cloak to convert public money to personal use as per the Financial Express. That's what it said. My question then to you is that while you talk about what the Jharkhand MLAs who are now who were of the Congress party suspended, or what happened in Maharashtra, those Shiv Sena MLAs who switched sides, they were part of your alliance. This is Congress MLAs that you're talking about in the context of Jharkhand. It's about your own house in order. Is the house in order?
No, it is. See, I will again repeat myself. This government is such a scared government that a scared Shasak is only trying to scare other people. That's the way a scared man behaves. Ki samne wale ko darao. That is normal human psychology.
And I was just listening a few minutes back to Mitch. आप क्यों कांग्रेस को डरा रहे हैं? आप क्यों TMC को डरा रहे हैं? और आप क्यों आम आदमी पार्टी को डरा रहे
हैं? Maria, astonishingly, first the Congress party should hold a plenary session to decide whether we are dictators, whether we are dictators or whether we are scared people. I mean, remember, from morning till evening, these people keep on saying that we are dictators, we are not scared of anyone, we are trying to scare others, we are trying to take the life out of others. But here we have a Congress spokesperson who is saying that it's the Bharatiya Janata Party which is scared, the Prime Minister is scared, our government is scared. So first they have to decide, either we are dictators or we are the scared lot, number one. Number two, and very importantly, they have talked about roti, dal, sabji, everything, but they have not talked about what the Delhi High Court had to say about the National Herald case. They have talked about everything as to who is scared and what is the degree of scare, but they have not talked about what the Supreme Court had to say about the National Herald case. And here, look, I have a cutting from the Economic Times. The National Herald case, Supreme Court lets IT department reopen Rahul and Sonia Gandhi's tax filings, December 5, 2018. And remember why? Because in 2010, Rahul Gandhi misled in his affidavit during the elections that he was not a director in any company, despite the fact that he was one of the functioning directors of Young India. And then later the Income Tax Department found that Rahul Gandhi had to pay amounts to the tune of 154 crore, not just 68 lakh, as Mr. Rahul Gandhi has said. So notices were issued, to which Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi rushed to the courts, to the lower court, then the High Court and the Supreme Court, and none gave them relief, saying that you have to face the law of the land. So please talk about the specifics of this case. Why are you the Queen Victoria and the Prince Charming that you will not be questioned by the law of the land? Just because you ruled this country for the last 70 years, you are entitled to dacoity and you will not be questioned by the agencies of this country. Okay. Why this sense of entitlement is my question.
Okay. Radhika, if Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, as you said, cooperated with the agency and appeared before the agency, Rahul Gandhi was questioned over 5 days and Mrs. Gandhi as well. The larger question is, you saw that as law taking its course. Then this should be also seen as the same. Why that satyagraha in the first place and then this reaction which appears to be certainly disproportionate?
Why not a satyagraha? That has been a part of our country's tradition. That is how we even got independence.
But satyagraha
is there a problem
for
with
Gandhis?
Satyagraha? Is there a problem in why?
This
why
is a satyagraha for the Gandhis, which is not the same as the satyagraha which the Congress did and the freedom fighters did for independence.
Why cannot a party and its workers fight and stand up and do satyagraha for its leadership? Why? Is there a rule? We cannot, when we are saying, and I will repeatedly say this, if the Congress party, the Congress leaders are not scared, the Gandhi family is not scared of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party who is scared of us because we continue to raise the voice of the people and bring out their misdoings. And I will again say this, we have joined every investigation and cooperated. But the reason that the questions are being asked today is the way ek chhag nahi banai gayi hai AICC ke bahar, the way the platoons are standing. If you have sealed the office of Young India, if you have sealed any office, we are abiding by the law. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge ji will join the investigation as far as all our leaders have been joining the investigation. No one has run away from investigation. So what is this that they're trying to create? They're trying to show to the world that no one is joining the investigation. Mr. Sambit Patra was reading out a list ki court ne ye kaha, court ne wo kaha. I want to ask Mr. Patra, what action and what agency have you sent to Mr. Raman Singh and his son, whose name is in Panama Papers? What action have you taken against the Naan Ghotala? What actions have you taken against the paper scam in Madhya Pradesh? What actions have you taken against your former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani from Gujarat, who was accused of crores and crores and hundreds of crores of scams?
This is the charge that is, again, that is not coming only from the Congress, but also from the TMC and Aam Aadmi Party, that whosoever from opposition joins the BJP, it is almost like that the BJP becomes some kind of washing machine and you get cleaned up of all the charges of corruption that may be there against you.
Maria, let me put you a question over here. I mean, Maria, you follow the channels, I mean, you follow the news ardently. Tell me, how many times the Congress party has conducted a press conference regarding any of the corrupt deals of the Bharatiya Janata Party recently? I mean, they were talking about Mr. Raman Singh. With all due respect, they have a government in Chhattisgarh. The Congress has their own government in Chhattisgarh. Has the Congress government's Chhattisgarh ACB unit, the Anti-Corruption Bureau unit, filed any charge against Mr. Raman Singh? Have they conducted a single press conference against Mr. Raman Singh that, look, this is what he has done and our ACB has filed a case? They have not filed a case. They were talking about Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Hemanta Biswa Sarma, when 2016 was in Congress party, as our panelist has said, there was a Congress government there. When he came to BJP, there was a Congress government in Assam. Why did you not act against him then? You were talking about other leaders in Karnataka, etc., etc. You had a government in Karnataka, a Congress government. Did you act against any of the BJP leader? If you did not have, you filed cases, they did not stand the test of time, they did not stand the test of legality. So you had the government. Are we supposed to file cases in Chhattisgarh? You have a government, do it. As far as Vyapam is concerned, you went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said nothing doing. So all this has stood the test of time, stood the test of legality. Okay. Now, for God's sake, please stand the test of legality in your case as well.
Okay. 30 seconds to you, Radhika, and then I end this discussion.
Mr. Patra, your own Himachal Pradesh state president during the corona crisis had to step down because he was accused and he was a part of the PPE kit ghotala. What action have you taken against him? Himachal Pradesh has your government, the center is your government. Did you do any questioning? Because he's a BJP leader, everything is allowed. And I will repeat, what action have you taken against Mr. Rupani? Should I list out the list of scams of Mr. Vijay Rupani from giving out crores and crores of acres of zameen? No, Sir, I did not, Mr. Patra, I did not interrupt when you were speaking. Have the courtesy and have the decency to listen. If you are on the right, you will let me speak and not interject in between. You spoke in your turn. So let me complete. इतना घमंड अच्छा नहीं है. रावण का भी नहीं चला था और आप लोगों का भी नहीं चलेगा. Mark my words.
चलिए राधिका जी, कौन घमंड कर रहा है? घमंड तो आप लोग कर रहे हैं.
घमंड आपका ही है बीच-बीच में बोल के. Let me complete. I will come back again to the point.
अरे क्यों घमंड है? आप बोलिए ना. I'm talking on
if there is a charge against any of your
you're not a small child that you have to
in those states,
keep on coming
why
in between
action
when I'm
was
talking.
not taken against them?
I will again repeat.
See,
Panama Papers
Maria,
is a huge,
I heard the
scam.
question. So has the ACB of Chhattisgarh registered a case against Raman Singh? Has it?
So is there,
Why? If you have all the facts of, no, if you have all the facts against Raman Singh, so who prevents the government there in Chhattisgarh to take action? Why don't you do that? I mean, the question is, rhetorics is not going to help. I mean, over here, what she has accepted is that logic
So
is,
you are saying,
we have plundered, we have looted, law should take its course. But what about the other ones who have done corruption?
All right.
Logically, they have accepted that they are the corrupt ones.
All right. Samit Padra, Radhika Khera, really appreciate your time. Let me get a quick wrap of this case and particularly the search from Ashish Merishi, who tracks Enforcement Directorate for us. Ashish, I'm going to try and understand from you. After questioning, if there is a search of this nature that happens, what exactly is ED looking for?
So let me clarify, because there are two aspects to the entire story, Maria. The first aspect is that there were certain searches which were conducted yesterday. There are certain companies that have been searched, which are, the Enforcement Directorate in fact, they're not giving any details about these companies as of now. But to my understanding, these companies are basically companies which basically helped in purchase of shares just at the time when the entire deal of National Herald or Associated Journal was happening with Young Indians. So that is one aspect. Now, I have just failed to understand the reason why there is so much of hue and cry as of today. Why? If the search process was not completed, that room has been sealed. That is all. Young Indian has a small office in the building of Herald House. That office was not occupied by anybody. Yes. So it was not occupied by anyone. When the Enforcement Directorate team reached, there was no occupant there. So they left a message today that this office cannot, or this room cannot, this building cannot be opened until and unless the occupant comes. So here, Mallikarjuna Kharge, who is the current principal officer, he's already been told by the Enforcement Directorate that we would like to search this premises and in your presence. So I have just failed to understand
why this hue and cry when it is a normal search process.
Why there is so much of hue and cry? Yeah, in fact, it is basically the process of law. If a premises needs to be searched and there is a search warrant against that premises, and that there is no occupant or there is nobody there, then obviously the presence of somebody is required. Whether it is the owner or whether it is whoever is occupying that place, that person needs to be there. So here, Mallikarjuna Kharge has been asked to join the investigation, and once the search is completed, then obviously that notice will be removed.
All right. Ashish Merishi, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to our second topic on News Epicenter, this entire political culture of freebies to woo voters that actually played out in the apex court today.
रेवड़ी कल्चर वाले कभी आपके लिए नए एक्सप्रेसवे नहीं बनाएंगे, नए एयरपोर्ट या डिफेंस कॉरिडोर नहीं बनवाएंगे।
वास्तविकता ये है कि कई सारी ऐसी गैर जिम्मेवारी इस देश में पार्टियां हैं जो चुनाव के पहले जनता को बहलाने के लिए, जनता को बरगलाने के लिए कुछ वादे रखते हैं।
There was a debate in the top court today over the political culture of freebies to woo voters. The Supreme Court was hearing a plea which argued that the distribution of irrational freebies amounts to bribery, calling it a political tactic used to unduly influence voters. The plea also argued that freebies vitiate free and fair elections. The centre argued in court that freebies will lead to economic disaster and distort the decision of the voter. Centre argued further that the Election Commission must examine the issue. The apex court then presented its observations, saying there is a need for an expert body to frame regulations for freebies. National institutions must brainstorm the issue. and parties must give suggestions for the composition of an expert panel. The Supreme Court said that freebies have a significant impact on the economy, adding that the situation has been created due to the inaction of the Election Commission. The top court also said that no political party will oppose freebies and Parliament may be unable to effectively debate the matter, while the focus must be on the taxpayers and the economy. Now, this comes just 2 weeks after Prime Minister Modi warned citizens about revelry culture, saying it hampers the Vikas drive of the nation. Stepping into the debate, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal questioned the timing of the BJP stand in the Supreme Court, calling it purely political and lip service in connection to the economic woes the nation is facing. But this issue is indicative of a larger trend in India, where bad economics certainly is good politics. Welfare schemes of state governments tops over 1 trillion rupees. The largest schemes are from Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and West Bengal. Schemes worth 2,67,000 crores are from Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and West Bengal alone. The largest rise in subsidies has been in Jharkhand, Kerala, Orissa, Telangana and Uttar Pradesh, while Gujarat, Punjab and Chhattisgarh spend 10% of the state revenue on subsidies. The question remains, is it time to wake up to the economic realities of this culture that is so entrenched in Indian politics? Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, is joining me live. Gaurav Pandey, representing the Congress. We also have Priyanka Kakkar of the Aam Aadmi Party. Priyanka Kakkar, the Apex Court is of the opinion that all political parties and various stakeholders must come together. Will the Aam Aadmi Party agree for a discussion of this nature? Because you certainly top the list of parties that has been indulging in this kind of promise.
Maria, I disagree with the last statement, and why I say that is, Maria, because there are genuine welfare schemes and then there are populist announcements. When you promise a 15 lakh in the account, for example, that disrupts the level playing field and it's a populist announcement. But when you end up giving what the Constitution promises, whether it is free education, free water, that would be a welfare scheme which helps our citizens and make their lives easier. Now, the BJP, Maria, clearly does not have any economic sense. And that is why it has sold almost all of our national assets, and even then incurred a debt of 60,000 crores compared to Delhi.
Can I say something in the context of Punjab? In Punjab,
it's been
the Aam Aadmi Party promised 1,000 rupees per month to every adult woman in the state. That would cost the exchequer 1,600 crores in a state which is debt-ridden. The women are yet to get that 1,000 rupees.
Since you bring up Punjab, we've already implemented the free electricity, 300 unit of electricity in Punjab. Okay. The other will also be implemented. It's been about, say, 115 days since we came to power. And yet we were able to return 5,000 crore debts. And it's not difficult if you have good economic sense and the political will to empower people.
Okay, Charu Pragya,
what is happening, for example,
the BJP played the same card in UP. And I would agree with the Apex Court when they say clearly that no political party would be opposing freebies because every party does freebies.
No. Maria, there's a slight difference. Freebie is when you...
Okay, that's a question to Charu Pragya. Yes.
Maria, let me please finish.
Maria.
Yes. Go ahead, Charu.
I think audible to you.
Yes, go ahead.
So first of all, we have to make a very clear distinction between Garib Kalyan Yojanas which are made for the benefit of the upliftment of the poorest of the poor in our country, and political parties who are only promising freebies as an election promise. And what the BJP does is more long-term. See, we are trying to make sure that the basic necessities of the poor people's lives are taken care of. Giving somebody food to eat cannot be called a freebie. Whereas giving everybody a discount on electricity bills, it does not matter whether they can pay for it or not. That definitely is a freebie, and more so when it is given as an election promise. Vote for me and I will give you free electricity. Now that is what a freebie amounts to. A freebie is not when the world is suffering in a pandemic. And
Charu can say that because they're not even able to provide 100% electricity.
No, no, absolutely not. See, Priyanka, I cannot see you, and I'll appreciate you not speaking in between when I'm having my say. We have actually changed the electrical circuit of this country, and anybody who follows politics and social policies will know that. We have electrified every single village in this country, which was never done previously.
Again, it's misinformation. I must stop her. I must intervene because it is misinformation.
What kind of debates you go on.
They consider 10%
where people want to speak over other people.
Okay, Charu, one moment. Priyanka and Charu, listen to me. Okay, we can have a very civilized debate here. That's what I do on my show. One moment, Charu, just hold on to your thoughts. We'll try and connect. Okay, you're back with us. Charu Pragya, my question to you is, when the BJP talks about freebies, then it is food security. When other political parties talk about ration, then it is not food security. Then it becomes anti-welfareism. Then it becomes a populist measure.
No, and Maria, I am not talking about food. I am talking about other promises which are made. AIDMK, what kind of promises are made by AIDMK? Aam Aadmi Party, they want to base their entire...
AIDMK is your ally. You are saying that that is not a genuine welfare measure, which is meant for vulnerable section. And what opposition does is just populism. That is something that I am not convinced about. We'll try and fix that line with Charu Pragya in just a bit. Gaurav Pandey, when you went ahead and announced Nyay, that was again the same freebie culture that we keep talking about.
It's not, Maria. It's absolutely not. We need to understand what exactly when we say freebies. If it is economic support to the people, those who are in need, they are not freebies. That's the duty of the government to provide a level support to the people so that they can be level playing field, right? So when you say that Nyay, it doesn't fall into the category of freebies. Freebies is what the government, this current government has been. For example, 2 years ago, again we proposed Nyay in 2020 after the lockdown during COVID. That there should be Nyay so that people, the government should put money into the hands of the people so that they can spend. And
what
they
is
can,
your government in Chhattisgarh doing? They are indulging in freebies.
However, it's not. However, what the government did, they went ahead and reduced the corporate tax. That's freebies. When people, those who already have enough, and you're wanting to reduce their burden, that is you would call freebies. Or the fake promises that the BJP has been making during the elections, and also the Aam Aadmi Party, as you very well mentioned in the beginning.
There is not a single promise that we made and didn't deliver.
Right now, right now as we speak, right? So all of us might be able to refill our LPG bottles at the current prices. We might be struggling to do so. However, there are more than 2 crore people, those who have not been able to refill their gas cylinders. Just imagine. So they are the people, they need subsidies. The government should provide them the subsidies, and then you cannot call them the freebies.
No, Gaurav, the problem with that argument is that none of you are ready to actually make this a talking point and ensure that the election commission, various stakeholders become a part of it. Because what is being promised here is irrational freebies from public fund before election, duly in fact, which influences voters, completely disturbs level playing field, shakes roots of free and fair election, and completely vitiates the entire process. And all political parties indulge in it.
Maria,
be it the Congress or the BJP or the Aam Aadmi Party. This is distribution of private goods, almost services which are happening in this country. Can India afford it?
Maria, see, freebies, again, I want to add here, freebies is when you make irrelevant promises in your election speeches.
You did it with Nyay.
I believe that election...
Gaurav, you did it with Nyay. The
It's
Congress
not
did it with
irrelevant.
Nyay.
It is not
Aam Aadmi
irrelevant.
Party
See,
has done it, so has the BJP done.
No, Maria, see, it has been implemented in Chhattisgarh, and it's a successful model.
Okay.
Today, Chhattisgarh has the lowest
So the same argument can be made by the Aam Aadmi Party that they have a Delhi model which worked, so they are hopeful that even the Punjab model will work. Charu, what is the problem with the Punjab model then? If they have a successful Delhi model?
Yeah, so Maria, how successful the Delhi model is, that's highly debatable, because you cannot have a state which is going into debt. You cannot have a state that continuously wants to borrow.
Okay, Priyanka, one moment. Let her finish. Let her finish. Yes, Charu,
No,
go
no,
ahead. Okay.
Maria, I don't understand what is the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson's problem. I
Go
refuse
ahead.
to be in an
Go ahead.
untalked
Go
debate
ahead.
like this.
Quickly.
So
Misinformation troubles me.
Can you please wait for your turn to speak?
Sure,
Can you please wait for your turn to speak,
Yes,
or your party
Charu,
doesn't
make
teach
your point.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Maria, make sure she doesn't interrupt. So what I'm trying to say is, if your government is driving a state further and further into debt, and then you go back to the center repeatedly and ask for more money, which Aam Aadmi Party is infamous for doing, that is not the way you are supposed to create welfare schemes. When you create a welfare scheme, you're supposed to take into account your income as a government and your expenditure as a government. Now, Aam Aadmi Party can have a lot of money they can spend on advertisements, but at the same time, for every other thing, they want to come back to the center and ask for money. Punjab is already doing that. They've just come to power and they're already doing that in Punjab. So again, even when you look at Delhi, the Delhi Jal Board, numbers are speaking against them. A department which was always in profit is today in loss. And that is thanks to the unreasonable freebies handed out by the Aam Aadmi Party government. And it's not just unreasonable freebies. Even in spite of that, Delhi people are struggling to get clean water. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw a clear distinction between ensuring the citizens of our country are well fed and living comfortably versus a political party which promises
Can I remind you of what is happening in Madhya Pradesh?
Let me also please.
No, one moment. Can I remind you of what is happening in Madhya Pradesh, a state which is governed by the BJP for over 20 years, which along with Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal have schemes worth 2,67,000 crores.
Please don't forget Uttar Pradesh as well.
No, and in Uttar Pradesh, what is happening? What is happening in Uttar Pradesh is not like a blanket statement which is given by the government saying that it doesn't matter if you can pay, you cannot pay. Every single welfare scheme is very careful. You cannot own land. You are not the owner of a four-wheeler or a two-wheeler. There are a lot of checklists to that. It is not just randomly handed out to every apparent voter which comes your way.
So, Priyanka, basically what Charu is saying is that their welfare scheme is not populist because it's very well thought out, while what Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress does is pure doling out, freebies, which are meaningless.
Maria, if I can quickly add one more thing. You've let the board speak twice.
And food security was introduced by the Congress government.
I'm not sure whether the BJP spokesperson is actually ill-informed or intentionally misleading and misinforming the public. Now,
can you please tell me,
we are dealing with a party like BJP, which is clearly, it does not have any economic sense. This is a party which has sold all of its national assets and incurred a debt of 60,000 crores still. Delhi is the only state which, according to the CAG report, is also in revenue surplus. This despite the fact that we have a budget of 25% for education, over 15% for health, we provide free bus service to our female passengers, we give the cheapest electricity in all of India. The VAT prices are the lowest in all of India. We provide things that the constitution mandates and not jumlebazi. We don't come only around election to give you a cylinder. We don't come around election to give you a laptop. We don't come around election to give you a scooty. We are doing things which are constitutionally mandated of a welfare state.
Can I please come in, Maria? Maria, now that she's done shouting, I just want to
When
make
she's
one thing
talking
clear.
about debt,
BJP
has incurred a
Okay,
debt
Congress
after
wants to
selling
make a point. Yes,
almost
Gaurav,
all
come
of
in.
national assets.
Yes, Gaurav.
Party spokesperson said that Delhi is the only state. No, Delhi is not the only state. There are many states in India which are revenue surplus, and Delhi has been revenue surplus since last 16 to 17 years. And freebies, and let me tell you, freebies
will
are
talk about late Sheila Dikshit. Yes.
No, and freebies are if we talk about the current government in Punjab or the central government by the Modi government, freebies are when you provide you waste money in security and providing free security to Arvind Kejriwal and calling him the convener of Punjab. Arvind Kejriwal Arvind Kejriwal already has Arvind Kejriwal already has
and by Congress.
Then freebies are when you spend 8,000 crores in your planes, right? By Prime Minister Modi. Freebies are when you build a palace for yourself and for a fancy workplace for the member of parliament when there is one already that exists. When you put,
I think it's a very skewed idea of what exactly has been said by the court.
Exactly.
And I want, I'm going to take closing comments from all of you. One moment.
I'm
going to take closing comments from all of you. I'm going to take closing comments from all of you. The Supreme Court has said that an expert body consisting of various stakeholders, which includes Niti Aayog, Finance Commission, Law Commission, RBI, members of ruling and opposition parties must come together. My question is, from all of you, beginning with you, Charu Pragya, is the BJP open to the idea of having this discussion? Because it is the need of the hour.
Yes, absolutely, Maria. And our Prime Minister has said that this freebie culture is going to make our democracy hollow. That is not how it should exist. I want to make another point. See, when you are saying, and the AAP spokesperson was so proudly saying that women get to travel free by bus. Now, what sort of a distinction is that? Every person who's capable of paying should be happy to pay. Why not make it free for senior citizens or students for that matter?
Mandatorily
Why?
Free.
Oh my God!
It is not mandatorily free. You can pay.
You have some.
Give up your electricity subsidy. You should give it up tomorrow. It is not mandatory. Give it up tomorrow.
I think you have some sort of a problem, Priyanka. You should learn to speak when it is your turn to speak. This is not how a reasonable debate happens.
I will not have to interrupt.
Priyanka, I asked a question to her. Let her respond. Then I'll bring you in.
I think you've got to be the most rudest spokesperson.
Okay, no personal comments. No personal comments. Charu, 30 seconds. Let's be civil. Please go ahead.
She has to be either put on mute.
Okay, Charu, make your point. Yeah.
So this is actually a terrible version of whatever they are saying. And as for the Congress, now they are willing to give out nyaya, and yet the people of this country did not vote them into power. More importantly, when they talk about a plane or a parliament, well, members of your party will also be sitting in that parliament. Where do you suppose they're going to go when delimitation happens next time?
Is the Congress open to discussion?
Absolutely, Maria. When it comes to making irrelevant, illogical promises by the political parties, yes, there's a discussion that should happen. And I want to add one thing here. In 2013, during Rajasthan Assembly elections, our leader Rahul Gandhi made an announcement in Rajasthan that we should be moving towards providing, support in health, medical support to the people by providing free medicines. People did not vote for us. We were voted out. We sat in the opposition for 5 years, and we came. And then it's not that, just you roll out without thinking. There has to be a framework. The government worked on it. And today, this year it was launched. And today, Rajasthan is the only state providing more than 1,700 free medicines to the needy, to the people, those who need that support.
So same argument is given by the BJP that when they provided food to the poorest of the poor during the pandemic, and it is continuing, it is food security which India needed because of job losses that happened. Priyanka Kakkar, I think that there has to be a distinction between welfareism, food security, and what is populist. In most of the cases, it's populism that's playing out. Priyanka Kakkar, 30 seconds to you quickly.
Maria, Aam Aadmi Party has always been open to debates and discussions. And if you will see, our Honorable CM Arvind Kejriwal ji today also tweeted and said that there should perhaps be a cap on how much a state can spend from its capital. And I'm absolutely certain that we will be a part of this debate and discussion because that is how a welfare state is supposed to run.
All right. Priyanka Kakkar, Gaurav Pandey and Charu, thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be Speaker Nancy Pelosi led the American charge against the dragon, showing solidarity with Taiwan despite the warnings from Beijing. All the details after the break.
With regard to al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to al-Qaeda, It has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud.
Welcome back. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the U.S. not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. Dr. Nancy Snow is distinguished faculty at Schwarzman College and an author and international policy expert. She joins me from New York. Dr. Snow, I really appreciate your time. The Chinese military has now encircled Taiwan. How far do you think Xi Jinping is prepared to go, and what price is Taipei, according to you, going to pay for hosting Speaker Pelosi?
It's a little too early to say beyond the intimidation factor here, and I imagine for those 23 million in Taiwan, this is something they are not comfortable with. Nobody would be with that circling of the island. I do think that it's different because it was Nancy Pelosi. Remember, she's just behind Vice President Kamala Harris to be in line for the presidency of the United States. These are very high stakes, and that's why we've seen this play out so dramatically over the last 48 hours. Even the markets responded to it. Nancy Pelosi stood her ground. That was an excellent summary. You went over the fact that she's had a long history of denouncing human rights abuses in China. But I would add, she's also had wonderful meetings with Chinese leaders about global commons issues, notably on climate change and development and all these areas where these two, the U.S. and China, have mutual interests. So I think now that she's left and gone to other parts of Asia, it's time to sort of take a deep breath and pull ourselves back from this getting out of hand. I live in East Asia. I happen to be in New York right now.
Yes.
But I live in Tokyo, Japan. I'm an educator. I teach in Beijing. I'm about to go to Beijing to teach at Schwarzman College on the campus of Tsinghua University. So I always promote wisdom, education, mutual understanding before war. And we do need to be concerned. But keep in mind, too, with China, it's coming up on the Congress, the party Congress, and also this effort to show that it's strong. The U.S. wants to show that it's strong, that it's not backing down, and that's why Representative Pelosi stood her ground.
Yes.
But also China wants to show its strength as well.
Dr. Snow, I want to understand from you, now that Nancy Pelosi has left Taipei, what do you think U.S. got out of this visit?
Well, the U.S. people, the U.S. government, it was curious to me when she announced that she was going no matter what, because you had President Joe Biden urging her publicly not to go, saying it wasn't a good time to go. And he was saying he had talked to military advisors who said just at this moment, when the U.S. is trying to improve relations with China, this would upset the apple cart, as it were. So Biden wanted to put diplomacy before going there to make a political statement. Now, she may have also had the midterm elections in mind. As a U.S. citizen, there's a lot of anti-China rhetoric in the U.S., and you can win political points by going on a trip like this. But from environmental activists, you might lose points because that's a long trip, burning a lot of fuel and going there in person to speak. So you've got to look at this from different optics, from different constituencies.
Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Nancy Snow, there, joining me from New York and telling us what has U.S. really achieved out of this visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taipei, Taiwan. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwa. Shifting our focus to some health news coming in from the national capital, where Delhi has reported its 4th monkeypox case. This after a 31-year-old Nigerian woman tested positive for the virus. With this, India's monkeypox tally stands at 9. That's the piece of breaking news coming in from the national capital, where we have a Nigerian national, a woman who has tested positive for the monkeypox virus. I'm joined by Rupashri Nanda on the broadcast to get the latest details when it comes to this monkeypox scare that has gripped the national capital. Rupashri, give us the details.
Well, what we have been able to confirm is that this person has been admitted into the LNJP hospital, and she is over 30 years old. And she has the normal symptoms or the predictable symptoms that are there from monkeypox, and her samples actually were sent for testing to NIT Pune, and the samples have returned today, and it has tested, and those samples have tested positive. So not very good news for the capital, because as the days pass by, every single day we are getting to hear of more cases of monkeypox being detected in the national capital. Remember, yesterday also Delhi reported 2 monkeypox cases, and today it has reported 1. Apart from that, in terms of the government's preparedness, both the central government and the Delhi government have taken note of it. There are 3 central government hospitals which have been made operational to treat monkeypox cases. Apart from that, Delhi government itself has set aside 3 hospitals or created isolation rooms in 3 hospitals that are being ruled by the Delhi government, and apart from that also created isolation rooms in private hospitals in order to deal with monkeypox. Now, if those numbers are not huge, for instance, in LNJP, there are 20 isolation rooms, but what we are getting to hear is that if and as the cases rise, then these number of rooms are also going to be, it is going to be increased. Apart from that, when the other concern is because it is a contagious disease, are our medical professionals prepared, or staff prepared to treat this? As far as LNJP is concerned, yes, they have been given the kind of training that is needed. And what we have been able to confirm is that the staff, the doctors, the nurses, anybody who is involved in treating a monkeypox case or supervising such a case is given PPE kits, and follows the same sort of protocols that they used to follow when it came to COVID cases. The only good news for the capital, of course, is that people, there has been 1 patient who has been discharged, and people, after a certain period of time, the patient is getting better and is getting discharged. But the bad news is, on consecutive days, Delhi is reporting a monkeypox case.
Absolutely. Rupashri, please stay with us. The COVID alarm in the national capital is not far behind as well. And that's the news that's coming in from Delhi, where Delhi's positivity rate has shot up to 11.64%. 2,073 new cases have been reported in the last 24 hours alone, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, the number of deaths too have gone up compared to yesterday. Delhi reported 5 new deaths today. Yesterday, it was just 3. Rupashri continues to be with us on the broadcast. Rupashri, so this continues to be a cause of concern for the Delhi government, because Delhi was once the epicenter of the COVID surge, and now we're seeing an upward trend. 11.64% the positivity rate, 5 deaths in the last 24 hours. Decode the action plan of the Delhi government right now. Is it a wait and watch policy even now?
Well, it's is a wait and watch policy. See, the Delhi government has already, set in motion its own preparations to deal with COVID cases, and it has now a kind of experience of dealing with COVID cases. Now, what we are getting to here is that there is no reason to panic, or there's no reason for alarm as of now. And what we are getting to here also is that the government is keeping a close eye on it, but looking at the spiral of cases, if you look at the number of cases yesterday, it was 1,500 plus. Today, it is 2,000 plus. Similarly, positivity rate has shot up by 1%. A number of deaths, 3 yesterday, 5 today, definitely extremely worrying as far as the fatalities are concerned. As far as the government is concerned, the eye essentially is on the fatalities. If the fatalities are under control,
right,
as minimum as possible, then perhaps there's no reason to worry. The other point I wanted to make, Ayushman, is that if you step out of your homes, you would rarely come across anybody who is adhering by COVID protocols. Even after the experience that Delhi has gone through in the past, not once but twice over. So that is also the kind. But the question is, does the government have to again bring back measures like challaning people who are not wearing masks and so on and so forth? But people also will have to take some responsibility and adhere by COVID protocols. But there is a fatigue which has set in, and more, as I'm out on the streets, I get to hear that people say that they're very, very tired of wearing masks.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No matter how many times the cases keep going up, when it comes to COVID discipline, that hasn't become part of our everyday life. And it seems that the government will be forced to bring back those mask mandates because the positivity rate is only shooting up, and at the same time the fatalities are also going up. But as Rupashri is pointing out, a wait and watch policy is being adopted by the Delhi government. Shifting focus to some other news, the Culture Ministry organized a Tiranga bike rally from the Red Fort to Parliament for MPs of all parties today. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi had earlier made an appeal to all MPs to attend the event. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu flagged off the bike rally.
This is to inculcate personal contact between the citizens of India and the national flag. That is the purpose of this yatra. The celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav over the past year, marking the India's glorious 75 years of freedom, irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion and region. India is one. We are one nation, one people, one country. This has to be remembered by one and all.
हर घर तिरंगा ये अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से भी अपील की गई है, संस्कृति मंत्रालय के आयोजन है। किस तरीके का मैसेज लोगों में जाएगा?
मैसेज बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हर घर में तिरंगा हो और हर व्यक्ति तिरंगे से प्रेरणा लेकर देश के जो अमृत काल है उसमें जुटे और देश के लिए जो भी कुछ करना संभव है वो सब मिलकर उसको करें। तिरंगा तो हम सबकी आन बान और शान है, उसमें पार्टी का और इन सब चीज़ों के कोई मायने नहीं है।
Now, as the monsoon session of Parliament entered its third week, both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha were disrupted by the opposition over charges of the misuse of central agencies by the government. Both houses were adjourned till 2 p.m. today, after which a series of bills, including the National Anti-Doping Bill and the Central Universities Amendment Bill, were discussed in the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha respectively. The National Anti-Doping Bill was passed in the Rajya Sabha. Amid the power tussle in Karnataka, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi attended the birthday celebrations of Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Devnagare. Addressing Congress workers, Rahul Gandhi said that he was happy to see DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah working together.
Today I was very happy to see Siddaramaiah ji and DK Shivkumar hugging each other on the stage. DK Shivkumar ji has done tremendous work for the Congress organization.
The court heard the preliminary arguments in the dispute between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde over the disqualification notices issued against 16 rebel MLAs who switched sides. Now, after hearing senior lawyers appearing for both sides for over an hour, the bench adjourned the hearing till tomorrow morning, asking senior advocate Harish Salve to redraft the written submissions on behalf of the Shinde camp for more clarity. And And CNG and PNG prices have been increased in Mumbai. CNG will now be available at 86 rupees per kilogram, which is an increase of 6 rupees. PNG will be available for 52.5 rupees per cubic meter, which is an increase of 4 rupees. The last hike was on July 12th. And more breaking news coming in, and this news coming in from down south. In the NEET exam scandal, the Kerala High Court has directed the National Testing Agency to file a detailed statement explaining the manner in which the test was conducted at its Kollam centre, where female aspirants were asked to remove their innerwear before attempting the exam. And this was done to deter cheating. That was the pitch coming in from that Kollam centre when it came to telling those aspirants to remove their innerwear. They wanted to deter cheating. I'm joined by Ananya Bhatnagar on the broadcast on this piece of breaking news. Ananya, give us the details. What kind of statement does the Kerala High Court want?
Well, yes, the Kerala High Court has in fact directed the National Testing Agency, that is the NTA, which is responsible for conducting all of these examinations, to in fact submit a report with regards to the incident that had happened in Kerala when the NEET exams had taken place. Remember, what had happened was certain students, certain female students were in fact asked to appear before the examination after removing the undergarments, and only after removing the undergarments they were allowed to sit into that examination. That was said that it was due to a security purpose, and a lot of hue and cry had happened. In fact, the National Commission for Women had also issued notices to the NTA and the agencies that are conducting the NEET examination, sought a response from them. And now the Kerala High Court Division Bench, which was hearing a plea, which sought an extra attempt for those students who were aggrieved by this, and also that certain guidelines should be issued in this nature, has now been given out by the Kerala High Court Division Bench. Remember that this comes after, in fact, almost a month after the examination has taken place, and in fact the petitioner had also sought that an extra attempt shall be given out to these aspirants who had appeared for the examination, because a lot of humiliation was caused to these students. And now the Kerala High Court has asked the NTA to submit its report with regards to the whole incident, what had happened and how the same has happened, and now what would be the future course of action when such examinations takes place. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what the NTA says in its response, but it would be very, very crucial to note as to what the NTA says, how it justifies what had happened that day, or would it apologize for what had happened during that NEET examination, because a lot of protests had taken place and a lot of agencies had come out, including the National Commission for Women and the State Commission for Women, had come out in open against this whole incident that had happened, where the students were asked to remove their undergarments before appearing for these examinations. And now we'll have to wait and watch as to how the NTA responds to it and what does it say in its affidavit before the Kerala High Court.
Right. So the NTA has a lot of explaining to do. Thank you, Ananya, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. Shifting focus to the rain havoc taking place across the country, SDRF teams rescued 3 people trapped in the middle of a river in Uttarakhand's Dehradun. Remember, incessant rains have lashed various parts of Uttarakhand, triggering a number of landslides and overflowing of rivers. A landslide was reported near the Koti Bridge in the Chamba district, due to which movement of vehicles remained suspended for several hours. The National Highway Division has started the work to clear the rocks from the highway. The famous Aluva Mahadeva temple in Ernakulam has been submerged due to the rise of the water level in the Periyar River. The temple administration has barred devotees from visiting the site. Heavy rains lashing Kerala's Kottayam have created a flood-like situation in the city. The weather department has issued a red alert in 10 districts of the state. The department has also warned of widespread rainfall in the state till the 5th of August. And the Deputy Commissioner of Karnataka's Koppal district announced a holiday for schools and colleges after heavy rains lashed many parts of the district. According to the IMD, heavy rainfall is likely to occur over coastal and South Karnataka over the next 3 days. 1 person was killed while 4 others were injured as a railway underpass bridge collapsed in Jharkhand's Bokaro due to heavy rains. And more breaking news coming in, this one from Jammu and Kashmir, where a terror attack has been reported in Srinagar. Terrorists fired upon a vehicle carrying a small police party. The cops retaliated to the attack. The terrorists took advantage of the darkness and fled the area. No injuries or damages have been reported so far. The TRF has claimed responsibility for this attack in Srinagar. That's the piece of breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast to get the latest details when it comes to this terror attack that has taken place in Srinagar. Tejinder, over to you.
Yes, Ayushman. This evening, a small police party was on a patrol duty in the Bund area, which is in the Alochi Bagh in Srinagar city. This is in the heart of Srinagar city when some terrorists, they started firing towards this vehicle. Though the police says that nobody was injured in this terror attack, but there was some damage to the vehicle. After that, the police personnel, they retaliated. However, these terrorists, they are taking advantage of the darkness. They managed to enter into the residential areas so as to escape and make the local residents as scapegoat. Though right now we are told that the security forces, they have launched a cordon and search operation in the area to ensure that the terrorists responsible for this terror attack, they are identified, they are either nabbed or neutralized. So right now the cordon and search operation is on, but yes, there was no casualty or no injury or no other damages in this terror attack, but the terrorists somehow managed to target this vehicle of the Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. There has been some damage to the vehicle, but luckily all the police personnel inside the vehicle, they escaped unhurt. The Pakistan-based terror outfit, the Lashkar-e-Toiba's frontal, which is the TRF, the resistance front, has taken responsibility for this Srinagar terror attack. In a statement, they have said that they are responsible for carrying out this attack on the police personnel. So right now, the search operation is on. And Ayushman, this attack on police personnel in the heart of Srinagar city comes just a day before the entire country is celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370.
Absolutely.
So these terrorists, they just want to show their presence on or before this big day. We are told that the security forces have already tightened or increased their alert across the entire Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, given the fact that they have inputs that these terrorists who are operating from Pakistan and working on behest of Pakistan, they might try to disrupt peace across Jammu and Kashmir on the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for joining us on the broadcast. A terror attack in the heart of Srinagar ahead of the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. The search operations are still on to nab the terrorists. Getting some more news from around the country, the Assam police arrested a gang of poachers who were planning to kill a one-horned rhino in Kaziranga National Park. The police carried out the operation along with the Crime Investigation Unit of the Forest Department in Assam's Biswana district. Snakes were released in Jalandhar on the occasion of Nag Panchami. Snakes are worshipped during this auspicious festival as they hold an important place in Hindu mythology. A 108 feet high statue of Lord Ram will be installed in Madhya Pradesh's Guna district. The statue, which took around 6 months to finish, costs around 1 crore and 21 lakhs. The Forest Department celebrated the birthday of an elephant named Savan in the elephant camp at Corbett National Park. Savan, who turned 4, cut a fruit cake specially made for him. More breaking news coming in on the political front. Chandrababu Naidu's Telugu Desam party has decided to back Jagdeep Dhankar as the vice presidential candidate. The vice presidential elections will take place on the 6th of August. Dhankar is the NDA candidate for that election. I'm joined by Swastika Das on the broadcast, who's getting us that piece of breaking news. Swastika, give us the details, the big push coming in from the TDP to back Dhankar in the vice presidential elections.
Yes, and this was on anticipated lines because the TDP, remember, had supported NDA presidential candidate, President Draupadi Murmu. And this time around as well, it was much predicted that TDP would go ahead and support Jagdeep Dhankar, again NDA vice presidential pick. Why the TDP has been supporting the NDA in its recent endeavors? Well, political analysts say that the TDP in a way is warming up to the BJP, but it remains to be seen how in the future their alliance really shapes up, especially if you look at it from the prism of the state of Andhra Pradesh, led by Jagan Mohan Reddy. The TDP there trying very hard to hold its control over its stronghold. Whether the TDP now will go back to the NDA or not, that is much speculated. But at this point in time, the party says that they are only going to support the presidential candidates, vice presidential candidates based on their merit, based on their work. And that's the reason why they have once again
backed the NDA candidate, vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar in this case.
Right. Thank you, Swastika, for joining us on the broadcast. So an ex-NDA ally now warming up to the BJP ahead of the vice presidential elections. We'll continue to track all the developments on that front. For now, a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the U.S. not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came.
And welcome back. As China continues the mobilization of forces against Taiwan after Pelosi's visit, the G7 has now released a statement saying there is no justification for China's aggressive military drills in the Taiwan Strait. Nancy Pelosi has also said that China cannot prevent world leaders from traveling to Taiwan. That's the piece of breaking news coming in after that diplomatic storm that has been created by Nancy Pelosi after that push in Taiwan, where she reaffirmed American-Taiwanese ties in contravention to the threats that have been issued by the Chinese regime, which has said that there will be dire consequences for the United States, hampering the One China policy by making this push in Taiwan. But now what we are learning is that the G7 has rallied around the United States. What we are learning is that the G7 has released a statement saying there is no justification for China's aggressive military drills in the Taiwan Strait. Nancy Pelosi has also said that China cannot prevent world leaders from traveling to Taiwan. That's the piece of breaking news coming in. Shifting focus to some other news, the Tibetan community in exile in Shimla organized special prayers after the Tibetan traders shifted to a new market in the city. Prayers were offered for good fortune and better business. The community shifted after over 50 years from the old market to the new Ajivika Bhavan built by the Shimla Municipal Corporation. Now, people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Muzaffarabad recently took to the streets to protest against the high fuel adjustment charges that has led to a sharp rise in the price of electricity. This is not the first time that hefty electricity bills are getting on people's nerves. There have been several incidents where locals have come out on the roads to protest against the high rate of electricity in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
इससे पहले भी बिलात आते रहे हैं, लेकिन इस दफ़ा जो बिल जारी किए महकमा बरक़ियात की जानिब से, उसके अंदर फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस के नाम पे एक बहुत बड़ी जो अमाउंट है वो हर बिल के अंदर ऐड की गई है। और जुल्म की इंतहा देखें कि एक तो पहले आप फ्यूल एडजस्टमेंट चार्जेस डाल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप उन चार्जेस के ऊपर टैक्स दोबारा डाल रहे हैं।
And India on Tuesday defeated West Indies by 7 wickets in the 30-20 at the Warner Park in Basseterre. With this win, India took a 2-1 lead in the 5-match series, chasing a total of 165. India won the game with an over to spare, thanks largely to Suryakumar Yadav's knock of 76. So that's all we have to pack it on the show. Good night and take care.
Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the U.S. not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi